All right, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. How's the mic sound? Are we good? Are we good? All right. Welcome to another live stream here. This one's going to be another really Interesting one, I guess you could say. It's going to be another action-packed one. We've got a lot of stuff going on today. Flash flooding, that's probably going to be the first thing that we talk about. We got a lot of flash flooding going on out there. We're probably on the verge of, several PDS flash flood warnings, or maybe even some flash flood emergencies in some of these areas that we've been seeing rain. We've got something like 10 considerable flash flood warnings right now. I want to go through all of these, go through the flood reports that are coming in as well. There's swift water rescues going on right now in portions of Kentucky and Tennessee. I really want to make sure we cover as much as of the flooding aspect as possible before we have to switch over to the severe weather aspect, which is going to be a big part of the coverage today, because we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather today over here in the deep south, portions of Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Enhanced risk of severe weather. This is driven by tornado risk. We've got a large 10% hatched risk of tornadoes today. The entire state of Mississippi, a lot of Louisiana and Arkansas, a little bit of Alabama there. We're going to see, I think we're going to see a lot of tornadoes today. Now, does that mean that they're all going to be really strong? I don't know, probably not, but I think more than usual, we're going to see numerous tornado warnings today, and it'll be one of those things where we're constantly bouncing back and forth between different warnings in different states. Once again, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Alabama are all going to be the kind of like the main focus points today. But it's not just the tornadoes that we've got to be worried about. It's also the wind. Look at this. We've got a 45% probability of seeing damaging wind here in eastern Mississippi over into southwestern Alabama. So starting about right now, or at least an hour from now, through about 6 or 7 p.m., we're going to have a pretty decent, robust tornado threat. And then after that, the tornado threat's going to persist, okay? But I think the damaging wind threat's going to become a bigger deal, especially after 7 or 8 p.m. Once we get close to midnight, the damaging winds could be approaching places like Birmingham. So it's going to be more than usual. This is going to be a very impactful event. I think there's a lot more people who are going to feel the impacts of this severe weather event than the ones that we normally cover, where we're looking at more of an isolated tornado threat. This is going to be a wall of wind and QLCS tornadoes that impacts everybody. So if you are in any of the highlighted areas on these maps here, make sure you're hyper weather aware today, okay? So this is what we've got going on right now. Flash flood warnings everywhere. Oh, by the way, we're not just talking about floods and winds and tornadoes and all this stuff. We've also got snow. Yep, that's right. So I want to show you really quick what we're dealing with there as well. Let me come over here. So right now, we've got a bunch of snow actually happening in Pennsylvania, New York City. It's snowing. Albany, a bunch of snow over here. We're going to be trying our best to talk about this as well, but with as much stuff as going on, this might take the back seat. But look at here. We've got 1 to 2 inches of snow already on the ground in southeast Pennsylvania. We've got a couple inches of snow already on the ground over here near Philadelphia. And look at all of this pink in Virginia. We've got some significant freezing rain happening over here. We've got, last I heard, maybe about 30,000 people without power in Virginia. That number is going to continue to increase as we do have some cold air damming leading to just a pretty significant amount of freezing rain over here in Virginia. So we got snow in the northeast. We've got freezing rain in the central Appalachian Mountains. And then we have just an incredible amount of flood and flash flood reports coming in over here between between Kentucky and Tennessee. Even over here where I live, by the way, in near the Weather House, we've got flooding going on here. Just down the road from me, there's Branham's Creek is flooding onto Kentucky Highway 3379 near Galveston. Lots of people are sending me photos and videos on Facebook of flooded out roadways and stuff like that. So we've got lots of flooding going on in southwestern Virginia. We've got reports of 3 to 4 feet of water over the intersection of Turkey Branch and Hurricane Road. Several reports of water over Highway 58. So some of the worst flooding, I think, is going to happen right back in here. We've already seen one big round of rain today, and another one's on the way. So get ready around Hopkinsville, back here towards Benton, Mayfield, Kentucky, down towards Clarksville. There's a little bit of a break happening right now, but we're going to see this come back through in a little bit, and this is going to lead to a significant flooding today. Okay, and I want to show you the graphic for that as well, just in case anybody hasn't seen it. This is rare. This is actually really rare. We have a high risk. Okay, a high risk of significant excessive rainfall today from western Tennessee up through western portions of Kentucky. This is a life-threatening situation where 3 to 6 inches of rain is going to fall in a short period of time. And then that red area is the moderate risk, which even all the way up towards Charleston, West Virginia, Huntington, Portsmouth, Ohio, back down towards Little Rock, maybe even as far south and east as into the Nashville, Tennessee area. We're also going to see significant flooding here in those areas as well. So let me show you an interesting view here from the Weather House tower camera. I want to give you guys some context as to what we're looking at here. We're from the mountain, we're looking down towards the river, and you can see the water there. You can see the water. Normally you can't. Normally that's about 20 feet down into the little creek bed there, but the water's really high right now, and you see that white car that just went by. By the end of this stream, that road might be covered by water as this river is expected to reach flood stage at some point tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on the river here, and we've got other cameras as well that we're going to be watching. Mostly for severe weather, though. We got HAZ cams showing us a storm popping up down here in Louisiana. Several of the storms that pop up down here today and then move up into Mississippi are going to be tornadic, so we're going to be watching for rotation here. We're also looking at a little storm trying to pop up here near Leesville, and then of course we've got a camera over here in Tennessee as well. We've got several cameras in Tennessee. We're watching the flooding. We're watching we can show the snow if that is needed at some point, and we're also watching the severe weather as it unfolds. Okay, so that's a little rundown of everything that's going on right now. We just got a new winter storm warning for the Rocky portions of the Rocky Mountains as our next storm is already coming together that we'll talk about here in a minute. This is one of the most active periods of weather that I can remember in winter. We've really not had any shortage of action here as of recent, and I don't know if we're going to see a break anytime soon. Oops. All right, let me show you this camera down here near Greenwood, Mississippi. This is another little shower that's popping up that we've been keeping an eye on. These will be the ones that are producing the severe weather later. Once again, we're going to watch these pop up from little infant storms and then become much bigger storms as the day goes on. Winter storm watch out now for portions of Montana. Hey guys in chat, thank you for being here. Remember, if you are wanting to help us reach more people today, the number one way to do that is by sharing us out there. Put us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is. Let everybody know that we're going to be here all day, commercial-free, giving out this vital, potentially life-saving information here in real time, right here on YouTube. So, if you got somebody out there that you think might be interested in that or could find value in that, feel free to share this with them so we can get that information out to as many people as possible. And guess what? Y'all? The lights are green. That means Andy Andy's got something to say. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy Hill.
Thanks, Ryan. You got me clear.
Yes. Gotcha.
Sounds good. Yeah, something I wanted to talk about today, especially relevant to the fact that we'll be here all day. I'll also be here all day. A possible 10 plus hour stream today is just the tornado threat, because that's the number one thing I'm watching today. But also, I'm going to point out a lot of areas of damaging wind, the higher threats as they materialize in our line of storms, particularly that intense squall line that's going to come through. That has another factor that I'm concerned with relevant to tornadoes that could occur today, which are the photograph that I sent you over, Ryan. I want to talk about that. That's how we plot the winds above our heads, both in direction and speed. We look at photographs, and Ryan can show that on the screen at any point. Essentially, what that shows us today is that there's an incredibly favorable environment for tornadoes, just in terms of that wind that we see on this picture right here. I've drawn that arrow to show you that they're actually quite unidirectional, so they're all blowing basically from the southwest to the northeast in that first kilometer above our heads, which is really important for tornadoes. So while there is a little bit of that curvature that we look for the curved noodle that Ryan often talks about, they're also quite going in the same direction. So it kind of matches the arrow I've drawn. Thus, I think my biggest concern for a strong tornado today, and this applies particularly to southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, if any supercells do exist in those areas as we get into the evening, night hours, even the early morning hours after midnight, once we're talking about Alabama. The terms of a strong tornado happening would be when the track of the supercell is overtaken by the squall line. That squall line is going to push that supercell more to the east rather than to the northeast that it's going to be moving at. And when that happens, there's going to be a lot more of those low-level winds that storm is going to ingest. So that, I feel like, could be a dynamic situation that could lead to tornado genesis, particularly when that supercell meets the squall line, just because of its change in direction. So that's kind of something that this photograph tells us that could happen today. I'll be watching that very closely, and thankfully the swift radar updates that we'll get will help us diagnose that the moment that it's possible, and we'll tell you about it. So that's one of my concerns for today, Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Very glad that we have meteorologist Andy Hill with us today. It's going to be, I'm telling y'all, there's going to be a point today where we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, likely a lot of radar indicated tornado warnings as well, and then a couple of tornadoes on the ground at the same time potentially. And it's going to be really nice to have Andy here to bounce back and forth with. And so yeah, we always really appreciate having Andy around. And once again, just another reason to encourage anybody that you know out there that might be looking for some source of weather coverage, let them know that this one is available. A lot of people don't like watching the news, don't have cable anymore, and that kind of thing. So we're right here on YouTube all day. Once again, I don't know when this stream's going to end today. If we could probably go way beyond the allotted time that we usually give ourselves, because this is going to push well into the early morning hours tomorrow. But I think we will certainly be here for the long haul. So why don't we go ahead and let's do the thing where everybody tells us where they're from in the chat. Where's everybody watching from right now? I want to make sure that we've got people watching from Mississippi, Louisiana, because I know the sun's out right now in a lot of these places. It might not seem like we're about to have a big severe weather outbreak, but we are. Okay, so I want to make sure we're covering those areas. And of course, yeah, we've got people watching from Mississippi and Louisiana, but I see a lot of Tennessees. I see a lot of Illinois, Pennsylvania, New York. I see a whole lot of Ohio and Kentucky, and that's great. That's great. We're going to try our best to cover every aspect of this storm. This is a monster storm that's impacting tens of millions of people, but just bear with us as we are trying to pinpoint our focus as much as possible on the most life-threatening aspects of the weather that we are going to be dealing with today. You can see the cameras down there at the bottom of your stream. We've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold with us today. Let's see if we can get an update from him. Brad, we are live on YouTube, and everybody's they can't wait to hear your voice, man. Do you got an update for us? What's going on out there? But he's in Helena, Arkansas. We might hear from him here in a second. Hascams in Minnie, Louisiana, and Hascams in Greenwood, Mississippi, also showing us the developing stages of some of the storms that we're going to be tracking today as they move on up towards the east. Additionally,
Ryan Hall, man, it is good to hear your voice again. It is good to be back on the road. I'm sitting just south of Tunica, right on Tunica, Mississippi, on the Mississippi River, waiting on storms to get going. Obviously, the QLCS squall line back in central Arkansas is getting going right now. Nothing severe warned just yet, a bunch of flash flood warnings, but just kind of wait to see if we can get some prefrontal supercells out in front of this main line. That's really what I'm going to target early on. If it looks like we're not going to get prefrontal supercells, then I will target the QLCS squall line. Obviously, typically with QLCS, we see quick spin-up tornadoes. That's not going to be the variety of those today. You could be looking at significant embedded supercell tornadoes within that squall line. So just going to keep my options open right now, playing a little bit further east. I did want to say I was coming down from the Chaser Summit, so shout out to all those guys. I met a group of young storm chasers that are huge fans of yours, Ryan. I mean, massive fans of yours. And I told them that I would do this. I'll give them a shout out on air. So Jesse, Davis, and Levi, great to see you guys this weekend. Hope everybody's having fun in Kansas City. But it's going to be an active day today. So if you need anything, just give me a shout.
Awesome. Love to have. We've got the whole dream team today. We got everybody here. And we're going to need it, right? We're going to need it. This is going to be a big storm, so we're glad to have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer himself, with us. But speaking of the Storm Chaser Summit, we've got Caleb Beecham down there, and I think he's going to have some words for us from the Storm Chaser Summit right now. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, can you hear me okay?
Yep, got you loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, yeah, like you were saying, I'm here at some of our most people that would be normally out covering these severe flash tornadoes. They're spending their weekend here right now. Special going off with them, celebrate what they do out in the field. But you guys have updates about what's happening. And Mississippi, the deep south, with some stuff relating to that flash flood threat. Information is water records happening in eastern Kentucky. Cars that are already fully submerged because of the water rising, and that was one of those communities that got hardest hit during the 2022 floods. So we're seeing those same areas get affected tonight, and hopefully people have already had that caution and that information compared to that 2022 setup where it kind of came out of nowhere and it wasn't expected.
All right, so what's going on at the Chaser Summit? Like anything? Have you had any fans or anybody like Brad that wants a shout out or anything? What's going on down there?
Yeah. We've had lots of people come up. Brad and I actually got to meet a couple of young storm chasers yesterday that we shouted out on Twitter. I can remember one of them's names was Levi. I can't remember the entire group. They're hanging out on a weekend. They're still here right now. And if any of you guys follow me on Twitter, you probably saw my performance last night. I had a pretty awesome karaoke session. So head over to my Twitter and check that out.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. We'll be checking back in with you periodically as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Caleb's down there. Riley is down there as well, and lots of storm chasers are, but a lot of them left the Storm Chaser Summit to go chase the severe weather today. The reason why I think they do the Storm Chaser Con or whatever, the Chaser Summit on February 15th is because this is when we're not supposed to have severe weather outbreaks, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not out of the ordinary. But February 15th, that's a good day to pick a day for a storm chaser convention because probably not. But it turns out the biggest severe weather situation of the year so far is likely about to unfold here. Just got a new NATO cast, just hot off the presses here. This is the 18Z tornado forecast here, and it does show some highlighted areas of interest in west and middle Tennessee, northwest Alabama. We're going to be watching this area like a hawk tonight, and I really hope that we've got a lot of people tuning in. Some of these places will be impacted after dark. We've got a nocturnal tornado threat, so that's always bad. So I just really hope that we're going to be able to reach out to as many people as possible. So yeah, the microphone there with Caleb, that same microphone has been in too many hurricanes. It's been underwater too many times. I think we might need a new one. It does a weird audio thing. It was like as he talked louder, it was cutting off a little bit, but yeah, I think we got the message there. Caleb's at Storm Chaser Summit, and we're going to be checking in with him. Let's come back over and take a look at some of the reports. All right, let's take a look at some of the reports that we've got coming in. Once again, snow up here in the north. If you are experiencing snow right now, feel free to send me your reports as well over there on the Twitter, pics@ryanhallyall.com, one of those places. Yalameter submissions. We're going to try again to do our Yalameter contest tonight. 1.8 inches of snow up here near Philadelphia. We've got some freezing rain reports coming in as well, just west of places like Leesburg, Virginia. We've got lots of power outages being reported over here near Harrisonburg and Staunton, Virginia, as we have this glaze of ice causing some problems out here. More ice is on the way, especially between Lynchburg and Roanoke, right in there. Ice is going to continue to be a problem. And then look at all of these flooding and flash flooding reports that we've got coming in over here in my neck of the woods. We just got a new report northeast of Virgie. Penny Road is impassable due to high water near U.S. Highway 23. So that's that's our biggest road. So we've got some big problems over here. I think here at the Weather House, we've gotten close to 2.5 inches of rain. If we cross over 3 inches, things usually get pretty hairy over here in the mountains. We've got water over the road, Highway 204 near Williamsburg, Kentucky. We've gotten a vehicle submerged in water up to the windshield on Jackson Bridge Road. This is a couple hours ago near Warren County, Kentucky. So pretty significant flooding going on, specifically to the north and west of Nashville. There's a lot of bad flooding going on. There's widespread flooding going on everywhere, but I've heard some of the more impressive reports, I guess, from this general vicinity between Hopkinsville and Nashville. We've got a video of flash flood near homes in the Guthrie area, near Oak Grove. There's a picture of water covering a field. So like lots of flash flooding reports back here in West Tennessee, southwestern Kentucky. But notice how it's not currently raining there. Most of the rain right now has lifted off to the north, but what's going to happen is now we're going to see the training rain happening up here. So I'm really concerned about Mayfield, Benton, places like Greenville, Central City, up towards Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Now it's your turn to get in on the flooding. And then also, as the system moves off to the east, it's going to hit these areas again this evening that have already seen so much rain. So that's going to be a problem for you guys, and that's what we're looking at there. So keep sending in those reports, and we will check in on this periodically. Whoa, what in the world did I do? All right. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. Lots of reports coming in very quickly. Now let's check in on our storms. All right, we've got a line of storms approaching Little Rock. These are below severe limits right now, but this is the beginning stages of our big squall line that's going to be causing problems tonight. One of the more interesting things that's going on, however, is these little storms that's popping up out in front of the line. We've got to watch these closely today. Right now, none of these are causing any problems. They're just rain showers out here near Walnut and Potts Camp in Mississippi. We've also got a little shower up here that just went past Greenville up towards Clarksville, Mississippi, that we've been watching on these cameras. So far, nothing crazy. So far, nothing too concerning, but we are watching all of these storms very closely as they are going to be a little bit more, inclined to produce significant severe weather about an hour from now. And then from about an hour from now all the way through the rest of the day into the early morning hours tomorrow, it's going to be severe storm spam, I guess you could say. As the storms get stronger and stronger. A decent storm's about to come into Shreveport. That's one that we'll probably have to keep an eye on. And then we've also got a decent storm getting ready to come into the center area in extreme eastern Texas. So as these storms become more organized, we're going to keep you updated on them. Right now, there's not a single severe thunderstorm warning. There's not anything like that. So we don't have anything specifically to hone in on at the moment other than the significant flash flooding that's going on. So that's going to become a big part of what we are talking about in the near term as Andy continues to watch those storms pop up in the background. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, one of the areas I'm intrigued by the most, because we're watching some nowcasting models that are coming in, the WAFs in particular, seems to like this area near Nacogdoches and Lufkin, Texas, the most for a tornado potential in the next 2 hours. And I kind of see what it's talking about there. We have existing convection in that area that's not warned for anything right now, except I don't know if it has a special weather statement on it, but I imagine it's not far from that. So just some heavy rain there, but I think that thermodynamically and kinematically, the conditions are there before those storms really become a whole squall line to where we could only get a spin up tornado. So if we get one dominant supercell right there in East Texas in the next hour or so, I do have my eye on that first and foremost as it stands. So we'll see if that area develops first.
All right, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill is watching these storms. He's watching. He's going to be watching all of them as they pop up, but specifically right in here is one of the first places that we're going to keep a very close eye on. And once again, we do have a decent storm trying to form over here to the west of Shreveport. You guys are getting ready to get in on a decent storm in Spring Hill up towards Magnolia and southern Arkansas. These are probably some of the stronger storms that we have right now, and they're still below severe limits. So we are very much at the beginning stages of this system. Let's talk about some of the flash flood warnings again. Because this is important. We've got, I think, 10 considerable flash flood warnings right now. We've got this one over here in Buchanan and Dickinson County, Virginia. Law enforcement reported flash flood over here. This is going to continue for the next 3 hours. Then back towards Benton and Henry counties in Tennessee, we've got a life-threatening flash flood happening back here towards Paris. This is one of the places where it's not currently raining, but the runoff is causing continued flooding for the next 53 minutes, and then more rain's going to come in this afternoon and evening, causing even more problems. We've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a news report here. So in west of Pikeville, near McDowell, Kentucky, there is a big flood going on. The water and sewage building there actually has 911 calls coming in from that building because the water is rising too quickly and trapping the workers inside. So I will keep you updated on that, but there are currently trapped workers at the water and sewage building in McDowell, Kentucky.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. Once again, even here in my neck of the woods, here at the Weather House, we've got flooding going on near McDowell, Kentucky. We've also got over here near Hindman County in Knott County, Kentucky. There's flooding on Main Street, and Caleb touched on this in his report that he did from Chaser Summit. A lot of these places over here are the same places that were hit so hard by the big floods that we had a few years ago, the historic floods of southeastern Kentucky. And it does look like a lot of the places that it received high water during that time period are starting to see big problems again. So it's really unfortunate. It also spreads farther east. Some of the highest concentration of reports for flooding is coming from on the other side of the spine of the Appalachian Mountains near Wise, Virginia, over past Norton. There's flooding near B, Virginia. There's flooding near White Oak Road and State Creek in Buchanan County, Virginia. So we've got life-threatening flooding going on in southeastern Kentucky, southwestern Virginia. Also life-threatening flooding happening back here in western Kentucky and western Tennessee. And I really want to emphasize that y'all up here between Paducah, Mayfield, Kentucky, up towards Elizabethtown, Owensboro, it's really just now starting for you. So this band of heavy rain right here is going to sit over you for a while, and this is going to be where some of our biggest flooding happens over the next 6 hours or so. Bardwell, Kentucky, Paducah, Calvert City, Benton, Mayfield, Princeton, Crofton, over towards Central City. This is our high risk area as well for flash flooding. So please keep an eye on those creeks and streams, and make sure that you have a way to get to higher ground in the event of a flash flood, which it's very likely that it happens today. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. I'm going to go over here towards Cheatham, Houston, Montgomery counties in Tennessee. This warning is going to last for the next 3 hours. Most of these, considerable flash flood warnings are in an area where there's not currently any rain happening, except for, of course, the Southwest Virginia ones. So I would say that a lot of those warnings will be downgraded in the next little bit, and then we're going to shift our focus back towards Western Kentucky, and then later tonight, some of these places will get flooded again as the storm comes back through. So that's what's going on there. I want to remind everybody who maybe there's some people just now tuning in that hasn't seen this yet. Here is what our Storm Prediction Center outlook looks like today. Enhanced risk. This is the main reason we're here. Okay, don't get me wrong. The flooding is bad, but there's only so much you can do to report on that. There's the flooding is, in my opinion, more about the messaging beforehand, and I think we did a really good job of the Weather Prediction Center had this area highlighted several days ago. Of getting the word out about how this was going to be a serious situation. Now the water's rising just like we thought it would, and it's coming down to just keeping an eye on the local creeks and streams and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to severe weather, that's when we can really use our storm chasers, our tower cameras, our expert analysis from meteorologist Andy Hill, and all the tools that we have. We can really put those to use to keep you hyper informed, and that's going to be the main focus as we go later into the evening for West Tennessee, all of Mississippi, Southwest Alabama, portions of Arkansas and Louisiana as well. This is going to be our main focus in just a little bit. This is what our cameras are focused on right now. Check it out over here in Manny, Louisiana. Pretty decent storm popping up over there. This is going to be one that we have to watch for potential rotation as time goes on. Also, we're watching Helena, Arkansas with storm chaser Brad Arnold. And we've got storm chaser Kip Metcalf in Rockcastle County, Kentucky, giving us a view of some of the flash flooding that's going on. So we've got eyes everywhere. Including Greenwood, Mississippi, which has a decent little shower popping up right now as well. Come back over here to the 3 view. And I'm going to try my best to look at some of these chats. I'm looking at chat. So if you have a question, go ahead and ask it before we get too busy here. First of all, huge shout out to Raza. Thanks for the very generous super chat. It says, Ryan, thank you and the Y'all Squad for what you do. Thank you for the support. You didn't have to do that. Aditya, I hope I'm saying your name right, says, keep doing what you do. You're the best. Much love from California. Thanks for being here. McKenzie says, Norton, Virginia, and the meteorology student at Virginia Tech, making sure to spread the word. Thank you for spreading the word. Thank you for being here. Anders has been here for 36 months. Cash has been here for 31 months. Thank you guys for the support. All right, I'm seeing a lot of questions. I'm randomly picking one. Middle Tennessee concerns. Middle Tennessee. Our biggest concern tonight is going to be damaging winds, I think. Let me see if I can show you the HRRR here. Give me just a moment. Bruh. He wants to look at the future radar. That's what I call it. Does anybody want to look at that? I'm going to try to use Pivotal Weather's new thing. I haven't got to try it yet. Composite reflectivity. Well, that's kind of cool. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing right now. Hold on, check it out. We're gonna go through the convection allowing HRRR here, just to give you guys an idea of what the rest of the evening is gonna look like. Gosh, this is really different. Oh man, we might not be able to zoom in that much. All right, I'll do one down here for the deep south, and then we'll do another one for areas farther north right here in a second. Okay, so one of the big things that jumps out to me here is that, probably this is about 7 p.m. tonight. Wow. So I'll tell you, the number one thing that's jumping out to me is that it looks like the strongest storms are going to be happening much later than what I think I originally anticipated. This right here, this is midnight. This is midnight tonight. Okay, so this is, to me, looks like probably where the storms are going to be at their worst, at the squall line, and some of these prefrontals. Look at this. This is really interesting what's going on down there out in front of the main line, according to the HRRR, around midnight tonight in southern Mississippi, over here into southeast portions of Louisiana, western Alabama. You see those little cells that are popping up out in front of the main line? That is quite concerning. That's quite concerning. Those could be supercellular in nature. And then on top of that, we've got this huge squall line that's going to be causing damaging winds, maybe up to 70 mile per hour winds. And then each little notch inside of that could be an embedded supercell or a QLCS tornado. Once again, I think that tonight around midnight, we could be looking at a situation where we have, more than 20 severe thunderstorm warnings and more than 10 tornado warnings at the same time. Wow, look at this. And it's not stopping. This is 7 a.m., y'all. So right here's where we are about right now, 5 p.m. Eastern. You can see that we've got our storms over here, and it looks pretty much like what we've got on radar right now. We're going to watch these storms that are popping up at the tail end, especially in East Texas and Louisiana at first. These look like they have the best chance to take advantage of the environment and produce tornadoes. And then slowly but surely, the whole squall line is going to become more organized as it goes past Memphis. So this will be over in Memphis likely about 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, 8 Central. And then that's when the winds are really going to be kicking up in West Tennessee, northwest portions of Mississippi. And then that's also whenever these prefrontals, these cells out in front of the main line, are going to become a little bit more prominent. We could be having a little bit of a tornado, a pretty significant tornado situation down here by what is this, 11 p.m. to midnight tonight if this actually comes to fruition. So keep that in mind. These are going to be potential prefrontal supercells. And then at the same time, QLCS embedded tornadoes are going to be possible all the way up and down this line. And then that line's going to make it into the Huntsville, Alabama area and the Nashville, Tennessee area around 1 a.m. It's also going to make it into the Birmingham, Alabama area, maybe around 2 a.m. And there, even at 2 a.m., it looks like there could be some convection out in front of the main line here, potentially allowing for some tornado genesis as far east as into the central Alabama area. I definitely think that the tornado threat's not going to be zero, but it's going to be less as we go later into the morning, 4 a.m. here. By the time the storms make it into the Chattanooga, Tennessee area, for example, straight line damaging winds are going to be the biggest problem. We could have severe winds in Atlanta, Georgia tomorrow morning around 6 a.m. We could have significant, strong, severe winds in the panhandle of Florida around 7 a.m. That could actually make it all the way to Tallahassee by 9 a.m. So a very potent line of storms that's going to sweep through here. But I think the peak severe weather hours are going to be from about 9 p.m. Until 3 a.m. So yeah, it's a little bit later than what we were originally anticipating, maybe looking at some of the models yesterday. But also, it's that much more concerning, right? It looks like a lot of the tornadoes are going to happen here after dark. So nocturnal tornadoes in the deep south, not something that we ever want to have to deal with, but here we go. Let's change our region and take a look a little bit farther north. Yeah, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a very long night because I know there's some people in Tennessee and Kentucky that want to see this. So here's our big problem. Right, this is what the radar looks like essentially right now. We've got heavy rain from northwest Tennessee all the way up into central Kentucky. Watch what happens as I push this forward. We've got rain pretty much in the same areas all the way back towards 11 p.m. So right in here is where I'm most concerned about the rain. But also, I'm really concerned about the tornado threat over here in western Tennessee, even into middle Tennessee. This squall line, as it comes through, is going to be hyper sheared, and it's going to have the opportunity to produce lots of potentially brief but significant enough tornadoes. And it looks like there's going to try to be some prefrontal convection even this far north up into southern, maybe into middle Tennessee, northeastern portions of Mississippi, and we have to watch those for maybe even producing tornadoes of their own as well. So this is going to be a really long and quite interesting night in the Tennessee area. Nashville, once again, it's going to get into the Nashville area between midnight and 1 a.m. Eastern. That's, 11 to midnight Central. Damaging winds will be possible as far north as into Lexington, Kentucky. The storms will be hitting places like Knoxville, Tennessee, Chattanooga, and then my neck of the woods around 4 a.m. And even at this point, we could be talking about damaging winds as far north as into southeast Kentucky. So, yeah, that's going to be a significant situation there. Wow. And again, as this big line comes through, it's going to just hit all these places that are already flooding and just send another inch or two of rain into the system, and it's going to cause even more flooding on top of the damaging winds. All right, so we've got an update from our folks down there at the, I keep wanting to call it Chaser Summit. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, Ryan. So I'm actually here with Riley, and just a quick update before I pass him the mic. We're seeing a lot of updates from different emergency responders across Kentucky that there's a substantial amount of water rescues going on right now, and most of them are related to people driving directly into that floodwater. So if you're in the Kentucky area, if you're traveling on the roads today, make sure that you guys stick to the big rule of thumb: turn around, don't drown, do not drive into that water. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the mic actually off to Riley. Riley is currently in school to become a hydrology major, so he's going to give insight onto what that floodwater is going to be doing as it continues to rise across that risk area.
Yeah, so already right now we're seeing a lot of our rivers in Kentucky already getting near their peak crest of all-time history. And this is going to be something where we're seeing 1 in 1,000 year, maybe 1 in 2,000 year rain events. Now, what does that actually mean? not that much when you're just the general public, but basically we're going to be seeing a lot of floods that we have never seen before. And we're already seeing those. We're already breaking some. I think the highest I've done an analysis on so far is we've already hit a 1 in 500 year flood event somewhere in central Kentucky on a couple of our watersheds. One of the issues we're looking at is we're still going to get even more rain. And this is going to be going into those already flooded waterways, obviously. And this is not going to stop anytime soon. In fact, with the way that the land in Kentucky is set up, we're probably going to see rivers peak sometime around 3 hours after the rain event stops. So as long as it's raining, you're going to keep seeing that water. And then even after that, you're going to be like, hey, it's probably safe to go. I can get out now. You're not going to be able to. So if you are in an area and it is not yet flooded and you think that it could potentially flood, now is your time to leave. We're looking at a situation where you're not going to be like, the worst of it, you're going to be stuck there for maybe a week if the roads get washed out. An issue with Kentucky that we have is a lot of our roads will get undercut by the floodwaters, and you can't see that. And then people will go to cross those roads, and obviously they're not there. So please, if you're in Kentucky, just avoid the water, and it's going to get much worse than it is now.
All right. Thank you, guys. And we will keep checking in with you as time goes on. Once again, that's Caleb and Riley. They are at Chaser Summit in Kansas City. So we're there, and they're keeping up with everything that's going on the flash flooding side of things here in Kentucky and to Tennessee. I think things are going to get a lot worse in southern West Virginia and southwestern Virginia as well before they get better. As that's one of the places where we've got some of the heaviest rain happening right now. We currently have 37 flash flood warnings in effect right now. 37, and that number is likely only going to go up as time goes on. Yeah, if you've got any flooding going on in your neck of the woods and you would like to share, and you can do so safely, please send us photos and reports over there on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Also, we should be looking out for, you can send them over on pics at ryanhallyall.com as well. And then let's take a look at this from Sarah. Sarah sent this in. This is our backfield flooding in Yosemite, Kentucky. So already significant flooding happening in Yosemite, Kentucky. Sarah, thank you so much for sending that in. Let's come back over here. Definitely flooding is the biggest thing that's going on right now. Out of all of the different things, like severe weather is going to take over later, but right now it's flood city out there. We do have snow going on as well. This is from northern Indiana. Bread and Circuses, thank you so much for sending this in. Nice yallometer, about 4 yalls of snow out there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have received reports that Hurley, Virginia, it's a unincorporated community close to the Kentucky border, is pretty much entirely underwater right now. There was a photo that came out, and almost every single building in the town is currently has water in it or is actually underwater right now. So I will keep you updated on that town as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. Guys, we've got Elijah here keeping us updated on the news. We've got meteorologist Andy Hill watching all the storms. We've got Caleb Beecham, Riley, got storm chaser Brad Arnold. The dream team, literally, the entire dream team is here with us today. And we are going to be here with you for the next several hours. We've been streaming now for 52 minutes. And so far, so good on the storm front. Our main focus is the flash flooding that's going on. And we're trying our best to let people know what's likely going to happen next, which, in my opinion, is the areas from Paducah up to Elizabethtown, Kentucky. You guys are the ones under fire right now for potentially historic flooding over the next 6 hours or so. So if you guys don't have flooding yet, it could be happening soon. Just want you to know that you need to be getting to higher ground or figuring out how to get to higher ground if that warning comes through right now. Here's a look at a really nice view from Hazcams down there in Many, Louisiana. This is one of the storms that we started tracking as a little cloud. Now it's kind of blossomed up into a heavy downpour. This will likely eventually become a severe thunderstorm and maybe even a storm that tries to produce a tornado at some point here soon. Additionally, check this out. This is the river over here at the Weather House. This is just below where I'm broadcasting from right now. I can tell that that's risen quite a bit since we've last looked at this. I think we looked at this maybe 30 minutes ago. You can also see some debris floating down the river here. For those of you who are from Kentucky, this is next to Walmart on Cassidy Boulevard. We're zoomed into the river there near Walmart and Hobby Lobby and all that stuff. You normally can't see it from this camera, so it's already really high. It's probably risen 5 feet since we started looking at this a couple hours ago before we even started the live stream. And you see where that white car just drove through, that little road there? I think that's likely going to be covered by water before the end of the stream. That river is rising rapidly. And this flows on down towards Prestonsburg, and it goes down towards Dewey, or not. It goes into the Big Sandy River, and then eventually the Ohio River. I think the Ohio River is going to be experiencing some flooding over the next several days, especially the closer you get to Tennessee. I think down there near Memphis, the Ohio River and the Mississippi River is going to experience some problems, as all of this runoff is going to be coming down pretty quickly from Kentucky and Tennessee. So yeah, that's a concerning look. That river usually doesn't rise that fast. So we've got quickly rising rivers, also creeks and streams overflowing out here as well. And this isn't, we aren't even in the highest or the hardest hit areas. Let me check my, tempest. Of course, I've lost the link for that. Hey, Olivia, thank you so much for that. Somebody send me the link to the monitoring site for Tempest. I've lost it. And I'll show you guys how much rain we've gotten here. This is from, who's this from? This is from, not going to say the username, but this is in Clarksville, Tennessee. This is West Fork of the Red River there. You can see water's rising pretty quickly there as well, and it's in places that it's normally not. The water's going to continue to rise there, even though it's not raining, and it's going to continue to happen due to runoff. And then more rain's going to come in this evening. Oops. Here's an image from Hurley, Virginia, which this is what Elijah was talking about earlier. Significant flooding happening now in Hurley, Virginia. Now this is south and east of me, down near pretty much an entire area between Big Stone Gap, Wise, Grundy, and Richlands in Virginia. That whole area has seen a very significant amount of rain in a short period of time, and we've got life-threatening flash flooding happening now, and it's still raining there. The break in the rain hasn't made it there yet, which is unfortunate. Thank you, Kenzie. So this is what the Tempest weather station dashboard looks like. So if I think a lot of you guys have a Tempest weather station. But you can see right now it's raining moderately here at the Weather House. We've had 2.5 inches of rain today. I can click on this and take a look at the history, right? So it started raining about 6 a.m. The rain intensity has increased quite a bit as the days went on, and you can see that we've slowly but surely increased our total rainfall amounts here. And I think that we'll end up with more than 3 inches of rain before things are said and done. And there's plenty of places that have seen more rain than that. So that's interesting. Also, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like we're going to keep an eye on this, and if you guys have a Tempest weather station as well, feel free to screenshot how much rain that you've received today and send that over as well, just so we can kind of put pen to paper and kind of map out where the heaviest rain has fallen so far. And remember, anytime you send a novel report in, don't just send it to me, especially if it's on Twitter. It's really easy to also tag your local National Weather Service. So yeah, do that as well. Tag your local National Weather Service. They could use this data more than me. So yeah. If you're just now tuning in, this is extensive severe weather coverage. We're going to be talking about tornadoes and severe damaging winds tonight. But right now, our main focus is the life-threatening flash flooding that's happening in Kentucky and portions of West Virginia and Virginia. Yeah, the Tempest, that's my personal weather station of choice. We do have them on the site if you want one. There's a bridge under there. And Sarah just sent this in. She said, there's a bridge under there. This is from Russell County, Kentucky. Sarah, thank you for sending that in. Russell County, Kentucky. Lots of reports out of Russell County. Lots of photos of brown water coming in, but also lots of snow as well. This is Wisconsin. This is Janesville, Wisconsin. Thank you, Randy, for sending this in. By the way, there's a lot of snow going on. If you're receiving snow right now, lighten the mood a little bit by sending us your snow pictures. I'm seeing too much mud. The snow looks so much better. I'm hearing now that Baxter, Kentucky, is the first river in Kentucky to reach major flood stage, and we're going to see a lot of that tonight. Remember, like, these rivers are going to rise long after the rain's done, like the runoff, especially over here in eastern Kentucky, and I'm concerned about Virginia, man. That the fact that we've got so much water falling in Virginia, it's going to take forever for that to funnel down into the bigger tributaries. The Fish Trap Dam, like that area is going to receive a ton of water as a result of the water that's falling in Virginia right now. And it could take a day or two for it to get there.
A new flood emergency has been issued.
While that's happening, we are going to see a lot of flooding happening in Virginia in all of these valleys, which, by the way, they just upgraded this to a flash flood emergency. So this is from about Elkhorn City down towards Grundy in Buchanan and Dickinson County, Virginia. We now have our first flash flood emergency of the day. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You got to seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. This is Buchanan and Dickinson counties in Virginia. Flash flood emergency. This is a pretty serious situation, as this is the headwater area of the Big Sandy River. All of that water is going to eventually go by Elkhorn City up towards Pikeville, towards Prestonsburg. The Fish Trap Dam is the one thing that's holding it back. So yeah, but I think in the immediate concern right now is the flash flooding that's happening in the smaller creeks and streams around Buchanan and Dickinson counties in West Virginia. I'm sorry, Virginia. Yeah, this is really close to me, y'all. This is my backyard right here. Local law enforcement reported heavy rain in Hurley of up to 3.5 inches. An additional 2 inches of rain is possible. This is a flash flood emergency for the town of Hurley and Slate Creek near Grundy. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Catastrophic flooding is ongoing along State Creek near Grundy and Knox Creek near Hurley. Swiftwater rescues are ongoing along Slate Creek. Obviously, if you're downstream, from any of these places between Grundy and Slate Creek, you've got to get to higher ground now. Even if it doesn't usually flood there where you are, this is one of those This is one of the times where it could be a once in a lifetime situation where it floods, where you've never seen it flood before, even if you've lived there your whole life. Move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area. So yeah, really unfortunate, catastrophic flooding going on right now in Buchanan and Dickinson counties in Virginia. I think we'll see more flash flood emergencies tonight. Heal for 1 HP. Does the Y'all Squad show up for flooding? If so, in what way? Yeah, the Y'all Squad does show up for flooding. That's actually how the Y'all Squad was essentially born. It was whenever Southeast Kentucky had our big floods a couple years ago. That was our first time that we raised a significant amount of money, and it's a very similar thing as to what we do for tornadoes. We try to get as much supplies as we can into the areas that need them. And it's a really difficult task in Eastern Kentucky. One of the things, and also Southwestern Virginia, one of the things that is going to happen here is, so many roads are getting washed out. And like, this is the same thing that happened in Western North Carolina, right? The floods are washing out all of these roads, and the people who live out here are not going to be able to make it to the town centers. Because the roads are washed out. So there's people up haulers, people in small communities that are going to be completely cut off from society for an extended period of time due to the infrastructure being washed out by the flash floods in the valleys. So last time we brought a bunch of supplies to a central area where a bunch of people had ATVs, and then the ATVs would take the supplies into the harder hit areas. So right now, we don't know the extent of the damage. I don't want to say that this is going to be a repeat of either of the other two events that I was talking about, but anytime a flash flood emergency is issued, it's pretty much a guarantee that we're going to have some really bad news coming in here soon. This is a life-threatening flooding if I've ever seen it. This area can't get a break, man. Appalachian Mountains, normally seen as a place to flee to if you want to avoid significant weather, right? But the past couple of years, that has not been the case. Here's a photo that's coming in from Clarksville, Tennessee. Wow. Clarksville, Tennessee is experiencing flooding as well. Chandra, where is Austin's video? If you can send it again, I'll show it. If you're just now tuning in, y'all, we have a really unfortunate situation developing in Buchanan and Dickinson counties in Virginia, where we have a flash flood emergency happening. Catastrophic flooding's ongoing right now near Grundy. What is this video here, Frank? Is that from Andy S as well? from Clarksville. Here's a video. Gosh, y'all. I think he's standing on a bridge. That is not a good idea. I can't tell you how many times I've seen bridges just like that get washed out. The bridge is just connected to the ground there. I'm sure there's a concrete post or two concrete posts in the middle that are on top of piles that go deep into the ground. But the way that bridge is going to topple over is by erosion on the edges. So the water is much higher than usual. It's going to erode out the connection to the road over here on both sides, and then you're stuck, and then the thing topples over. So yeah, if the water is touching the top of the bridge, I would not be on top of it. But thank you for the video. This shows you how significant the water situation is out there in Tennessee. We're getting reports that the Fleming Neon Middle School parking lot in Fleming Neon, Kentucky is flooding right now. If you want to help the Y'all Squad, if you want to help us raise funds to potentially, or actually, I'm just going to go ahead and say it's probably very likely that we'll end up having to do something for the people down here in Virginia. We have a warehouse in Pikeville, Kentucky, just a couple minutes away, so it's not going to be that hard for us to get there. But if you want to enable us to do more for these people, go to theyallsquad.org and make a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit organization, okay? Yeah, it's definitely not safe. Definitely not safe. So yeah, all of the water from the flash flood emergency, most of it anyways, flows down the Appalachian Mountains into the Pikeville, Kentucky area. The river that you're seeing right here, which continues to rise quite quickly, I must say, comes out of Fish Trap Dam, okay? And the river that goes by Elkhorn City comes out of Grundy. That all comes from Virginia, and then this goes on up towards Prestonsburg, and then eventually up into the Big Sandy River. So, this river is going to continue to rise. They're going to have to open up the spillway like completely at Fish Trap to make sure that the dam waters don't get too high. I'm concerned about the Leviza Fork here, and eventually the Big Sandy River. Here's the latest from the Weather Prediction Center on our multimodal storm system that's going on now. Let's check it out. Key messages for our coast-to-coast storm here. By the way, this is going to be a snowstorm too. We're talking a lot about tornadoes and floods. We're expecting over a foot of snow in northern Maine, maybe 6 inches of snow in Boston, upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, maybe 8 to 12 inches of snow through Monday morning. Also, this is going to be somewhat of a significant ice storm in the Catskills, Adirondacks area, up into pretty much the mountainous area regions of the Northeast. Maybe 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice is going to be possible. That's going to lead to some hazardous driving conditions and some down trees and power outages. And then we've got our life-threatening flash flooding that's going to continue in Kentucky. We've been talking a lot about eastern Kentucky. We've been talking a lot about southwest Virginia. But I'm telling you, the highlight, the hardest hit areas are likely going to be in western Kentucky at some point, in the high-risk area there. So Paducah, Kentucky, for example, needs to be on high alert. We've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm actually going to supplement what you're looking at there. Nothing quite yet to talk about in terms of rotation. Maybe one interesting area near Martinsville, Texas, that I have my eye on. But pertaining to just like the national scale and everyone watching from all these different locations, particularly if you're not impacted by anything that Ryan just said with ice, with the winter stuff, with excessive rainfall, with the severe weather, there are still high wind warnings out for much of eastern North Carolina, even central North Carolina, and all the way up through New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania. Those areas are right where that low pressure system is going to track through that's causing all of this to happen. And it's going to deepen quite a bit by the time it gets up there, which means all of our isobars, our lines of constant pressure, are tightening up, and the winds are going to respond to that by accelerating. So high wind warnings are in place from the local National Weather Service offices in those areas, warning you of wind gusts up to 50 or 55 miles an hour in all of those areas I just talked about. And that's particularly going to happen after all the rain passes through. Maybe there will be some remnant precip or some snow in some of the more northern areas with those really heavy western winds. So after that low passes through, on the backside, you're gonna hear the winds for sure up there. So even if you don't manage to get any of those direct impacts we've been talking about, everyone in those areas are going to experience the storm in one way or another. And I think that 50 to 55 mile an hour gusts are pretty interesting. So be ready for that Sunday night into Monday, especially in the Northeast.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update there. I can hear the rain now in the weather house here. It's beating down on the roof very intensely. We've got a downpour coming through the Pikeville, Kentucky area. Wouldn't be surprised to see our flash flood warning at least upgraded to a considerable flash flood warning over the next little bit. This is going to push us over 3 inches here, I think. So this is an observed flash flood warning for Breathitt, Estill, Floyd, Jackson, and Pike County, Kentucky. Get ready in Wheelwright over to Elkhorn City, I think Kemper, Kentucky, the Johns Creek and Raccoon areas, that those waterways that flow into Dewey Lake are particularly going to be impacted over the next 6 hours. So if you live in those areas and it
a new flood emergency has been issued.
2009, it'll probably flood again this time. All right, so let's check in on our storms. Let's see what's going on out here with our storms. Is there anything happening yet of note? Let's zoom in here. There are definitely some showers becoming more organized in Louisiana. I think we're going to be watching this one over here east of Rose Pine for some time. Let's see here. I don't know if Hascam's number 27 is one that we're watching, Chandra, but that's one that is pretty close to this storm. It might give us a good view of that. Also, Hascam's number 17. That's going to give us a decent view of these storms that are trying to pop up over here. Another little cell trying to get going over here south and east of Alexandria. We might be able to see that from Hascam's number 18. So yeah, lots of little storms trying to get going out here. But our more significant looking storms, I guess, right now are back here in East Texas in our line. These are, at some point, we'll start producing severe thunderstorm warnings just for the wind gusts that are coming out of them. Probably by the time they get to Jasper in East Texas, we'll see some blanketed severe thunderstorm warnings coming out here. Yeah, so here's the little showers that are popping up in Louisiana. This is Hascam's number 18, the Salina Broadcasting Tower. Oops, sorry, I'm showing the wrong camera. Look at how fast the clouds are moving. These are lots of low-level winds. There's a lot of dynamics in place that's going to allow for these storms to rotate. And that those will still be in place even when the squall line comes through. So that's why we're so concerned about the QLCS and the embedded supercell problems with the line. But even the prefrontals are something that we have to watch. I think another one of our warnings got upgraded here. Yep, we've got another flash flood emergency. And Chandra, there's a lot of traffic cameras from Virginia in this one, specifically over here near Bluefield, Eads Mill, in this area right here in Virginia. This is to the east of Pikeville. Additionally, we might want to take a look at the resort cams, number 66 and 34. Just to see if there's anything visible, I guess. But we've got another flash flood emergency in effect in Virginia, y'all. This is a particularly dangerous situation. At 4:50 p.m. Eastern, emergency management reported flash flooding across the warned area. We've got up to 3.5 inches of rain that's fallen already. Another inch or two is possible. This includes the following streams and drainages: Bluestone River, Beaver Branch, Big Spring Branch, Adair Run, Big Branch, and Blacklick Creek. Move to higher ground immediately. This is a really unique situation where we're talking about 3 to 5 inches of rain, but it's happening in an area that has super saturated soil, and also, guys, this is some of the higher peaks of the Appalachian Mountains. This is there's going to be so much rain funneling down into very small areas in these valleys, and it's going to happen so fast. There's going to be lots of landslides, lots of mudslides, and then there's going to be just a lot of flash flooding happening in these little tributaries, and then eventually that's going to turn into a major river flooding problem as well. This is just going to be a really, really unfortunate situation for all of our folks between Hinton, Princeton, and Bluefield in Virginia, all the way down towards Grundy, of course. So another flash flood emergency in effect now. We've got 41 flash flood warnings in effect. Yeah, this one's in West Virginia. It's right on the border of Virginia, my bad. This is Mercer and Summers counties in West Virginia under a flash flood emergency. And there's lots of cameras in this area, but I don't know if we're able to see anything just yet. More flash flood warnings and emergencies are going to be issued over here, so hopefully everybody is aware of what's going on. I'll show you this this graphic too. It's a little bit easier to kind of see some of the communities. Once again, flash flood emergency for Bluefield, Princeton, Camp Creek, Athens, all the way up towards Hinton, Brooks, and Meadow Creek. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek higher ground now. Due to flooding, the Buchanan County Sheriff's Office is warning folks to stay off the roads until further notice. According to authorities, multiple roads in Buchanan County are blocked by slides. Yeah, I feel really, this is, once again, this is my backyard. The terrain out here is just not set up for this. There's going to be some people who won't be able to get to a store, get to a main road even for weeks. 5 inches of rain in such a short period of time is going to cause a ton of washouts and landslides, and this terrain is even less. I guess I should say it's more unforgiving than the West North Carolina terrain that was impacted by Hurricane Helene. But the good news is here, like I don't think we're going to expect that much rain. I don't think we're going to see over 10 inches of rain, for example, in these areas. But even just 5 inches is going to do catastrophic damage. How are we looking on the Gulf Coast? Right now, so far so good, but we will be talking about storms there soon. Let me show you guys again, because I know we've probably got new people that have tuned in, and I've only talked about flooding. That we are going to be talking about severe weather today. Tornadoes are going to be the main focus of the stream at some point, probably between 9. What did I say earlier? 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. being the probably the peak severe weather time period. But even before that, within the next hour or so, severe weather will start.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Problem. Here we go. We got a tornado watch that just came out. Looks like there's a lot of Arkansas is included in that. As soon as I have a graphic for you, I will pull that up. Actually, it should be popping up on my end here soon. Yeah, there it is.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
There's our tornado watch for southeastern Arkansas. There's probably more that'll come out here soon. Yeah, it'll populate the rest of that soon. Here's a better graphic for you.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So we got a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely. Isolated hail up
a
to
new
ping-pong
tornado
size.
watch has been issued.
Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Okay, this includes Memphis, Jackson, Tennessee, Oxford, Greenville, and Vicksburg, Mississippi, Alexandria, Shreveport, Monroe, and Louisiana, and El Dorado,
a new tornado watch has been
Pine
issued.
Bluff, Arkansas. Was did you say the alert volume is too loud? Okay, I can turn that down. I didn't even
A new
hear it at
tornado
all.
watch has been issued.
How's that? Is that better? I can't hear it at all, but better volume. Okay.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So it's gonna say that there's a new tornado watch for every CWA that had to issue their own little version of it. That'll stop here soon. It's a large tornado watch, so it'll take a second for that to happen. Still loud. I'll turn it down just a
new
little bit more.
tornado watch has been issued. A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, so yeah, there's our tornado watch. A couple of intense tornadoes possible. That's listed in the text there on the warning. So, or the watch. I'm sorry. This is going to be
a new tornado watch has been issued.
We have to watch out for maybe some stronger tornadoes. I think that this will. There's almost certainly going to be a couple that have the potential to be very strong in Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, western portions of Mississippi here, maybe even into western Tennessee. Just a little update on our river here at the Weather House. It continues to rise. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's getting close to covering that little road down below Walmart there. So I don't know if you guys can tell or not, but this is rising really quickly. Okay, I've got it to where I can hear the alerts now, so that should help. If you're just now tuning in, we just got our tornado watch issued that will carry us through 10 p.m. It includes a lot of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Tennessee. That's going to be our biggest focus, I think, for the next little bit. But we also have just an incredible amount of flash flooding going on, and it just continues to get worse. So we're going to be covering that as well. We've got 2 flash flood emergencies in effect right now. Mercer County, West Virginia, Buchanan, and Dickinson counties in Virginia both have ongoing catastrophic flooding right now. Weather intensity score is in the extreme range as the tornado watch, in combination with the flash flood emergencies, has pushed us over 134. I think that Brad Arnold has moved from Arkansas into Mississippi. So let's see if he's got another update for us. Brad, they just issued our tornado watch. See that you're in Mississippi. Just give us an update whenever you get a chance.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I saw they just put out the tornado watch a few minutes ago. Watching that small line continue to work its way a little bit further east, it should continue to intensify pretty substantially. But also watching these storms out in front as well. That's why we haven't really moved much. I know you've noticed on my stream, I promise that we're not just a tower cam stationary. But we're watching some of these cells that are just out in front. Over there southeast of Pine Bluff, they've got a little cell right there. We're just waiting to see if any of those storms can mature and sustain really strong updrafts. But I definitely think, within the next hour, we're going to see these storms really intensify. And should start to see quite a few tornado warnings coming out as well here, probably within the next hour or two.
All right. So that is an update from Brad Arnold, who is out there storm chasing in Mississippi, awaiting the potential tornado, the pretty significant tornado situation that's about to unfold down there in the mid and lower Mississippi river valleys. Let's see here. Let me pull up something else. Back room, I'm not hearing you. You're very, very low. So we're hearing a lot of power outage reports coming out of my area. There are lots of thousands of people without power in my county. So we are expecting maybe we might lose power here at the Weather House. But we've got 30 minutes of battery backup and a week of propane generator power. So we should be good here. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy Hill.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching the area near Center, Texas in Shelby County from the Shreveport radar. There in East Texas, that storm's continually have gotten a little bit tighter and tighter in rotation and definitely amped up a little bit more here. So looking at a skew T in the area, actually using mesoanalysis, it does look pretty favorable right on that line. Just ahead of the line, there's a bit of a warm nose, so that's preventing those little pop-up showers there from doing much over closer to Coushatta, Mansfield, Louisiana. But right on the line, we're seeing those circulations populations come together pretty quickly, right as these storms are developing and maturing. So I am watching Center Texas. No warning on that. It will pass to the east of the city there and go up towards Stanley in Louisiana as it crosses the state line. So let's see if that continues to come together, and that will tell me a lot about this squall line, where it is right now, and how conducive it is to produce tornadoes in this area.
Thank you so much, Andy. Y'all, that's meteorologist Andy Hill giving us an update on the severe side of things. One of the first storms that really has a pretty obvious, broad but obvious rotation signature here is near Center, Texas, where he's going to continue to watch that as it moves off towards Huxley and Converse on the Louisiana-Texas border. All these storms continue to get stronger. Every time I look at them, they're more impressive, meaning that they are getting, they're getting stronger. And whether or not they produce tornadoes, these are going to produce strong, damaging winds here soon. We'll start to see lots of severe thunderstorm warnings issued up and down this line. There's also other smaller areas of rotation popping up and down the line as well. Look at near Logansport up towards Stonewall. So there's certainly some rotation to note out here. Lots of storms popping up out in front of that main line as well that we'll have to keep an eye on. Let's go to the Little Rock radar and see if there's anything different happening up here. Honestly, mostly just really heavy rain in Arkansas right now. Everything's very much below severe limits. So as far as severe weather goes, our main thing right now is we're really watching these storms in East Texas and Louisiana for the short term. Later into the night, we're going to be focusing more on eastern Louisiana, western Mississippi, portions of Arkansas, even into West Texas. And lots of heavy rain still happening right now near Paducah, Madisonville, up towards Elizabethtown, Owensboro, and Evansville. You guys are getting in on that as well. It is still raining heavily here at the Weather House in eastern Kentucky. Some of the places that are under flash flood emergencies right now are still experiencing heavy rain, and it's likely not going to stop anytime soon. But there is going to be a brief break. You guys see the arch here. This arch, like everywhere south of that line, is not receiving rain right now, and that's where most of the flooding's happening. That line is going to continue to move north, but if you're over here, it's really not that much. This is the axis of where the line isn't going to move north. It's just going to kind of sit over the same area as the system moves like this, and then the line's going to rocket off to the east. So that's why I'm so concerned about western Kentucky over here. But the farther east we go, where we have some of these flash flood emergencies, this rain is going to lift off to the north, and it'll be dry in eastern Kentucky and southwest Virginia for a few hours this evening. But then all of this is going to move through early in the morning tomorrow and likely send those creeks and streams right back out of their banks. So, really unfortunate. Yeah, we've got a really intense downpour happening right now at the Weather House. Sam Worley, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Guys, there's nothing I can do about the color scheme of the overlay right now. That would be way too much. It would probably mess something up. As soon as our top warnings are not flood related, it won't be green anymore. We do need to make that a less fluorescent green. I agree. Yeah, but like the severe thunderstorm watches and stuff. Technically, so it works off of a priority system, right? So like whatever the highest priority warnings are, that's what gets displayed in the ticker. Usually, a tornado watch would outrank a flash flood warning, but we've got so many considerable and emergency flash flood warnings that those are on top right now. But yeah, there's no change in it. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado watch in effect, and I don't know if you've seen who it's in effect for yet, but I'm going to show you that graphic again and go over this. Tornado watch for lots of Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. This is going to go until 10 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely, some strong tornadoes possible. About 3.6 million people in the line of fire there. So this is going to become one of the more one of the bigger focuses of the stream here soon. Here is some photos from Lee County, Virginia. This is from Paul. Thank you, Paul, for sending this in. Significant flooding going on right now in Lee County, Virginia. Remember, if you can do so safely, we're accepting your snow, flood, whatever kind of images, reports you want to send in over on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Or you can send them in to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Here, speaking of snow, here's some snow. Got about 8 or 9 y'alls of snow up there in Wisconsin, Milwaukee County. Midwest Storm Hunters, thank you for sending that in. What's the flooding outlook in Ashland, Kentucky? It's moderate. I think you guys are in the moderate risk for excessive rainfall. Most of that rain's going to come later tonight. So you be prepared for that. Here's a look at another area in Kentucky with some flooding going on right now. Lower Main Street in Jackson, Kentucky. Water's completely covering the road there. Another place that was hit pretty hard a couple years ago. This is from Peaback. He says, somewhere under that water is our way out. This is south of Crab Orchard, Kentucky at Dix River. So significant flooding in Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Lots of instability out there in front of our line of storms that's coming through. All of the ingredients are there for a tornado situation tonight. So that's what we're kind of waiting on. We're monitoring the flooding situation. We're relaying news about that as we wait for our storms to bubble up and get a little bit more mature down here where these tornado watches are. Zen the Fox, thank you. Lipsy says, any tornadoes tonight in Bowling Green, Kentucky? I don't think that's going to be our main concern in Bowling Green, but certainly, there's going to be some strong storms that come through whenever that, whenever the squall line comes through. But I think that flash flooding is probably going to be what you have to be most aware of over there. Dooley says, Ryan, evacuations are underway in parts of southwest Virginia, northeast Tennessee, and Kentucky. Yeah, there's currently 2 flash flood emergencies. The one in Buchanan and Dickinson County in Virginia is going to continue for the next 3 hours. And then the one in West Virginia for Mercer County and Sumter counties is going to go on for 5 hours and 30 minutes.
A new flood emergency has been issued.
All right, there's another new flash flood emergency that was just issued for Tazewell County, Virginia. So here we go. Tazewell County, Virginia. Richlands is now included in the flash flood emergency. This is going to go on for the next 6 hours. Wow. The National Weather Service in Blacksburg has issued a flash flood emergency for Tazewell County in southwestern Virginia until 11:30 p.m. Saturday. Emergency managers reported between 3 and 4 inches of rain, and additional 1.5 inches of rain is possible. Life-threatening flash flooding is ongoing right now in Tazewell, Virginia. Some locations that will experiencing flash flooding include Richlands, Bluefield, Tazewell, Cedar Bluff, Burke's Garden, Pocahontas, and Clifffield. You got to get to higher ground immediately. And this is another, this is all generally the same terrain from Grundy to Tazewell to Bluefield. We've got some of the highest peaks in the Appalachian Mountains and some of the deepest valleys. And I just can't imagine how unfortunate of a situation these people are going to have to deal with. As right now, major roads that connect thousands of people to interstates and highways and town centers are getting washed out. It'll take weeks. It'll take weeks to get them back. Maybe months. It's a worst case scenario whenever flooding like this happens in the in this part of the world. Can't hear you. So we now have 3 flash flood warnings, flash flood emergencies in effect. Kazaki, thanks for the 5 gifted. I'm hearing that Kentucky Route 7 is washing out near Jockey Hollow. So I'm telling you, the amount of people that are not going to be able to get out tomorrow is going to be unbelievable. I don't think that a lot of people understand how significant of a situation this is whenever this happens in the mountains. And unfortunately, what happened with Hurricane Helene and the flooding in Asheville, North Carolina, and surrounding areas was a lot of people's first, understanding of what happens, because that was like on like national news. Everybody heard about the terrible things that happened as a result of those floods. The same kind of thing is going to happen out here. And it's simply because of the terrain and because of the way the infrastructure is built out here. Lots of people live in what we call hollers. Okay, you've got main roads. Okay, the ones with 4 lanes. All right, you got the big highways. Those connect to your state roads with 2 lanes. All right, and those go into more rural communities, and then branching off of all of these 2-lane roads in between all of these mountains and valleys. You've got single lane roads that wind their way back in between the mountains. And that's where most people choose to live back here. It's the easiest way to find property and all that kind of thing. But most of these people, at some point on the single lane road or on the 2-lane road, there's going to be multiple areas where a landslide is blocking the way. And now there's no way in or out, or the water is going to completely wash out the road. And that could happen at 50 different steps before you get to the closest Walmart. So there's some people, once again, who are not going to be able to reach civilization for an extended period of time due to the significant catastrophic flash flooding that's happening out here. Andrew, thank you for that. And the rain is still coming down extremely hard here at the Weather House. My gosh, it is rising. I've lived here my whole life. I don't think I've ever seen that river rise that fast. I don't know how many feet deep that is. It's got to be at least 30 feet. I don't know. But you normally can't see it from this angle. You can't see the water. It's way down in the creek bed or the river bed, whatever you want to call it. But it's definitely over that road now. The one where we saw cars driving through earlier, and it's continuing to rise at a rate of seemingly about a foot or 2 an hour. And this is all water that comes out of Virginia, down the Appalachian Mountains. It's coming out of Virginia. And it's coming out of southern Pike County, and it's going up into eastern Kentucky, and eventually into the Big Sandy River and then the Ohio River. So I would say some of the smaller communities, even here in my county, are starting to see really bad flooding now. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be bad. So here's another view of that river. This is the Weather House is over here somewhere. But yeah, that is crazy. This is a big river, y'all. It takes a day or 2 for it to crest. So the fact that we're already seeing it at this level in the middle of the rain is not good. Not good at all. We will likely reach historic levels here on the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River. That's wild. It's unbelievable, actually. And if you guys, I don't know how many people are watching right now are familiar with this. This is one of the more popular intersections in eastern Kentucky. There's so many thousands of people a day that go through here. You know how significant that is. And the fact that it's still rising very quickly is not a good sign. How late does Ryan usually stream? I'm going to be here all daggone day. All night. I mean, we honestly, the stream hasn't really even started yet. Like, as far as the severe weather aspect goes, obviously we got a lot of really bad flooding going on. But as far as the tornadoes and severe weather, we've yet to see our first severe thunderstorm warning out of this whole event. Beth, thank you for that. Andrew, thank you for that. Thank you for all the support. I'm looking at chat here. Is it going to go over the 4-lane? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'm in shock at how fast it's rising. I thought that, maybe it would get to that level tonight. I don't know. I don't think it's ever been over the 4-lane, but highly unlikely, but it's, I guess, possible. And once again, for those of you who are familiar with this area, it's the Fish Trap Dam that holds the water back. And all of that comes out of where these flash flood emergencies are happening right now. So they're not going to be able to do any sort of water retention or holding the water back to keep the river from rising too much. They have to let as much water flow through as possible to keep the water from becoming too much of a problem on the other side of the dam. You know what I mean? Where's that intersection? It's US 23 and US 119 where Walmart and everything is in Pikeville. Sorry, I'm looking through my local Facebook here. Obviously, it's going nuts with lots of. I mean, it's just incredible how much is happening right here in my neck of the woods. Here in my county, our local we've got a state of emergency here in Pike County. We've got state of emergency in Buchanan and Dickinson counties as well. Gosh. Chandra, if you can send, I'm sure you're seeing some of this stuff on Facebook as well. If you can send links to Kenzie, I mean, if it's local stuff, especially if people are tagging me in it, so she can download it and I can show it. I cannot show it on the Facebook site. Facebook's terrible. I can't get it to work. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing this is real bad stuff. There's mobile homes wrapping around trees. This is the real deal. This is another catastrophic, widespread flood in the mountains of eastern Kentucky and southern West Virginia and southwest Virginia. And the rain's not over yet. Ryan, are you going to go past the 12-hour limit tonight since the bulk of the severe weather is later tonight? It's possible. Don't want to promise anything. We've done it before. But usually we try to stick to that 12-hour thing. But if we need to, we'll do whatever needs to happen. This is in Letcher County, Kentucky. This is a great example of what the heck not to do. My goodness, man. Especially when it comes to these really rapid flash floods, where the water's moving really fast like that. You think you know where the road is, but if it gets washed out, you can't see. There's no difference in the water looks like this, even if underneath it looks like this. You know what I mean? Like if there's a giant canyon that's been washed out, you're not going to know until you fall in it. So, yeah, you've heard it before, but like turn around, don't drown. Because what's going to happen is, somebody's going to do this and they're going to get stuck or they're going to start floating down the creek. Now a firefighter has to go save your life, and now the firefighter's life is in danger because of you. It's a very selfish thing to do. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a historic flooding event unfold across the Appalachian Mountains in East Kentucky, Southwest Virginia, Southern West Virginia. We're going to continue to see flooding spread across Kentucky. I think West Kentucky is, we've still got a lot of rain yet to happen over there. Central Kentucky, Northern Kentucky, and into more central portions of West Virginia later. And then on top of that, at some point here, we're going to have ourselves some severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings to cover as well, as we did just get a tornado watch not too long ago. Conditions are slowly but surely becoming more favorable for severe weather. Is the Y'all Squad warehouse safe? Our Y'all Squad warehouse is actually in a place where if we got a big historic flood, it would probably get some water, to be honest. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, but as far as I know, it's good right now. What do you think about Mississippi tonight? You guys are going to be the star of the show, unfortunately. Tonight, everybody in the dark orange there is going to be. Enhanced risk of severe weather. This is going to go well into the early morning hours tomorrow. We're going to have tornadoes, strong damaging winds. Right now, the focus is on the rain. But once again, we're going to be talking a lot about the severe weather more here in a moment. And on top of all that, we got snow. Let me take you back over here. Show you some of these snow reports that are still coming in. About an inch or two over here in southeast Pennsylvania, northern portions of New Jersey. Some heavier snow totals up here in western New York, about 2 inches. Let's see here. Yeah, about 2 inches, honestly, near Binghamton. It's going to continue to snow in Boston up towards Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, upstate New York tonight. By Monday morning, some of these places will have over a foot of snow on the ground. We're still dealing with freezing rain right now in some portions of Virginia as well, central Virginia. We've got flooding going on as well as freezing rain. We've got lots of power outages along Interstate 81, specifically as a result of some of the flooding, some of the freezing rain that we had this morning. But it looks like the regular rain is becoming a bigger problem now, as most of these are flood reports that we're seeing. Look at all of these flooding reports coming out of Kentucky and West Virginia. Elkhorn Creek is overflowing its banks and covering Highway 197. The Breaks Park Road in Hasey, Virginia is flooded. High water in the 1000 block of Watkins Branch Road. Significant flash flooding ongoing along State Creek Road, flooding homes. Water rescues are underway. Laurel Branch is being flooded. Over here in Hurley, houses are being flooded from flash flooding. Pretty much right in here is where I've seen the highest concentration of flood reports so far. But there is some good news. Let me put this in motion. This rain is going to stop in southwestern Virginia and southern West Virginia for a period of time. It's just now starting to let up here at the weather house. And then it'll be dry for several hours. But then eventually all of this back here is going to come through and, likely drop more significant rain tonight. So when the rain stops, the problems really don't stop here. We still have to deal with hours of runoff. The smaller creeks and streams will start to recede whenever the rain stops. But then your medium tributaries will start to rise. And then, well into tomorrow, we'll be dealing with river flooding out here in eastern Kentucky, southern West Virginia, and southwestern Virginia. Here's an image from Grundy, Virginia. Once again, something you just really hate seeing. Somebody's driving through the water there. Not going to end well for somebody who does that. Sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. Upper Poor Valley Road in McCready is flooded out with pavement being torn up by the water right after the church. It's not safe for anyone to pass through. Here's a view of Princeton, West Virginia. Water's completely inside of the Dairy Queen there. Looks like the Exxon station's got water in it. These are places that don't get water, extremely often. And just a reminder, there is a tornado watch, just for anybody who hasn't seen this yet. This is what we're waiting on as far as the severe weather situation goes. A few tornadoes are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Memphis is included in this. Shreveport, Vicksburg, Alexandria. How high is the water? It's getting higher, that's for sure. Look at that. Continues to rise very quickly. Once we can no longer see the little dark area there, I don't know, the edge of the river bank, I guess you could say, we're getting into flood stage. Moderate flood stage, I should say. It's already past minor.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you have a second, hit me up.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Ryan, we are on the move. Finally, we're actively chasing. Going to go ahead. I'm not thinking. I could be wrong, but we'll keep it open. But I'm not thinking that the prefrontal supercells are going to get going at least within the next hour or so. So I'm actually going to go up towards Forest City, Arkansas, and try to get that line instead of just waiting on it. And we're going to kind of play a cat and mouse game as it's heading into Memphis. My gut is telling me that Memphis may be one of the main areas. So we're just going to keep with it and track it east.
All right, that's an update from Brad Arnold. Here is an intense video from Michaela Thacker. This is at the Belfry Elementary School in Pike County. And you can see that this water is moving quickly. It's rising fast. And this is an area that it's just going to continue to rise for the next several hours as runoff is going to continue to fill that creek bed there. So yeah, Brad is talking about how the prefrontals are probably not going to happen where he is. One thing that I'm thinking, though, is they're still probably going to happen. It's just much later than what I think any of us were expecting yesterday. I still think that a lot of our main severe weather is going to be happening between probably 8 p.m. Eastern to about midnight or 1 a.m. or so. So we started the stream at what, 4 or 3 or something like that. So we started a little early to cover the floods, but now the severe weather is not, it's not going yet, but it is coming. So yeah, I'll show you the latest from the HRRR. So this is essentially what the radar looks like right now. We've got storms starting to come together in East Texas, Northwest Louisiana, southern portions of Arkansas. This is what it'll look like about 9 p.m. This is when the squall line's really going to be getting its act together. We're going to see widespread severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, possibly damaging winds around Memphis, northwest Mississippi. And then also, we're going to have a pretty robust area of convection down here in southern Louisiana into southwestern Mississippi that might be tornadic in nature. That's going to continue until about midnight. Midnight's winds are getting even stronger in our squall line here. We might have multiple embedded tornadoes in that line, but we also are going to have a lot more convection out in front of the line at this point in southern Mississippi, southwestern Alabama. Those storms are going to we're going to have to watch those very closely. Even as far back as into 2 a.m., we're going to have very strong storms out here, out in front of the line, that are going to be in a very decent environment for tornadogenesis. And the tornadic environment doesn't go away or even start to diminish significantly, I think, until after 2 a.m. Then definitely our main threat's going to be strong winds in East Tennessee, Southeast Alabama. Once the storms get to Atlanta, for example, at 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning, strong winds are going to be the main problem there. Tornado threat's going to be much, much lower. Mercer County, West Virginia has declared a state of emergency. And here's an update on the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River here at Pikeville, Kentucky. Continues to get higher and higher. This will probably get to the bottom of the bridge there here soon, which is something I've only seen happen a couple of times in my life. Also, the getting reports of many more power outages in my neck of the woods. So if the stream drops for a second, we'll be right back, and there might be a sound, a gentle hum of a generator in the background, but we'll be able to continue to be here. Full house at the Memphis National Weather Service. Please remain weather aware and be alert of warnings as the threat of severe weather will increase over the next few hours. So lots of people at National Weather Service Memphis getting ready to issue those severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that we've been talking about. So far, this might be the longest we've ever went without even a severe thunderstorm warning on one of these streams. But I think that, you know, it's good that we went ahead and came on here to cover the flooding aspect. We've been streaming now for 2 hours and 16 minutes. We have 3 catastrophic flash flood emergencies in effect. We have a tornado watch in effect, and we're about to see several tornado warnings be issued, I believe, at some point. So stay tuned. It's not over yet. Lots of special weather statements are starting to show up, and those are usually predecessors or precursors to our severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that eventually will come out. So things are starting to increase in intensity on the severe side. Things are letting up on the rain side, where a lot of these flash flood emergencies have been issued. The rain is either stopping or it's about to stop. And we're going to have a pretty decent break from the heavy rain. But later tonight, it is going to come through again, dropping another 1 to 2 inches of rain very quickly, causing even more problems in the mountains of eastern Kentucky, southwest Virginia, and western Virginia. Here's a photo from Reservoir Street in Central City, Kentucky. Drew says, Grundy, Virginia and Hurley, Virginia are in bad shape. I have friends stranded in their homes. Yeah, there's lots of reports coming out of that area specifically. That's really unfortunate. And we're going to try to keep you updated on as much of that as possible. So, but sometimes, though, in situations like this, it's a little while before you hear about some of the worst things. Like the number one thing that everybody that's experiencing a catastrophic flood right now, the number one thing that they're worried about is saving their life and getting the heck out of Dodge if they can, and helping their friends and neighbors out. We're not hearing the reports coming in nearly as much as we will later tonight and into tomorrow, because it's not everybody's first priority to report things, you know what I mean, in a situation like this. Yeah, it does look like after this storm's over, we're going to be talking about Snow again. Pretty decent signal for another big snowstorm that impacts Kansas City through the Ohio Valley. And then this one actually might be a bigger storm for the Mid-Atlantic region and Northeast. But I say we get through this before we talk too much about that. Tomorrow's video, if we do a video tomorrow, will be all about that. Here's some incredible shots from our friend Billy Bowling. This is in Pennington Gap, Virginia. The Powell River is currently out of its banks in Pennington Gap, Virginia. Look at this. And these are the kinds of rivers as well that will, these are going to rise well after the rain stops. We got another really impressive downpour happening here at the Weather House. I wonder if we're going to get a break here soon. Notice how the rain is lifting to the north, but here recently we just had some new convection pop up right in here. Gosh, whoever ends up, at some point, this is going to stop going north, and it's going to kind of stall. And wherever that happens, which it might be right in here, that'll be another place that gets really significant flooding this evening. Maybe from around West Liberty through Paintsville over towards Logan, West Virginia. Rain gauge. Yeah, where's my rain gauge at? Yeah, we're about at 3 inches of rain here. Another place that I'm seeing a lot of is Pennington Gap, Virginia. Here's another video. This is from Scanner Food. This is Pennington Gap, Virginia. So from about Grundy through Pennington Gap, then Richland, Bluefield, over towards Blacksburg. These are some of the hardest hit areas so far from what I can tell. Sorry, I'm trying to read some of the chat. Moto, thank you for joining. Arkansas weather. Yeah, so in Arkansas, most of you in southeastern Arkansas are under a tornado watch. We've got no storms of severe at severe levels yet, but we're waiting on that to kind of pick up. But the flood risk in Arkansas is not quite as high as what we're seeing in Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia. Huntsville, Alabama, I think that you guys are going to see most of your storms, most of your significant severe weather much later tonight, maybe around midnight or after, and it's going to be quick. It'll be likely mostly straight line damaging winds that'll be the problem over there. Let's see if there's any new reports coming in. Flooding at Liberty Heights. Multiple areas of Rutherford Hollow are flooded. Possible entrapment of residents. That's coming in from Mingo County, West Virginia. Water's covering both lanes of Mate Hatfield Lane near Dale Barton. We're getting reports of high water on Maysburg Road near Omar, West Virginia. Water is surrounding homes and covering the road. So a lot of our, biggest flooding was happening down here. Oops, sorry, you can't see that, can you? A lot of the bigger flooding reports were coming in from down here between southwest Virginia and southern West Virginia. That same area of rain is starting to train over this area now. So we're going to start to hear more from Williamson over towards Logan. Beckley, high water is in the 700 blocks of Stanford Road, for example. Now we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So Princeton, West Virginia is getting really close to being a large portion of the south part of the town is being flooded right now. They're evacuating a lot of businesses in the town, and that is a decent sized town. The high school area is also being entirely evacuated right now. Lots of the McDonald's there, Walgreens, Dairy Queen, Ross, like all of those businesses, if you are in that area, are currently under evacuation orders. And houses in that area are being surrounded by water, quoting that kind of from the scanner. And they're trying to get to them before it is too dark to even get to them for search and rescue.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah, for keeping us updated on the news that's coming out of some of these communities that are being flooded right now. By the way, I see some people in chat asking, yes, the Y'all Squad will likely show up and do something to support these communities that are being impacted by the flooding today. If you want to help us, the best way to go about that is by going to the y'allsquad.org and submitting a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit organization. We're going to fill up box trucks full of supplies. We're going to hand them to people on ATVs and four-wheelers, and we're going to go over the rubble, through the debris, and get into the backs of these haulers and make sure that the people that can't get out are still getting things that they need. It's what we did after the the floods in southeastern Kentucky a few years ago. It's a lot of what we are helping out with in West North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. And we'll do it again for this one if needed. So once again, you can submit a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit where we help people that have been hit by flash floods, tornadoes, and hurricanes over at the y'allsquad.org. This is from the Clarksville, Tennessee mayor. The Cumberland River is expected to crest in Clarksville at 52 feet early on Monday. Flood stage is 46 feet. So that's going to cause some problems. Here's an image being sent to us from James. This is on Twitter. Thank you, James, for sending this in. This is mile marker 86, around mile marker 86 to 87 northbound on Interstate 69 between Dawson Springs and Princeton. There's been a rock slide. It's 3 miles from the Hopkins County line, likely from excessive rainfall, yeah. And wow, there you go. That ding is the first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. And that's going to be down here in Louisiana. Let me get everything straightened up here. Yeah, so the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Beanville, Bossier, Caddo, DeSoto, and 2 more parishes in Louisiana. This is going to go on for the next 54 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible with this one. Let's see if there's any... Yeah, that's there's, as far as I can tell, there's not a tornado possible tag on this one. So this is just for this is for the 60-mile-per-hour wind. So get ready out there in Mansfield, over towards Hall Summit, Ringgold. This is going to be our first significant storm of the day on the severe weather side. It looks like it's packing quite the punch. As it goes up, this will eventually go up towards Ruston and Minden in Louisiana as well. And if they are warning this one, they're likely going to warn some of these other ones as well. You can see there is a little bit of a rotation here at the base of this storm, though. So this is something that we certainly should watch. Right over Mansfield, it started to pick up a little bit. So right after they issued the warning, this storm started to rotate a little bit more. You can see something similar to that's happening right up here as well. So we'll have to watch this one very closely. So we've got 1 severe thunderstorm warning. We've got still like over 40 flash flood warnings right now. What about West Tennessee, tornadoes or wind? We've actually got a chance of both of those things in West Tennessee tonight. So definitely don't let your guard down. I'll show you the SPC risks again right here in a second. Here's another photo from Chuck. This is from Chuck in, this is Bennett's Fork of Yellow Creek. I believe this is near the Kentucky-Virginia border there. So waters continue to rise out there, even though it's not raining right now. Water is still a big problem. Yeah, if you're sending me pictures, please remember to send your location as well. I've got people monitoring our email, pics@ryanhaulyall.com, getting a lot of pictures of water with no context. So if you try to be as specific as possible about your location. Gosh, I hear the rain again here at the weather house. Several tornadoes are going to be possible tonight. Numerous. Holy smokes. Kelsey, look at what Kelsey sent me just now. This is Caney in Pikeville. This is near the weather house. This is really close to the weather house. Check out the live action mudslide caught on camera there from Kelsey. Thanks for sending this in. Be careful. Stay off the roads. Obviously, don't go that way. But this is one of the reasons why I'm expecting we might lose power here at the weather house. That kind of thing can easily push a power pole over if it continues to come off the mountain like that. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check it out. This one's going to be in Mississippi and Arkansas. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning for areas just to the west of Memphis. Chandra, I'm going to send you some cameras to look at here. And then some of these ones around Memphis probably are good to look at as well. So yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail now moving into the Wynne, Arkansas area. Also moving up towards Earl, Terrell, and Marked Tree. Let's look at this. There's not much rotation with this one. So as of right now, there's not a huge tornado threat with this. But the damaging winds up to 60 mile per hour and nickel-sized hail, that's going to be a problem here as this goes off to the north and west of Memphis. And I think that this line of storms is going to continue to get stronger as it approaches Memphis, okay? So Memphis, get ready. We've got an hour or so before this is going to be a problem for us. Checking in on some other storms out here. There's a little one trying to pop up over here in front of the line in near Tupelo, Mississippi. And check out the wonderful view that we have from Hazcam number 9 in Tupelo, Mississippi of that storm as it tries to come together. Tiny little shower right now. It could become a more significant storm as it approaches Tupelo and then eventually Florence, Alabama, and places like that. So yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Crittenden County, Arkansas, Cross County, Arkansas, Mississippi County, Arkansas, and a couple of counties in Tennessee as well. And then that other severe thunderstorm warning that we're continuing to track here is in Bossier, Caddo, and DeSoto parishes in Louisiana. Jennifer, thanks for being here for 12 months, and thanks for the kind words. Says, Ryan, can't answer for each town. Stay weather aware and be prepared if you plan. Yeah, so I'm guessing there's some people who are upset because I'm not talking about your town in chat. I am sorry. There's one of me. There's like 40 or 50,000 of you guys, okay? I'm doing my best. My goal is to focus on the most important and potentially life-threatening aspects of the weather. If I'm not talking about your town currently, that's probably a good thing. Beaujeu Parish. I knew that. Just had to be reminded, you know. Gee willikers, look at this. Water's rising in Laurel County, Kentucky. This is from Chris and Ashley. Thank you for sending this. Yeah, that's big. The Bash, thanks for being here for 38 months. Kato says, hey, Ryan, I just want to say you're a saint for all the work you do. Thank you, Katos. Thank you for the support. You did not have to do that. And you don't have to thank me. I love this. I love monitoring the weather. I love, this is my dream, right? I've always wanted to do weather, so thank you guys for allowing me to be here and for trusting us for your weather coverage. It means the world to me. We take it very seriously. Here's an update on the river in Pikeville, Kentucky, which is just continuing to rise very quickly. It's almost as high as I've ever seen it, and I've lived here for 31 years. This water right here is usually not visible at all from this camera. It's way down in the river down here, Here's another view. This is from Chris and Ashley in Laurel County, Kentucky. Gosh. That is some powerful water coming out of the Appalachian Mountains right now. Here's a view from, who's this from? Mandy. This is the Forked Deer River in Humboldt, Tennessee. Yeah, we currently have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, 3 flash flood emergencies. Those are our most prominent and important warnings that we have right now. Yeah, lots of roads are washed out all across portions of West Virginia and Virginia and southeast Kentucky. This is, let's see here. I'm trying to read through as many of you guys are sending so many photos and videos and reports, and I really do appreciate it. I'm trying to get through as many of them as possible. This is from the Army Corps of Engineers, current water levels and impacts, the Cumberland River in Nashville. So yeah, right now the only thing, like every report that's coming in, every everything that we have crossing our feeds right now is related to flooding. I imagine some wind reports, hail and tornado reports will be a part of the mix as time goes on. Hopefully not, but that's one of the main reasons why we are here, is to cover our major severe weather outbreak, which is expected to be underway soon. Let me show you some details on that, just in case you haven't seen it. There's your enhanced risk of severe weather that includes western Tennessee, southeastern Arkansas, eastern Louisiana, all of Mississippi, southern and southwestern Alabama, and the extreme western portion of the Florida Panhandle. We've got high risk of excessive rainfall today in West Kentucky, West Tennessee. And then look at this. Our enhanced risk of severe weather is driven by, at least partially, a hatched tornado risk. This means that there's a 10% probability anywhere in the yellow area where you see the hatched lines. There's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point there. And then also, there's a pretty good chance that some of those tornadoes will be strong, producing EF2 damage or greater. And then we've got a 45% probability of seeing damaging winds here in the purple, 30% in the red. And then there's actually not much of a hail risk with tonight's storms. Storms are going to move east tomorrow, bringing about a slight risk in Florida, Georgia. And then they'll be out of our hair. And then we're going to go back into snow mode. We're going to be completely focused on snow after this storm goes by. Checking back in on our severe thunderstorms. Pretty strong severe thunderstorm moving into, moving through Wynne, Arkansas right now. This is going to be moving into Parkin, Earl, and Terrell and Mark Tree here soon. 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be our main threat. Not a lot of rotation from what I can tell so far, but that might change. This is approaching Memphis. Okay, this storm will be interacting with Memphis within an hour or so. So keep that in mind. If you're in Memphis, the storms are coming. We've got another severe thunderstorm down here in Louisiana, Bossier Parish, Caddo and DeSoto parishes next 37 minutes. This will be going on for you guys. And the rotation with this one was actually pretty impressive for a second. And now it's a little bit less impressive. I'm still watching several areas of new rotation popping up to the south, though. Look at this right here, here, and here. Yeah, we're probably going to see our first tornado warning of the day within the next hour, maybe even the next 30 minutes associated with one of these storms. Here's an update from the Liberty Casey County Rescue Squad. Water evac number 1, 2 elderly patients successfully removed from a flooded residence. Please make plans to move now. Water is still rising, and heavy rains are forecast. So if you're in one of the places that's been experiencing flooding and the water and the rain is stopped, just know that the water will rise for a little bit after that. And it is going to rain again tonight. Everybody else, we all still have to go through this big wall of rain tonight. The squall line is going to hit us all. It'll be less. It won't last as long, right, as the original rain that's caused a lot of this flooding. But it is going to be a heavier rain, and it's going to shoot those Creeks and streams up really quickly tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. So just keep that in mind. Got a little bit of a shelf cloud visible on Radar Omega camera here in Union City, Tennessee. This is, I'm assuming, near Memphis. Nor'easter on Thursday, it's possible. It's possible. I don't want to talk about it too much right now because I haven't looked a lot. Been focusing on this. Tomorrow, though, if we do a video tomorrow, I'll completely pour all the information on you concerning that next storm. Does look like it's going to be a snowmaker from Kansas City through the Ohio Valley into the Mid-Atlantic at least. Here's a photo from Moonshine Mafia. This is the mouth of Long Fork in Virgie, also pretty close to my neck of the woods here and at the Weather House. Significant flooding going on in Virgie. Hey, thank you, Corbin. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're live right now. Every time I look at chat here recently, I feel like somebody's asking, is this live? And I don't know what we can do to answer that question. Like automatically, you know? Hey, Nas, thank you. It says, how does Amherst, Virginia look like? I have several friends up there and I'm worried about them. So it's, as far as the flooding goes, flooding and ice would be my concerns in that general vicinity. But for the most part, I would say that area is probably not going to be as heavily impacted as areas farther to the south and west. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a problem or two with flooding. And then the ice the situation is also something that we have to watch there, and in the higher elevations, especially where it's a little bit colder. More flood reports coming in. Flooding at First Avenue at Valley View Street and James Street over there in Raleigh County, West Virginia. Devil's, what is that? Backbone and Odd Road are underwater in West Virginia. Oh yeah, so it's flooding over here in Odd, West Virginia. Still tons of new reports coming in from the from Virginia down here near Buchanan and Dixon counties as well. So just another sign that water is still rising, even though the rain is stopped for the most part. All of these little markers are flood reports, by the way, y'all. Snow reports farther to the north. 2 inches of snow in Sullivan County, New York. Honestly, that's like the highest. I haven't seen much over 2 inches. There's 3 inches in Tioga County, New York. The heaviest snow is going to fall over the next couple of days up here in Vermont and Maine and New Hampshire. I think southern Quebec, between Montreal, Quebec, and places like extreme northern Maine are going to get it well over a foot of snow by Monday morning. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So speaking of snow, there's actually a small kind of snow band in Oklahoma right now, and it is producing snow that is giving visibilities of a half a mile or less, according to the National Weather Service. So it's actually a pretty dense snow band.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. We're not even thinking about Oklahoma right now because so much is going on to the east of this low pressure system. But even back here, we've got a really impressive snow band getting ready to come through Oklahoma City. Also southeast Kansas. And this is going to persist, I think, as it moves east towards Tulsa, Springfield later. So y'all get ready for that. Very large storm system. Snow in the northeast. Flooding rains from the Ohio Valley over towards the Mid-Atlantic. Some ice in the south central Appalachians. Severe weather in the Mid-South and Deep South. And then snow back here. We've got a decent view of one of our storms that we're watching here near Alexandria, Louisiana. On a HazCam. Look at that. We'll try to get a closer look at that. Oh yeah, these storms are actually getting a little bit more impressive. The storm that we're looking at there on that camera is rotating a little bit. But the main thing that's happening there is just getting a lot stronger very quickly. Yeah, so Alexandria, Louisiana, you guys are under a tornado watch. These storms are going to have to be watched as they are out in front of that main line. It's in a little bit of a confluence band here. And they're going to be able to rotate as they go up towards Harrisonburg, Winnsboro, and Mangrum. Brad Arnold's on a developing storm as well out there near Marianna, Arkansas. Brad, what do you say, man? You smelling anything out there? He's a tornado sniffer. So we got to see what he's sniffing, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Ryan. So we are on Forest City right now, going to make my way over to the Memphis area. A lot of these are looking a little bit troublesome. One thing that I am noticing, though, as I got closer to the storms, I don't know if a lot of these storms are outflow dominant or if the cold front's undercutting these, but it went from about 70 degrees in front of the storms, or well out in front of the storms, to I'm down to 55 degrees right now, and I haven't even made it to the storm yet. So, obviously, you know how tornadoes work. You got to have that warm, juicy air out in front of it. And I'm not sure if it's outflow dominant right now, but just going to try to stay in front of these storms for a little bit. and see if they can get going. But like I said, I'm going to get up to Forest City and then over to Memphis and just kind of play that mouse.
Okay. All right. So that's an update from Brad Arnold, who's out there giving us a view on the road for these storms that are coming into the Memphis area. By the way, Memphis, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys ended up under a severe thunderstorm warning here soon.
Hey, Ryan, I was also going to say, sorry, I hope I didn't cut you off, but I was also going to say that the low-level jet's really going to start kicking in here within about another hour or so. So I think the tornado potential is going to go up pretty substantially.
Yeah, tornado threat's going to go up. Yesterday, when I was looking at the models, the tornado threat seemed to be something that was going to happen earlier in the day. But it looks like the only thing that's changed here is we've moved the timeline back a little bit. I think still between 8 and like 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. that's going to be our peak severe weather time. We've currently been streaming for exactly 3 hours. It is 6:30, 6:36 Eastern, 23:36 Z, 5:36 Central. And we're going to be here for the long haul. I don't know exactly how long we'll be here, but until we're not needed anymore. So buckle in. And then also, if you know anybody that might need coverage, if you know anybody that out there that typically doesn't tune into the weather, let them know that this is going to be a serious situation tonight, and with our tornado potential and our continued flash flooding potential. And we're going to be here all night long for free, commercial free, given potentially life-saving information out here on YouTube. So if you know somebody that might find that valuable, send them a message on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Share it out there, however. And if you don't want to share us, go ahead and hit the like button here on YouTube, like a regular YouTube video, so that the YouTube algorithm can put us in front of people that might need this information. The water continues to rise over here near Big Stone Gap. Look at that. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Autumn, for sending this in. We've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Two things I'm watching right now that haven't quite come together yet, but I guess are at least trending steady state in terms of their tornado potential. One is near Athens, Louisiana, from the Shreveport radar. It's about east-northeast of it, just north of I-20. That one has had some consistent rotation. We're currently sampling the mesocyclone itself, so the rotation's a little bit out in front of the part of the storm that we would look for to become tornadic. The other one is south of the Shreveport radar near Pelican and Pleasant Hill in Louisiana. And that one also does not have a warning attached to it, but has also exhibited pretty solid rotation for a while now. Also a little bit displaced from where we would look in the storm for any potential tornado. So we know these storms are rotating a fair amount, definitely more than they were previously. Neither one are warned, so that is just what I have my eyes on currently. So if we do get a warning on either of them, or either of them ramp up a little more, I'll be sure to talk about it more directly. Say the northern one just got severe warned, so we'll see if they continue to ramp up.
All right, thank you, Andy. Bringing our attention to this storm down here, coming up towards Junction City, Spearsville, and Bernice. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it now, and there is a decent amount of rotation near Athens right here, coming up towards Lisbon and Bernice. Y'all get ready. If that continues to increase, if it continues to look more and more impressive like that, we might see a tornado warning issued for this one. Also, as Andy mentioned, a decent amount of rotation popping up with the storm to the south and east of the Shreveport radar as well. This one's coming up towards Coshada, Edgefield. And even beyond that, there's a couple more general areas of rotation to watch going forward. There's another severe thunderstorm warning. Here we go. This one's going to be up here in Arkansas and Tennessee. So this is to the north of Memphis. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is coming up towards Wilson, Osceola, and Ripley. The main thing here is going to be the wind and hail. Surprisingly, I didn't think we'd see a 1-inch hailstone today with how the setup is coming together, but it's warned for potentially 1-inch in diameter hail coming into Wilson and Osceola here over the next 50 minutes. Get indoors. Memphis, get ready. These storms are heading in your general direction. This warning back here in Louisiana got cut off a little bit. It still includes Ringgold, and it's going to continue for 19 minutes for Bossier, Red River, and Webster parishes in Louisiana. So yeah, that's what's going on there. I am most concerned about our rotating storms down here, I think. And there's another severe thunderstorm warning coming through now for, this one's actually for our storm that has the rotation coming up towards Coushatta. Tornado possible tag on this one. So, yeah, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado coming up towards Coushatta, Martin, and Ashland. The rotating part of this storm is getting ready to cross Interstate 49. It'll cross Interstate 49 near Rambin. So y'all get ready. We've got a significant amount of severe thunderstorm warnings now. Some of these have tornado possible tags on them, meaning that we're watching the rotating parts of the storm just in case. But yeah, that's what's going on now. We are now officially transitioning into the more severe weather portion of this stream. We started off completely focused on the flooding. That's still a priority for us. Don't get me wrong, but we kind of backed off a little bit. The rain has stopped in a lot of the areas where we're experiencing most of the flooding. So hopefully things will calm down a little bit. But as we know, water is going to continue to rise for the next several hours, and we'll continue to relay those reports to you as they come in. Here's another video. Holy smokes. From Virgie, Kentucky. This is right down the road from the weather house, y'all. Significant flooding going on in Virgie, Kentucky right now. This is Joyce Street. Look at that building floating down the river there behind the home. So significant flooding continues in Kentucky. It's going to continue. It's in West Virginia and Virginia for several hours. Yeah, Elijah's saying that he's hearing on the Pike County scanner here where I am that the water is still rising quick. So it looks like things are...
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you have a second.
It looks like things are about to really pick up here. I've been sitting here for 3 hours, and I think we're going to hear from Brad, and I think I'm going to go get myself something to drink and get ready to really buckle in for the next 3 hours or 6 hours, however long we're going to be locked into these severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. So yeah, let's hear from Brad, and then I'll do that real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, sorry, my connection to the live stream has been in and out a little bit tonight, having an issue with AT&T towers around this area is what I found out. But I was going to let you know I'm going to head east towards Memphis on I-40. The storms have increased substantially in the past half an hour or so, as you can see. Also, I'm noticing some minor street flooding and puddling that's going on west of Memphis and Forest City as well. So that could be a thing, obviously a sign to come. With the flooding issue. So keeping an eye on that, but we're going to head east and try to stay out a little bit in front of this storm and get them as they come.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Our first tornado warning of the day. There it is. This is going to be in Tennessee. This is for Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. This is going to expire in 44 minutes. Let's check out the velocity here. Really decent amount of rotation here near central Tennessee. And then check it out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hook here on this tiny little sail as it goes up towards Halls and Beech Grove. Now, we just got another tornado warning. This one includes the northern suburbs of Memphis. Tornado warning for Crittenden, Mississippi counties in Arkansas, and then Shelby County, Tennessee. This one goes on for 43 minutes. There is a concerning appendage on reflectivity here on the southern part of the storm near Jeanette. That might be some rotation that's trying to pop up here as it goes up towards Crawfordsville and Marion. Once again, tornado warning is in effect for Shelby County, Tennessee. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted to talk about those since it's not something we can either of those are not something we can readily observe on radar. Very interesting tornado warnings. The first one to the north is just completely obscured by radar artifacts here, but you can kind of tell what's happening based on the structure of the storm, and you can even get a look from it from the Paducah radar much further away. You can see a solid spinning part of the storm aloft, and it's right on the warm front. The warm front is extended just up there to where that storm is currently sitting. It might even be a little bit past the warm front, but warm fronts are not static walls. Winds can blow through them just a bit. The storm can ingest winds in the lowest levels past the warm front and actually cause the warm front to move north just a little bit into
a new
the storm
tornado
itself.
warning has been issued.
That was a good warning for our northern one. And this one to the west, you see the appendage there. I don't actually think that that is concerning yet. I think that the tornado warning was issued in advance because this is also right on the warm front. Memphis is solidly in our warm sector. Dew points are right next to the temperatures, and that's why you're seeing all these warnings come out. But these storms are still about 15 to 20 miles away from that warm front right there. So I think that once those storms reach the warm front, it's going to go like that. It's going to snap like that. So it's really good to have all these warnings out from National Weather Service Memphis ahead of time to let people know that these things are going to, turn from being elevated and, not concerning past their severe wind threat if they do exert any severe winds on the surface to able to produce tornadoes in just the blink of an eye. So yeah, we should be really ready for these storms. And since we've got, pre-warnings out for them already, essentially, once we see any debris signatures, I'll swap over to letting you know immediately of that. So I expect these three cells that are now warned, particularly the southern two, to continue and be tornadic for a while. This northern one, I'm not sure if it'll last too long as it passes over the warm front. So hopefully hopefully we'll have really good coverage of the southern two, and hopefully the northern one peters out just a bit. So until the warnings are allowed to expire, though, please heed them accordingly.
All right, thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill, all over it as these tornado warnings are coming out very quickly. Let's go through them again. as we had a new one come in there as well. Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee, you guys are under a tornado warning. We've got the rotating part of the storm moving towards Halls, Beech Grove, Dyersburg, and Eaton. Take shelter now. Then we've got our tornado warning for the northern side of Memphis. This is for Shelby County, Tennessee. Really hard to tell anything about this one via radar, but potentially the places that we need to be concerned for here and the places where we need to be taking shelter is Marion in Arkansas, and then Millington and maybe Kerrville and Munford in Tennessee. Okay. And then last but not least, we've got our newest tornado warning for Lee and Francis counties in Arkansas and Crittenden County, Arkansas. That's going to go on for the next 24 minutes. This includes Mariana, and this includes Hughes. Take shelter now if you're in any of those warnings. So we now have 3 tornado warnings currently all around Memphis. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and a lot of these are close to trying to produce tornadoes as well. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in between our tornado warnings that is in effect for Osceola, and we've got a severe thunderstorm warning as well on the border between Louisiana and Arkansas for Lincoln County or Lincoln Parish, Union Parish, and then Union County in Arkansas. So this is what's happening here, where all of these storms are very quickly lighting up. We're probably going to start to see some warnings for these storms over here near Winnsboro as well. And things are getting quite interesting as the storms light up here. Lots of lightning on that Union City store camera. Back room, let's focus on the Memphis area. We got plenty of traffic cameras and tower cameras around there. Put up as many of them as you can that look decent. And then so we've got 3 tornado warnings, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm gonna go get myself that drink now before we get too locked in. Let me try something out here. Give me just a moment, y'all. Yeah, I gotta replenish, I guess you could say, because I think I'm going to be sitting here for the next. It's going to be a long night. Let's just put that. Let's just say that.
It's 6:53 p.m. ET. The temperature at the weather house is 51 degrees Fahrenheit, with a dew point of 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Join the conversation. Let us know in the chat what kind of weather you're experiencing right now.
Be right back.
We're getting several reports of severe weather conditions across multiple states. Just now, in Routt County, Colorado, the public has reported 12 inches of snow accumulating 4 miles southwest of Phippsburg. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, flooding is causing significant issues. 13 minutes ago, a resident in Floyd County, 2 miles south of Wayland, reported water levels reaching 1.5 feet in their basement. Additionally, the floodwaters are dangerously close, within 6 feet of their house, and a nearby gas plant has also been inundated. In Carlisle County, widespread flash flooding has been reported by emergency management around a mobile home on Highway 80. Similarly, in Wise County, Virginia, water rescues are underway, with flooding around homes and road closures reported in Coburn. Please stay informed and take necessary precautions if you are in these affected areas. We just got a report of a debris flow happening 2 miles south of Pax, West Virginia, in Raleigh County. About 14 minutes ago, there was a rock slide on Sweeneysburg Road at Sims Branch Road. It's currently unknown if the road is blocked. This update comes from the 911 call center.
All right. All right, I'm back. I think we're ready. I'm also trying to coordinate food. Normally, we heavily rely on DoorDash here during these streams, but we've got like major flooding going on around us, so we don't know if that's going to be an option tonight. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, our tornado coverage is starting now. We've got several tornado warnings in effect. Let's go through them again and let's get an update on them. They're just to the north of Memphis. We do have a tornado warning for Marion and Millington. Those areas, please take shelter if you haven't already. That warning is going to last for the next 34 minutes. There's not a lot that we can tell from velocity, but this little appendage here is what I'm assuming is that's what the precautionary warning was issued for. As this moves farther into a more favorable environment, this might curl up and try to produce a tornado somewhere between Marion and Millington in Tennessee. So we want you to take shelter just in case. Now, up here towards Dyersburg, we've got another tornado warning in effect. Still can't tell much via velocity here. But same thing, near Beech Grove, Dyersburg, up towards New Bern, Tennessee. This might be trying to produce a tornado over the next 34 minutes, so please take shelter if you're in Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, or Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. And then last but not least, our newest warning is for Francis and County, Arkansas, and Tunica County, Mississippi. This is also not a lot to go by on velocity here, but still a precautionary warning for Mariana and Hughes in Louisiana. Please take shelter now. This is a precursor to the rest of the night. I really do think we're going to see tornado warnings throughout the rest of the night. If you're east of this line, get ready to take shelter all the way over towards potentially Jackson, Tennessee later, Collierville, Clarksville, Greenville, Mississippi. You guys are included in this. And then we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. 1 inch in diameter hail is getting ready to come through the Osceola area. How about you down here in East Texas and West Mississippi? We've got a decent storm coming into Manny, Louisiana now. I think we've got a HAZCAM here. Yeah, we should be looking at HAZCAM number 22. HAZCAM number 22 back room. This severe thunderstorm is going right over that right now. And then we've got all of these little storms popping up out here around Alexandria. That are also starting to look pretty interesting on radar, starting to rotate. So these are things that we have to watch very closely. HAZCAM's number 3. Oh my goodness. So back room, if you can hear me, HAZCAM's number 3 and HAZCAM number 22. We need to be monitoring those on the stream. Additionally, HAZCAM's number 5. These are pretty strong storms coming together now all around the Alexandria area. Yeah, here's that severe thunderstorm that's happening now in mini Louisiana. You can't really tell much about it. It's just a lot of rain. But as this moves off to the east, this is going to be a pretty strong storm that goes into Natchitoches. Also, pretty strong storm moving into Kenton, Tennessee. You can see it moving in here through this radar Omega camera that we can see in, once again, Kenton, Tennessee. Dyersburg, Tennessee. Yeah, you guys are under a tornado warning. All right, good news. DoorDash worked, I think. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Dyersburg, Tennessee, you guys are under a tornado warning. This is what it looks like right now. It's going to last for the next 30 minutes. I don't have a lot more information for you. The radar, this is a precautionary radar indicated tornado warning. If things come together in a more organized fashion, we will be the first to let you know. Right now, though, we just need you to take shelter, and there's no reports of an actual tornado down, but that could change. Same thing for you guys down here near Millington, Tennessee, okay? Tornado warning for you north of Memphis, and then we've got a tornado warning for Marianna and Hughes in Arkansas. We just got an request for communication from Brad. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan. So we are east of Forest City right now. I'm trying to look down south. It does appear like the one that's east of Forest City, the southernmost tornado warning, does appear to try to be taking on maybe an embedded supercell characteristic, trying to wrap right there just east of Forest City. I'm on Interstate 40 right now trying to look south. The precip on these storms is just insane. The precipitant water index has to be off the charts. It is just an absolute downpour. I'm not able to see anything to my south, so I'm going to have to find some clear air at some point to be able to see this. But it is very difficult driving conditions, a lot of puddling on the roads, and very heavy wind as well. So, but if I see anything from this storm, I'll let you know. But it does look like it's ramping up.
All right, thank you, Brad. Back room, let's put the Tennessee cameras in the top row and the Louisiana cameras on the bottom row, if you don't care. Okay, so Brad's out there near our tornado warned storm in Arkansas and Tennessee. And then we've got a significant storm going just to the north of Memphis right now, prompting a tornado warning for Millington. Take shelter if you haven't already. That's going to last for the next 29 minutes. We also have now, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So things are ramping up. Things are ramping up out there. Nashville checking in. It'll be a while before the storms get to Nashville, but they will get there. If you don't care, I know let's put Brad in one. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just having the utmost care and attention to this storm that's warned north of Memphis. Right now, a very trained eye can see that there's a slight outflow boundary just ahead of where the hook of that storm would be. If it were to reach out, extend forward, we were able to see that hook of the storm. I think if it has one more good surge, it's now properly in the warm sector. So as soon as it surges forward, or it has this rear flank downdraft come down from the back of the storm and surge forward, hit the ground and spread out, if it catches up to that outflow boundary right there just outside the radar, just to the southeast of the storm, it will definitely, it definitely looks like a storm that can produce a tornado to me. In fact, I thought it was imminent just a little bit ago, but that outflow boundary is just a slight bit ahead of it, maybe on the order of a half a mile or so. So if it catches up, 1/2 mile is all it needs to become a tornadic storm. So this warning being in place much before that happened is a really good thing. So watching the evolution of it very closely, the one to the south and west is still in like 55 Fahrenheit over 55. So a pretty cold environment there, but right out in front of it, right as it gets to the Mississippi River, you can see the state line there denoting where it is. It is in the warm sector. So I think it'll have a similar evolution if the storm holds together by that point. So that's where we're standing at right now. No tornado genesis yet on those storms, but very, very close to being able to do so.
All right. Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy, talking about the storm here just north of Memphis that has the tornado warning on it. We've got a tornado watch in effect for the next 4 hours for Memphis, all the way over to Jackson, Mississippi, near Tupelo. I expect these warnings to continue, as the storms move east, and they're going to continue to be entering a more favorable zone for tornado genesis as well. Right now, the rotating part of the storm that we're concerned about in St. Francis County, Arkansas, is moving past Mariana over towards Hughes. And then the part of the storm that would potentially rotate here soon with the storm north of Memphis is going to be moving into the Millington area within the next 15 minutes. So hopefully everybody out there is in their safe spots. We do have a tornado warning for Dyersburg, Tennessee. That's going to continue for the next 25 minutes. None of these are actively producing tornadoes right now, as far as we can tell. But they are significant storms that have the potential to, very quickly. So we're watching them not only on radar, but also from the sky. We've got tower cameras out there giving us a good view of the storm coming into Memphis right now. Look at that big shelf cloud coming into Memphis at the UT Health Center. Ominous view. That's going to race in and potentially bring about some damaging winds. And once again, we've got that tornado threat just to the north of town. We've got Brad Arnold out there near Widener, Arkansas. We're also watching a really, impressive light show coming into Millington, Tennessee. Same thing out here in Union City, Tennessee. We've been seeing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning with these storms, indicating that they are getting a little bit more impressive. I keep saying that, but they're getting a little bit more strong. They're becoming more mature as we go into the evening. As Brad was talking about, the low-level jet is starting to kick up. And also, as we've just been seeing it all day through the models, right around the time these storms got near Memphis and then points east is when the squall line really starts to ramp up. And we're seeing that happening now. We've got something going on with our Jenna, Louisiana camera. Nice showers coming together here. This will likely also turn into a severe warned storm here soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the cell in question, that North Memphis warning, there's actually a new hook just northeast of that, a separate cell has begun to reach down right next to the radar, and you can see the hook forming basically out of nothing over the last few scans. Just watch it not be there, and on that latest scan, you can see its structure quite well. I think that that is trying to produce a tornado very soon. I think that the velocity just above the surface is really hard to read, but there's a bunch of turbulence right in that region. So I would not be surprised if we see something come of that. That's definitely further into that warm air, the warm, moist air there. And I think that its presence may even overtake all the info.
A new
from the cell
tornado
just
warning
behind
has
it.
been
So
issued.
that may become our more dominant tornadic threat, and we may see a warning out ahead of it further into Tipton County in Tennessee.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This right here is what he's talking about. Very concerning signature here near Millington, Tennessee. We've got to get everybody in Drummonds, Dixonville, Mumford into their safe spots. This place has been under a tornado warning now for a significant period of time, so hopefully everybody is already in their safe spots, but we could be seeing a tornado trying to come together right now as it goes just to the north of Kerrville towards Mumford. We'll probably see an extension of this warning over towards Brighton and Covington as well in Tennessee. This is a serious situation. Take shelter if you haven't already. We also just got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. This one's way up here in Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties in Kentucky. We've got some rotation here near Nortonville. It's moving over towards Graham, DePoy, and Greenville and Central City in Kentucky. Please take shelter if you haven't already. This one's it's radar indicated. It's precautionary, but it's still a serious situation. We need you to take shelter in Graham and DePoy. Let's go back down to our warning near Memphis. It's very important that we get the word out about this one once again, because I think it's one of the more impressive looking storms on radar right now, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a new warning issued here soon for Brighton and Covington in Tennessee. So y'all watch out, maybe even all the way over there towards Brownsville, and get ready. Know what you're going to do whenever that warning comes through. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Tornado warning continues for the next 5 minutes for Mariana and Hughes in Arkansas. This storm is also going to cross the Mississippi River here and go into Tunica County, Mississippi, and Shelby County, Tennessee. All of these storms are kind of honing in on the Memphis area right now. So yeah, we've got 4 tornado warnings at this moment. You can see the storm coming in really well via the UT Science Center camera here. This is a Radar Omega cyclone port. Just a really fascinating view here as the storms approach Memphis. Yeah, and Brad Arnold is right there near Heth, Arkansas. And you can see they just continued the tornado warning north of Memphis. They shrunk it down a little bit. You are no longer under a tornado warning in Gilmore or Terrell. You are still under a tornado warning in Kerrville, Mumford, and Drummonds in Tennessee. We got a new SPC mesoscale discussion. The tornado threat's going to continue here in the highlighted area. They've actually got Nashville included in that, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Paducah, Kentucky. So this exceeds the tornado watch that we've got that goes over towards Jackson. So yeah, we've got to, over the next several hours, we've got to keep an eye out for potential tornadoes from West Tennessee and Western Kentucky all the way over into Middle Tennessee. So we've got 4 tornado warnings right now. One of those is going to be for Mississippi County, Arkansas, Shelby County, Tennessee, and Tipton counties in Tennessee. We've got one up here in Kentucky for Hopkins County, Kentucky, and Muhlenberg County, Kentucky. Additionally, we've got Dyer County, Tennessee. This one's going to continue for 17 minutes. And Gibson County, Tennessee, under a tornado warning. And then last but not least, we still have for the next 2 minutes at least, St. Francis County, Arkansas, and Tunica County, Mississippi, under a tornado warning and this is the Mariana and Hughes storm. Beyond the tornado warnings, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is for Mississippi and Lauderdale counties in Arkansas and Tennessee. We've got another one down here in Louisiana for Union County, Arkansas, and Union Parish, Louisiana. We've got another one down here for Natchitoches, and this one's actually got a tornado possible tag. So does this one up here between Cashuta and Lucky. Some of these will start to get tornado warnings here soon, I believe, as they are rotating, especially the ones a little bit farther to the east over here, closer to Alexandria. We've got some really interesting looking storms popping up out here in Louisiana that we will have to watch very closely over the next several hours. So things are really starting to ramp up here. I'd be watching out in Alexandria, Natchez, St. Joseph, Monroe over the next several hours. I'm concerned about Lake Providence, Greenville even, Clarksdale, and then of course all of western Tennessee and Middle Tennessee. All right. So, yeah, we're starting to see the storm get really close here on the Kenton, Tennessee camera from the Radar Omega app. And we just got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. So this one includes Memphis. So there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis now. This is for Lee County, Arkansas, Francis County in Arkansas, Crittenden County in Arkansas, and Shelby County in Tennessee until 7 Central. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible in Memphis. This is going to go on for the next 45 minutes. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Some places that are going to get hit here include Bartlett, Germantown, West Memphis, Marion, Hughes, Crawfordville, Jericho, Southwest Memphis, Midtown Memphis, pretty much all of Memphis, Marion, and Bartlett. So get ready. This one's coming in hot, and it does have a tornado possible tag. A tornado is possible with this severe thunderstorm as it comes into Memphis over the next 45 minutes. Y'all watch out. We're officially over 3 inches of rain here at the Weather House, but it's also officially stopped raining. Thank goodness. Also, Storm Prediction Center is watching this area that I was just talking about for some prefrontal supercells. This is
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. I'm just going to let you know that the Storm Prediction Center just released a new mesoscale discussion that includes Western Kentucky, Western Tennessee, mentioning the tornado threats. You may want to check that out.
Brad ain't watching, is he? We done talked about that one, Brad. Go ahead, Andy. Brad's he's probably driving. You know what I mean? We can cut him some slack. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to point out something interesting, especially since hail is our lowest concern of all of our severe threats today, our standard ones that we track. There is actually a nice hail core, but I think it's all small melting hail in that cell that previously was tornado warned. That was the reason why we had a tornado warning there, and now the hook's out ahead of it, and just north of the Memphis radar took control there. As they did so, the cell behind became a sort of a hail producer, so it's become rather efficient. It's got a lot of small melting hail right in that area of highest reflectivity, and we can see that on the correlation coefficient because there's a lot of scattered values of slightly lowered correlation coefficient there, indicating that all this hail is in place and also melting as it's falling close to the surface. So just an interesting little case there. That hail may not even be of severe criteria in terms of its size. More so, it might just be closer to maybe even a hail blizzard if you're right in the core of that thing. It's probably pretty intense and a lot of small hailstones that are falling in there. So just an interesting look at some of the dynamics at play when one cell takes over another and it loses some connection to surface inflow, then it becomes this different sort of severe weather producer. So really cool evolution of the storms here right as they enter the Memphis metro and areas north.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Talking about the hail that we've got going on out here. By the way, the severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis. Max, they are
Ryan, it appears that I was on a little bit of a delay there for some reason. My phone had paused, so it looks like you covered that already. Good job, buddy. Way to stay on top of things.
It's all good, Brad. But I appreciate it. Sometimes you know, keep doing that is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, there's 1 inch hail coming into Memphis now. Some of these storms have significant hail as a part of their warning tags, and that includes the one that's coming into Ripley here soon. Dyersburg, the tornado warning for you is going to be allowed to expire soon. The rotating part of the storm is past you now. It's moving past New Bern. But now you've got another, big storm coming into Dyersburg that's probably going to have some hail, some strong winds with it. So don't let your guard down, as that's going to come through. And like Brad said, these storms have really high precipitable water values that they're dealing with. So flash flooding is going to be a big problem, especially in places like Dyersburg, where 1 or 2 storms hits the same area in a quick fashion. So get ready in Dyersburg for that. The tornado warning here for the areas just north of Memphis is going to continue for the next 9 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they extend that warning past that into Brighton and Covington.
Hey, Ryan, I was going to bring your
Wouldn't
attention
surprise
to that storm
me.
that's coming into Memphis right now. That is the first storm, to my knowledge, that has eclipsed 40,000-foot cloud top. So it is an extremely strong storm right now. So we keep a close eye on that one. I'm going to pull off here and be able to get a good look at it. I'm finally in the rain-free side of it.
All right, so Brad is talking about the storm that's moving into Memphis right now being very strong, and I agree. This is going to be a loud one for downtown Memphis in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. It'll take a good 30 to 40 minutes for it to cross completely across town, but it's going to be a good one. We got a great view of it coming in, by the way, from the Health and Science Center in Memphis, Tennessee. You got a big shelf cloud coming in. You can see all the lightning underneath it there. And we're going to continue to watch this as the storm gets closer. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Severe thunderstorm warning, a new one, just came out. This is a big one for Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Get ready in Covington and Brownsville. Also, Alamo, Tennessee. You guys are included in that. This one does have a tornado possible tag on it. So a tornado is possible with this, 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to go on for 38 minutes. So we've got, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 tornado warnings currently. Oh man, this is near me. This is from Melinda. I just barely made it home, but here's the creek at Scott Fork at Meda, Kentucky. That's really close to me. Look at that. Fast rushing water there. Widespread flooding still ongoing, by the way, across Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia. Okay. So, yeah, and by the way, if you're just now tuning in, you didn't know, we've got catastrophic flooding going on right now over here in Tazewell, Virginia. We've got it going on in Mercer County, West Virginia, and Buchanan and Dickinson counties in Virginia. This is a life-threatening situation for those folks as the water is still rising for a lot of them. That's why we've got those warnings in effect for the next several hours. Here's an update on the tornado warning in Kentucky. Okay, Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties in Kentucky still under a tornado warning. No reports officially of a tornado being down, but this warning is going to stay in effect for the next 21 minutes. So if you're in Greenville or Central City, Kentucky, please take shelter. 6 minutes left on the tornado warning for Dyer and Gibson counties in Tennessee. They have allowed the tornado warning to expire, the one north of Memphis. And then we've got also the warning to the south and west of Memphis has been allowed to expire. So most of our tornado warnings are wrapping up here, and they're being replaced by tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. But that doesn't really change much about our situation. In fact, I believe right now things are looking a little bit more concerning than they were even a few moments ago when all these warnings were first issued. How did you restart it? You probably got an old version. Y'all serve. Let's see here. Let's go over some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. One at a time here. Actually, Andy, do you have any comments that you can? I need to take 5 minutes and go to the back room here. Andy, you got anything?
Okay, I could try to do 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back, guys.
All right. The latest thing I was looking at for everyone concerned, especially in the Memphis metro, is the outflow boundary that is preventing all of these storms from producing tornadoes has crossed a lot of Highway 51 already and areas to the north and east of Memphis. So the storms that I'm in particular concerned about are ones north of Ripley, Tennessee, that would pass to the south of Dyersburg, where we had that previous tornado warning. That one may be attached to our outflow boundary or very close to it. So we could see a warning up there. I'm not 100% confident on that yet, but the severe thunderstorm warning will definitely be in place. So if there are any more tornado warnings that I can tell from the line right now, it would be closer to Ripley, Tennessee, and maybe up to down the line that would be Friendship and Maury City in Crockett County. No warning, no tornado warning for you guys yet over there, but we'll see if that part of the line evolves. That outflow boundary kind of comes and cuts in front of all the rest of the storms that are approaching Memphis. That whole squall line, I think, is being undercut by this outflow boundary. So that warm air is not going to go directly into the surface of the storm, but rather just kind of get fronted over it like a wedge. So it's going to go up into the clouds before it approaches the storm and not at the base where you would see a tornado, right? So I think that the tornado threat is decreasing for a lot of the Memphis metro right now, but there remains one storm to the south and west that, if it can attach to this boundary that's very faint and in front of the storm, takes a trained eye to see where it's at, but it does show up on the radar a little bit if you know where to look. If that storm south and west of Memphis can surge forward at all, there's still a brief chance for a tornado for that part of the storm. So nothing there yet. No warnings out for that yet. We're going to see how that evolves over the next few minutes to 25 minutes. 30 minutes from now, most of the Memphis metro will be done with this. And in the heavy rain, no more threat of a tornado, but now dealing with the severe winds and any small hailstones that may fall with the storm as well. There was a report of golf ball size hail with that storm in Tipton County or just a little bit ago when we saw that hail core that I pointed out. I think that did actually produce up to 1.5 to 1.75 inches of hail, golf balls there. So that is really impressive, given the radar presentation looked mostly like that smaller melting hail. That's the sort of gist I was getting from all the radar products I was looking at. So I think we have no tornado warnings right now, which is good. So I'll hand it back over to you, Ryan. I see a bunch of rainfall reports starting to come in western Kentucky, some over 5 inches already. So that could be something to further talk about in that area as more rain filters in over the next few hours there.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for keeping us informed here as we are entering deeper into the severe weather coverage portion here. But I do want to take a moment to talk about the flooding again, because we still have a high risk of excessive rainfall in western Kentucky, and we're starting to see some of the impacts of that. 4.5 inches of rain in Fulton County. That number is gonna go up quite a bit over the next little bit. This part of Kentucky is going to continue to have extremely heavy rain for the next several hours. We've gotten 3 to 5 inches of rain all across here, 5.17 inches in Graves County, 4.4 up there in Marshall County. Add a couple more inches to this before things are all said and done, and we're going to have some significant problems over here. Yeah, and then outside of that, we've got plenty of wind and hail reports coming in farther south as well. This is our current setup right now. Strong storms moving into western Kentucky. Currently, no tornado warnings. The two that are on here are expiring within the next, they just haven't cleared the map yet. So we don't have any tornado warnings right now. But we do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings, which we should talk about and update you on. We've got 1 inch in diameter hail coming into Natchitoches and Sabine Parish in Louisiana. We've also got a pretty significant storm moving into Gibson, Haywood, and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. This now has trained weather spotters reporting up to a 1.5 inch in diameter hail. So this is coming in to Covington and Brownsville. Y'all get ready. And we've got an update from Caleb Beecham at Storm Chaser Summit. So go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to continue to give you an update on what the situation is looking like in eastern Kentucky and western West Virginia. I'm getting reports, including from some people that are actually on our team, of multiple communities that are currently underwater and could still continue to see that water rise. So right now I'm talking with our Vice President, Chandra Thacker, actually about some possible operations and deployments that the Y'all Squad is going to be doing over the next couple of days and into early this week. So if you guys want to head over and support the Y'all Squad, head to the y'allsquad.org to check that out. It's looking like we're going to be out there for at least a couple of days, helping in many different communities.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Caleb. And yeah, thanks for the reminder. The y'allsquad.org. If you guys want to help with that, if you want to help us respond, help people out in need, we're going to be deploying the Y'all Squad at some level to give supplies out and whatever else we can do. You can make a tax-deductible contribution over there at the y'allsquad.org. Check out this crazy shelf cloud coming into Memphis right now. Downtown Memphis, get ready. We've got, once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in, 1 inch in diameter hail. You're going to start to feel the impacts of this in Memphis here within the next couple of minutes. Over there near West Memphis, it's coming in right now. Wyandotte, you're next in line. And then we're going to see those 60-mile-per-hour winds come into the President's Island area, Lake McKellar, and then downtown Memphis. It's going to hit from the west, Ducks Unlimited Park, Harbortown, then New Chelsea. Look at how fast this is moving. It's not sped up. This is real time severe weather moving into Memphis right now. New severe thunderstorm warning. This one also includes Memphis. So this is just an extension of that warning that now takes us into South Haven, Collierville, Bartlett, Oakland, Tennessee. Y'all get ready. 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next 42 minutes. Let's see here. Let me show the full text. And yeah, there's a tornado possible tag on this. So a tornado is possible with the severe storm that's moving into Memphis right now. It's not the main concern, but it is possible. How many people we got watching from Memphis right now? It's quite the ominous view here. Whoa. I just saw, I think I might have saw a power flash in the distance there on this camera right here, in the Millington, Tennessee camera. So very strong winds moving in here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm looking at the Shreveport radar here near Liberty Hill and Danville, west of Jonesboro, Louisiana. From the Shreveport radar, this storm now has a bounded weak echo region on it, a little bit of an area of our lower reflectivities right in the center, what we call a donut hole. That indicates to me that there is a strong updraft right in that part of the storm that prevents as much rain falling. So the rain appears to be less heavy right there where the updraft is rising the fastest. And right there, we also have some good rotation that's visible and accelerating on the southern side of the mesocyclone, especially from the Shreveport radar. And you can also see it fairly steady state and decent action from the Fort Polk radar as well to the south. So both of those radars show the storm, I think, either remaining steady state or from the Shreveport's point of view, definitely intensifying.
A new tornado
in,
watch
a
has been
couple of
issued.
ways. So this has exited its severe thunderstorm warning that it was previously issued for it. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a tornado warning for this. That would be for eastern Beanville Parish and western Jackson Parish here, northwestern Jackson Parish. So Quitman or Kitman, I think it's Quitman in Louisiana along Highway 167.
A new tornado watch has been
watch out
issued.
just in case the storm continues to intensify as it approaches you and your neighbors to the north in Ansley.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. You're also you're hearing maybe a new tornado watch coming out right now. That is something that I'll show you a graphic for that as soon as I get it. But just know that it's going to say a new tornado watch has been issued a couple times before it stops, because it's going to happen for every CWA. So yeah, these are the storms that we're watching over here in Louisiana. That I would say that
a new
Andy's
tornado
right
watch
on the
has been
money.
issued.
We're going to see a tornado warning with the storm that he was just talking about here very soon. I'm surprised we don't have one already. But yeah, y'all watch out along Highway 167 near Quitman and Ansley.
A new tornado watch has been issued
in Louisiana. And here's our graphic for the new tornado watch that has been issued. A few tornadoes possible. This is going to go until 1 a.m. Central. Ping pong sized hails possible, 70 mile per hour winds. This includes Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Nashville, Tennessee, Murfreesboro, Lawrenceburg. This includes Bowling Green. This includes Campbellsville. Honestly, this is y'all country. I know there's a lot of people who watch the channel right here in this area. So we're going to be here with you guys all night until it's over, okay? So 1 a.m. Central, between now and 1 a.m. Central, we're going to be hyper weather aware in this area. All right, let's come back over to the radar here and also show some of these cameras because things are getting quite intense out there near Millington, Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we
Hey
just
Ryan,
got
I know
ourselves
you're
a new
aware
tornado
of the
warning.
new tornado watch that just came out. We've cleared the storms on I-40. We're headed east right now. The plan is to continue to go all the way up into central Tennessee with these. As you know, the Nashville area and that surrounding area can do weird things to storms and oftentimes produce tornadoes when they're not as expected. So we're going to continue to travel up into that area and focus on central Tennessee, western Tennessee, and also north Alabama later on this evening as well.
All right, so that's an update from Brad Arnold, who's going to be with us. He's also going to be with us as these storms go into middle Tennessee and south central Kentucky. And here's a look at our most recent tornado warning. All right, this is for Drew County, Arkansas.
A new tornado warning
this is
has
gonna
been
be
issued.
for the next 36 minutes. Take shelter out here. This is radar indicated rotation near Fountain Hill, moving up towards Tiller and Dermont. And check it out. Another new tornado warning just issued for Carroll, Crockett, Gibson, and Haywood counties in Tennessee. Radar indicated rotation. This is going to go over towards Maury City, Alamo, Humboldt, and Milan in Tennessee. Take shelter now, as the storm it's packing 1 inch in diameter hail and a potential tornado. Right now, the rotation would be somewhere near Maury City and Bethel. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. That Maury City cell is actually the one I was talking about while you were in the back room. Again, I think it got warned because it's north of all of this convection that's undercut by that outflow boundary, very faintly visible on radar. Takes a trained radar eye to see where that is, and exactly right at that northern edge of the QLCS where it's pushed forward the furthest. It's just ahead of that outflow boundary, so it's able to connect with the warm, moist air right on the warm front, and that is literally right on the warm front. So again, that was honestly, I don't get to say it enough, but I'm pretty happy that I was able to call that one out pretty early, and it does extend very far forward. So glad I had that call for Crockett County. And I still think that our cell that I was watching down near Quitman in Louisiana was deserving of a warning. It did get severe warned, so we'll see if that continues to come together. But for now, it looks like it's actually falling apart just a bit. Hopefully that remains the case.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, keeping an eye on everything. Let's go check out that severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Ruston and Farmerville, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 49 minutes. Tornado possible tag on this one. Less than 1 inch in diameter hail, but 60 mile per hour winds is going to be possible along the I-20 corridor. So get ready for that. Let's go back to our tornado warnings. So yeah, our Drew County, Arkansas tornado warning is going to continue for the next 33 minutes. And then our most recent one and our most one of our more concerning storms right now is over here in Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. So take shelter if you haven't already. This is we've got a live view of this over here from the Crockett EMA camera. And then also, back room, just keep an eye on Humboldt fire and all these cameras that are in the path of the tornado warning here, okay? Lots of, cameras out here thanks to the Cyclone Port Network and then also the Tennessee Department of Transportation. So we should be able to keep you pretty well visually informed here as this storm comes through. But yeah, get ready to take shelter if you haven't already in Humboldt. Go ahead and take shelter in Humboldt, Alamo, and Milan in Tennessee.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hey, Ryan. So Andy brought this up earlier, but there was a report initially of a golf ball sized hailstone that has actually been formally logged now. So we have had a 1.75 inch hailstone that occurred near Gilt Edge in Tennessee. So that is currently the largest hailstone of the day.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much, Elijah. Got big time hail. Big time, wind. Things are really ramping up now, all across the area. We've got tornado watches in effect. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me just refresh everything here because it's all happening so fast. Some of the tornado watch was deleted, but there you can see the red goes all the way up past Nashville. Tornado watch all the way up past Bowling Green. Look at how strong the storms are becoming in western Kentucky. This is obviously a problem in terms of severe weather, as this is going to produce tornadoes and damaging winds as it goes east. But man, is it dropping a ton of rain right now between Owensboro and Paducah, adding on to the problem with the flooding. Additionally, our tornado warning here is continuing to look problematic as we watch the storm approach Gibson County, Tennessee, near Humboldt. Lots of we've got a lot of angles of this thing. Here's Brad Arnold, who's in Memphis. He's trailing the storms. He's trying to stay in front of them as he goes towards Nashville. Here's a view from Humboldt, Tennessee, who's in the path of this tornado-warned storm. Here's a view from Alamo, Tennessee, this is also in the direct path of this tornado-warned storm. And then we've got Bartlett, Tennessee, also with a view of the storm coming in as well. So right now in Millington, Tennessee, you're right in the middle of it. This is what you can expect as the severe thunderstorm interacts with your area in Memphis. So right now, if you're in Memphis and you've not yet seen any severe weather, it's coming. It's a wall of rain and wind that's just hit Millington. And now it's getting ready to come into East Memphis, Bartlett, Ellendale, Arlington, Mason, and Charleston. Get ready because this is going to be an intense storm, tornado or not. This is going to be a very intense, severe thunderstorm for you. So yeah, 2 tornado warnings currently. Man, I think the Bartlett, Tennessee is the most impressive one right now with the distant lightning. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for LaSalle Parish in Louisiana. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with that one. Two tornado warnings, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and over 40 flash flood warnings at the moment. Look at that. Tornado warning continues for Humboldt, Milan, and Alamo for the next 43 minutes. Take shelter if you haven't already. Not a whole lot to talk about there on the velocity. It's just a precautionary tornado warning. All I can say is take shelter in all of those areas. Yeah, let me flip this. And then let's come down and take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for LaSalle County or Parish, Louisiana. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Crockett, Haywood, Gibson, and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee, with potentially 1.5 inch in diameter hail coming into Bells and Brownville within the next 13 minutes. Next in line, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning for Natchitoches. That's been allowed to expire, but I'd say that's still going to be a pretty strong storm coming into Natchitoches there. 43 minutes, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 43 minutes in Jackson, Lincoln, and Washita Parish, Louisiana. 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Beanville Parish, Louisiana, has been allowed to expire. And then our biggest severe thunderstorm warning by population is going to continue for the next 27 minutes. This is the severe thunderstorm that's went through Memphis here. And it's going to continue to go towards Bartlett, Germantown, Collierville, and Oakland. Check it out. You can see it coming in here on the Alamo, Tennessee camera. This is another Cyclone Port Radar Omega camera here. It's pronounced Milan. Milan, my bad. Got some strong winds here coming into Alamo already as well. Remember, this is a live look at a tornado-warned storm coming into the Maury City, Crockett Mills, and Alamo area. This is live. We've got a camera in Humboldt. There's quite a few here that we'll keep an eye on. Oh, Washita. I'm being told from McKenzie that we have raised, so I'm reminded by the flash flood emergency ticker at the bottom, we have raised $2,500 so far today for the Y'all Squad. Thank you. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I finally cleared that outflow boundary. Incredible pickup there by Andy. Yeah, I actually didn't even really see it that much until he pointed it out. It's definitely there. And you know, as long as the storms are west of that outflow boundary, you know, they're going into cool, stable air. One thing that I did notice in that storm that is west of Arlington, and I wanted to get Andy's opinion on this, does it look like it is trying to catch up or even ingest that outflow boundary near Arlington, or does it look like that outflow boundary is still surging? Because it was, I drove underneath the outflow boundary for what seemed like forever, and it was moving at a pretty good pace.
All right, so that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And next time we hear from Andy, I'm sure we'll get an update on that. But he's in Memphis. He's finally gotten ahead of the storm here. And he's going to try to stay ahead of it as the storms race off to the east. And we're going to continue to have a look at these things, even when we run out of these tower cameras and stuff, as this goes all the way into Middle Tennessee. So yeah, there's a Brad Arnold there. Still got a tornado warning in effect for the next 24 minutes for Drew County, Arkansas as well. There's no updates on that beyond the fact that it's still a tornado warning and we want you to be in your safe spots. Here's what it looks like right now in Memphis. Lots of lightning. Lots of rain. Pretty significant storm coming through. And then here's what it looks like in the tornado warned storm near Alamo, Tennessee. The calm before the storm, it's going to get pretty intense there as well. And then same thing, this is even closer to the actual the rain coming in here in Bartlett, Tennessee. This is a severe thunderstorm coming into Bartlett right now. So everything that I'm showing you here, this is coming to you next in Jackson, Tennessee. How many people we got watching in Jackson, Tennessee, McKenzie, Tennessee, Brownsville, Collierville? This is all coming to you next, okay? And I am sorry for the mispronunciations. And I'm sorry for mispronouncing that. It's just part of it's part of it, okay? Every time I look at chat, it's somebody's got something to say. I'm trying my best here. Gosh. I'm still receiving like a ton of videos of the flooding that's going on out here in my neck of the woods. It's getting really bad, y'all.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
We just got an upgraded tornado warning. And I'm going to... Which one was that? I don't know. Go ahead, Elijah, while I try to figure out what's going on with my overlay here.
Hey, Ryan. So unfortunately, I do have a fatality to report from the Kentucky flooding. There was a person found dead from the flooding. So unfortunately, I don't have any more locations on that or anything, but I wanted to go ahead and relay that. A news article just went out and I got pinged a bunch about it.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunate news coming in there from Kentucky. More unfortunate news will probably come in throughout the day or throughout the night tonight into the day tomorrow. I'm telling y'all the situation is quite dire out here in the Appalachian Mountains. Our river is still increasing or it's still rising at an unprecedented rate. here in Pikeville. It's wow. It's way higher than I think I've ever seen it now. This is bad, y'all. If this rises much more, it's gonna break the banks there and get into all these businesses. Like, this is the commercial hub of Pikeville, Kentucky. It's not very far away from getting onto the 4-lane and this is like Buffalo Wild Wings and Texas Roadhouse and like all these places. Never in my life have I seen the water that high. This is nuts. That's crazy. Okay. So the flooding situation is quite serious here in Kentucky and West Virginia and Virginia, but we've also got a serious situation unfolding in Tennessee right now, as we've got a tornado warning. And by the way, I finally got this tornado warning has been upgraded thing to work, but I just realized that it's going to happen even if just the hail size is upgraded. So that's what happened there. This tornado warning now it has a 1.5 inch in diameter hail possible with it as it comes into the Humboldt, Trenton, Milan, and Idlewild area. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, looking at infrared satellite here, we can see that some of our prefrontal cells are starting to become much more problematic here. These ones in northeast Louisiana, near Delhi and Tyndall and west of Tallulah. I can see the mesocyclone, and probably a semblance of a donut hole right there in the center from the Jackson, Mississippi radar, actually. But the Shreveport, the Jackson radar is a little bit closer. So you can see considerable rotation now where these prefrontal supercells have not done much yet. Now that one, and especially the one just to its north that isn't quite rotating as much near Darnell, Pioneer, and Forest, that one has also got some very cold cloud tops now. So this is not the best news for our friends in western Mississippi. These cells will definitely need to be watched. And also we'll have the tendency to receive preventative tornado warnings from the National Weather Service offices that cover these areas because they are so much further away from radars. This is a radar hole proper. We can only see a mile above and then some into the storm. So we don't know exactly what's happening at the lower level. So if there is a tornado warning issued for these areas of Madison Parish, East Carroll Parish, and then into crossing the Mississippi River, that would be the reason why a preventative tornado warning, since this is exhibiting rotation and is growing quite a bit in size here, evident from the infrared satellite.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Drawing our attention down to these storms that are out ahead of our main line, that are starting to look really nasty. Down here near Delhi and Tallulah in Louisiana. These are moving up towards Lake Providence and Vicksburg, Yazoo City, Rolling Fork, Cary, Holly Bluff. This whole area right in here, y'all watch out because I don't like the way that looks. And Andy is also drawing some concern here as these look like they could, definitely start rotating even more as they cross the river. But yeah, get ready in Tallulah and Highway 68 between Tallulah and Lake Providence. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm not picky, so I'll take it. No, it's ours. That's the rules. Our food was delivered, but we got the wrong order. So I finders keepers is what I say. I'm not picky. Anyways, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Issaquena County, Mississippi. Let's go check that out. Oh, look, it's this one. We do have a tornado, a possible tag on this. So this is going to be one that we really have to watch over the next little bit. I'm very concerned about this. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail is now moving into Brunswick and Lake Providence and these areas. We're concerned about this producing a tornado as it approaches the western Mississippi area. Additionally, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and areas just to the east of Memphis. This is what it looks like in there. Significant severe thunderstorm ongoing right now in Bartlett, Tennessee. Also, it's looking pretty gnarly out there at the Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm mispronouncing everything today. Hey, super huge shout out to Justin the Geek. Thank you for the very generous contribution there. Yeah, and Chandra, keep sending us updates on the river. I don't think we can see it from our camera anymore. So or send me a link to that wherever you're getting that intersection camera. Oh, you sent that? Oh, okay. Okay. So there's a pizza and a sandwich? Okay, I'll have some pizza. Do you want the sandwich? Okay, all right, that works. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check this out. This one, this one's looking really impressive on radar here. The storm that's going through Dyer right now in near Dyersburg, Tennessee. This is producing 1 inch in diameter hail, and it's producing 60-mile-per-hour winds as it goes up towards McKenzie, Paris, and Big Sandy in Tennessee. Get ready in Gibson, Henry, and Weakley counties. Over the next 44 minutes, this is going to continue to cause lots of problems. So we've got the tornado warning just to the south of that. That's still in effect for the next 28 minutes. And then, yeah, we're up to, I mean, we've got quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings now, so we're bouncing back and forth a lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning. And this one's going to be in Arkansas. This is for Arkansas, DeShaw, Drew, and Lincoln counties. This is going to go on for the next 43 minutes. The rotation's a little bit more evident now. You can see it more clearly here on velocities as it approaches Watson. If you're in the community of Watson, Arkansas, please take shelter now. This looks like a pretty serious situation. All of these tornado warnings are looking a little bit more gnarly, I guess, than they were earlier today when they first started issuing these. Also, the rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued
into western Mississippi. Also continues to look quite concerning. So y'all watch out in East Carroll, Madison, and Issaquena County in Mississippi, and then the East Carroll and Madison, those are parishes in Louisiana. Another new tornado warning was just issued for Benton, Carroll, Gibson, and Henry counties in Tennessee. A tornado and quarter-sized hail is going to be possible over the next 42 minutes. Rotation, something's going on here at the base of this storm and that we've got to pay very close attention to. This could be a tornado trying to form as it goes towards Bradford and Idlewild. Get ready in Christmasville, McKenzie, Gleason, Henry, Mansfield, Paris, and Big Sandy. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places, as this is a dangerous storm. We've got Gibson County EOC. Do we have that one pulled up? I'm putting a couple more cameras in here for you, Allie, whenever you get back in there, just so we can try to keep an eye on this as it comes in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning. And this is for our storm that Andy called out several minutes ago that has the rotation on it near Tallulah. And here we go. A new tornado warning. This includes Issaquena County, Mississippi, and Sharkey County, Mississippi. So please take shelter now if you're in the path of this one. We've also got a significant amount of cameras on this. Brandon Clement, Corey Gherkin, and Hascam's number 12. Corey Gherkin. Okay. All right. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings. This one right here is pretty concerning. The one that's getting ready to cross the Mississippi River near Tallulah, it's coming right up towards Cary in Mississippi. Please take shelter. The rotation there looks quite robust. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan.
A new tornado warning has been
here.
issued.
The other healthy storm in this line that's getting warned now is the one near Jenny, Arkansas. That would head up toward the Greenville, Mississippi radar, or area rather, not radar. Greenville, Mississippi, and areas right around there, Heads, Leyland, and Metcalf. So if that one does get warned as well, since it's right in the middle of that radar hole, we'd see a preventative warning much the same. Those are the ones with the similar cloud tops, so similarly mature supercells in a similar environment. So we could see a warning issued for that one as well. Currently is severe warned.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're going to zoom in here on this severe thunderstorm warning. That could also become a tornado warning here soon. Greenville, Cleveland, Leyland, Rollville, Indianola, Mississippi. Y'all watch out. Tornado possible with this storm as it moves off to the north and east. We also have another new tornado warning to talk about in Tennessee. This one's for Henry and Weakley counties in Tennessee. This is going to go on for the next 39 minutes, and they are concerned mostly about this right here, okay? If you're near Midway, Crossland, and Jones Mill, we could have a tornado trying to come together right now. Take shelter immediately. Additionally, we probably will see a warning expanded into Kentucky as well, as I'd say these CWAs are working together to complete that polygon. That it'll probably include Bell City, Murray, and New Concord in Kentucky. Y'all watch out. Y'all get ready to take shelter, okay? Here's a camera in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. This is what it looks like right now in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And watch the lightning. This is pointing down towards our storm that's coming in, the tornado warned storm that's coming into Issaquah County, Mississippi. It was we were seeing really frequent lightning right before I pulled this up. And it just shows how strong the storm's getting and how quickly it's happening. We also have Corey Gherkin in Rolling Fork, Mississippi right now. And he is very quickly approaching the tornado warned storm as well. So we've got a live storm chaser and a tower camera positioned in Rolling Fork as these storms move in. Still got a tornado warning continuing for 22 minutes for Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. We've got a tornado warning continuing for 37 minutes in Arkansas, Deshaw, Drew, and Lincoln counties in Arkansas. And then, of course, our newest warning is going to go on for the next 37 minutes in Gibson County, Tennessee, and Henry County. And then I'm going to go to the warning that Corey Gherkin is tracking right now. And show you this one because it looks pretty serious. Right, here's our rotation. We're in a little bit of a radar hole, but I think once we get closer to the Mississippi River here, it's going to reveal a really concerning rotation signature here. Rolling Fork is included in this warning, as well as Cary, New Filter, Magna Vista. All of these communities need to be in their safe spots. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, from the, let's see, what is this? I can't remember what it's called, Fort Campbell radar in Kentucky. Yeah, Fort Campbell, KHPX. You can see the mesocyclones on those most recently issued Tennessee tornado warnings much more clearly. And they do pass the radar indicated PDS threshold or criteria for the VROT values here. So If there are any PDS warnings issued for these, they do not have trackable.
A new
recent
tornado
pictures
warning
now,
has
as
been
they are pretty
issued.
far. But if we do get a PDS for any of these, that would be the reason why, because they definitely are intense from that radar. You can see the rotation very well. So just in case that is issued, I just wanted to give you the scientific reason backing for the reason why the National Weather Service office would choose to upgrade it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy. Things are getting quite intense out here. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a bunch of tornado warnings that we're trying to follow here. More coming out. The one that just popped up there is in Tennessee, or it's in Kentucky, like we were talking about earlier. This is just a completion.
A new flood emergency has been issued.
Polygon here in Callaway County, Kentucky. That does include Hazel and New Concord. And my goodness, we just got a new flash flood emergency in West Virginia, I believe. Yeah, McDowell County, West Virginia. Catastrophic flooding ongoing here in McDowell County. Let me read the text on this because this is a pretty specific polygon. Sometimes they'll do this for dam breaks and stuff like that. So let's just make sure. Gauges reported. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We've got, let's see here. The Tug Fork is rapidly rising at a rate of 2 to 4 feet per hour. Holy smokes. So this is specifically issued for the Tug Fork, which is rapidly rising at a rate of 2 to 4 feet per hour, which is unbelievable. So move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area. Turn around, don't drown. This is a life-threatening situation. Catastrophic flooding is ongoing or about to happen in McDowell County, Kentucky. The Tug Fork. This is such a weird flooding situation where a flood, like these rivers are acting like the rivers are flash flooding essentially, whereas usually it takes days for these rivers to reach their highest points. This is happening in a matter of hours, so very unique situation. Anyways, our most recent tornado warning, once again, is for Callaway County, Kentucky. We've got an area of rotation down here that we're watching near Cottage Grove, and that's moving up towards Puryear, Crossland, and it's moving into Buchanan and New Concord right along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. All right, let's go back and check out our Arkansas tornado warning as well. This is going to continue for the next 33 minutes. We've got rotation near Watson. That's moving up in the general direction of Benzai and Stimson. We've got a tornado warning that continues for Henry and Weakley County, Tennessee for the next 33 minutes. And then, of course, one of our larger warnings here is for Benton, Carroll, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. We've got a decent area of rotation that's actually looking pretty concerning here. Moving up towards Christmasville, McKenzie, and Henry. So take shelter out there if you haven't already in the town of McKenzie and Christmasville. This is going to go all the way over towards Paris, Mansfield, and Big Sandy in Tennessee as well. This is good. This one's getting stronger as it goes. So the farther downstream you are, the worse situation this could be. So you've got time, though, to take shelter. You want to get into the most interior room of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and stay sheltered until the warning is over. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got a significant situation unfolding here. We've got 4 flood emergencies, catastrophic flooding going on in Buchanan, Mercer counties in West Virginia and Virginia, Tazewell County, Virginia, and now McDowell County in West Virginia. We've got a tornado warning, okay, in East Carroll Parish, Louisiana, and Issaquah County, Mississippi. This includes the towns of Rolling Fork and Cary. Rotation is looking quite concerning. We've got a storm chaser that's on it right now. This is what it looks like from Corey Gherkin's vantage point. Lots of lightning with this one as it comes in. Teresa, thanks for joining. Rotation on the storm in Tennessee is right here to the south and west of Christmasville. Once again, hopefully everybody in McKenzie, Tennessee is in their safe spots. Also, Milan and Atwood, you guys are next in line to get this part of the storm here, which looks somewhat concerning. So stay sheltered for the next 14 minutes at least. All right, let's take a look at some of these reports that have come in. Here's that hail report, 1.75 inches in diameter there. Golf ball size hail was reported on Richards Landing Road. We also had golf ball size hail reported in Dyer and Gibson County, Tennessee, not too long ago. I also just want to look over here at the flash flood reports that are coming in. Flash flooding along Huff Creek. Lots of flash flooding still happening, even where it hasn't rained in hours. Right in here, new reports are coming in as the water continues to rise. All right, we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Currently paywalled or gate-walled by something, but there is a radar close to Gibson County, Tennessee, near Bradford and Greenfield that is showing there is a debris signature with the storm. And also I've heard from the news side that there is a house destroyed, and they've already responded to it along Highway 45 east there that goes between those two towns. So currently people are trapped in that house and they're working on it. We'll hear more from Elijah later. But that is a tornado on the ground to our best of the ability to tell. So I would not be surprised if we receive an upgraded warning to that. I can't tell from any radar because they're so far away. We're in a radar hole, and I can't get the data that everyone else is talking about. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's producing a tornado, as well as our storm that's right on the state line of Tennessee and Kentucky. Both of these are extremely dangerous, and I expect warnings to be issued out in front of this one as well. To the north and east. So that's the current happening there. I would definitely choose to believe that has happened and that there have been houses destroyed by this storm.
All right, thank you, Andy. We are dealing with a little bit of a radar hole here, so it's hard to get the full story, but it seems like there's enough evidence to believe that we have a tornado down here. It was down near Bradford. Now it's near Christmasville, Crowley's store, Pillowville, somewhere in this area. We've been talking about this storm a lot, so hopefully everybody is in their safe spots. But if you needed an extra reason to get there, we now believe that this is the real deal. This is on the ground. It could be coming up towards Gleason, Tumbling, McKenzie, and Herondale within the next couple of minutes. Okay, so very strong rotation, very strong storm coming up into Gleason, Tennessee right now. House destroyed near Whitway, south and east of Bradford. So the report is coming in from about right here near Idlewild, which is the town that we have, we've been talking a lot about as we've covered this tornado warning. So if we've still got a tornado down here, it's somewhere between Pillowville, Crowley Store, and Christmasville. Let's go ahead and assume that we do, right? Let's go ahead and assume that we do have a tornado down. And that means that we've got to get underground in McKenzie. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Or preferably a basement, something like that. That would be the best way to go. Let's see, what do we have out here as far as camera coverage? Not much once we get into McKenzie. We do have Carroll County EMA. Putting that in there. That's what's going on here. Please take shelter between McKenzie and Paris in Benton, Carroll, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. We're also, the rotation on the storm that just crossed over into Kentucky is looking really concerning as well. So let's just go ahead and assume that we've got a tornado down here between Puryear and Hazel as well. That could definitely be the case here between Hazel and New Providence. Get ready, in New Concord. There could be a tornado knocking on your door here soon. We're just waiting to see if the National Weather Service upgrades any of these warnings. So far, nothing from them. So hopefully they're not hearing anything, but my goodness, we've got plenty of evidence to really up the language that we're using here to try to convince people to take shelter. All right. Maps. I'm going to pull up my mesoscale thing here. McKenzie. Tennessee. Pretty populated area, by the way. Out here between Bradford, Christmasville, McKenzie. Not, like a huge city or anything, but just tons of residential developments in this general vicinity here. Let's go check in on the tornado warning on the border between Louisiana and Mississippi. This one continues to look really concerning. We've got our rotation here near Brunswick. It's getting ready to cross over the Mississippi River near Magna Vista. It's coming up towards Cary and the Delta National Forest and Rolling Fork. Y'all need to be in your safe spots if you haven't gotten there already. There's your Henry County, Tennessee warning, which is going to continue for the next 23 minutes. Right now, though, I'm most concerned about this area of rotation and this one. So McKenzie, the town of McKenzie, really needs to be, everybody in that town needs to be getting into shelter. If you're from McKenzie, if we've got a tornado down here, which we need to be thinking that that's at least possible, given all the evidence that we have. If a tornado comes into the town here, it'll come in on the side where the McKenzie Antique Mall is, and where the Northwest Tennessee Head Start is, and the County Line Repair Services are. If you're familiar with those areas, that's an especially dangerous area to be. But even if you're 5-10 minutes away, you need to be taking shelter. Here we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. For the same storm, essentially. This includes McKenzie, this includes Paris, Big Sandy, Huntingdon, 1.25 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. This is going to go on for the next 51 minutes in Benton, Carroll, Gibson, and Henry counties in Tennessee. So yeah, tornado warning for McKenzie. Take shelter now. If you guys are still seeing any reports of, stuff like Andy was talking about earlier for this storm, pass them through the chat because I want to relay as much information as possible. Oh boy. Oh my. Holy smokes, y'all. This is a view of Johns Creek Elementary School, which is this is where I went to elementary school. And I'm telling you that school is going to be closed for months. I don't know what they're going to do. The water is completely over the first floor, it seems. Or at least it's about to be. You can see that the water is certainly much higher than what I've seen it before. So,
hey Ryan, it's Brad. Just want to let you know I'm in Somerville, Tennessee, watching the storm go southwest. Becoming increasingly concerned by the look of it for possible rotation just to my southwest. And it does appear that the line has ingested the outflow boundary from earlier. So these storms that were weak earlier should intensify back to what they were before the flow outran the low storms.
So yeah, this is a significant flooding event happening in my neck of the woods here. This is crazy, y'all. Yeah, that school. If the water rises anymore, that school is not going to be open for a while. So, and that, by the way, that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. An unprecedented flooding event is happening right now in the Appalachian Mountains. We've got a tornado situation breaking out here in Tennessee and southwestern Kentucky, and also in Louisiana and Mississippi. It's a wild weather night. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So good news. The 3 people that were trapped in that destroyed house near Bradford, Tennessee were rescued. We just heard that over the scanner a moment ago.
Thank you so much, Elijah, for the good news. That is great, and keep us updated on if you hear anything else between Bradford and Christmasville and McKenzie, as the radar returns are still a little wonky. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on, but the town of McKenzie, hopefully everybody is in their safe spots there, as there is a tornado warning. Yeah, I think the last time that it flooded like that, Johns Creek was 2009, 2010. And it's not far away from exceeding that. Maybe a new record there for Johns Creek tonight. I'm looking at the chat. I'm seeing a lot of people asking for updates on specific towns. I'm not able to do that. We're focused on all of the warnings and stuff as they come in. If I'm not talking about your town right now, that's probably a good thing, as it means you're not directly being impacted by the strongest storms right now. However, stay tuned, because I might be talking about your town soon. We're taking it one town at a time here as the storms move east. Callaway County, Kentucky continues to be under a tornado warning here. New Concord, Hamlin, take shelter. Let's go check back in on our tornado warning that is coming up into Mississippi now. The rotation actually looks a little bit less impressive as it gets closer to Magna Vista, onward and Smedes. I hope that continues. We do have a storm chaser, Corey Gherkin, on that storm. So if it does start, showing, signs of intensifying again, we can pull him up. But we also have this tower camera here in Rolling Fork showing us the lightning with this storm that just continues to look more and more impressive as it moves off to the north and east. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Stewart County, Tennessee. 1 inch in diameter hail is going to be possible over the next hour or so. Also, another newer warning back down here for LaSalle, Louisiana. That's going to continue for the next 15 minutes as the storm approaches Nickel and Rosefield. The rotating part of our storm just went through McKenzie, Tennessee. So hopefully we don't hear any reports out of there. If that's the case, we might not have a tornado on the ground right now. But if we do, we next in line we've got Henry, Mansfield, and Paris. So this is a radar indicated warning, okay, which means that we don't know for sure if we've got a tornado down. We have reports of tornado-like damage just downstream here, but all we can do is really just try to assume that there is a tornado and then be proactive by taking shelter just in case. And that way, if it does come down right on your street, you'll be able to you'll have a higher chance of making it out of that unscathed. You don't have anything to lose by taking shelter, right? But you could have a lot to lose if you don't. Once again, Henry, Mansfield, and Paris and Springville, Tennessee are next in line here. We've got tree damage was also reported near the destroyed house. Fire department searching for any other houses hit. It was probably a brief tornado, but that's what we're going to hope for. Cindy, thank you for that. Yeah, the rotation continues to be there near New Concord, Kentucky, but also no reports of anything on the ground there. We'll probably still get a new tornado warning for Bumpus Mills and Tobacco Port here soon. Let's take a look at some of these new reports that have come in here. Here's a wind report, a 59 mile per hour wind gust just a few minutes ago there in Washington County, Mississippi. And we're starting to see a lot more flash flooding reports coming in from this part of the storm back here, which is where the heaviest rain's falling right now between Paducah, Owensboro, Benton in Kentucky. 4 inches of rain, a widespread 4 to 5 inches of rain has fallen back here. 5.17 there in Graves County, Kentucky. We've had 203 flash flood reports today. Thomas, thanks for becoming a member. And Summer, thank you. We currently have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 tornado warnings. Here's the latest on our SPC outlook for those who are interested in what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the night. Pretty much everyone highlighted in the orange. You're going to be the star of the show for the next several hours. We've been streaming now for 5 hours here. We just crossed over the 5-hour mark, and we're going to continue for however long we need to go. Hannah, FaZe, thank y'all. One of the biggest problems we're going to have out of tonight's storms are the straight line damaging winds. All right, we got a 45% probability of seeing that damaging winds in Mississippi and Alabama tonight, 30% all the way up towards western Tennessee. And then, of course, our tornado threat with a hatched risk down here in Mississippi and Alabama tonight, which means that some of these tornadoes could produce EF2 or greater damage. Grayson, thank you. Grace in purpose. Yeah, so got a lot of people that watch this channel in Clarksville, Tennessee. I want to give you guys a shout out and just give you a heads up. The storms that have been producing all of the tornado warnings are coming in right for you. There will likely be a tornado warning at some point tonight for Clarksville. It could be an hour or two from now before that happens, but we are watching you, and we'll be here for you whenever that storm gets there. It's not quite there yet. Velocity on the storm approaching Rolling Fork continues to look less impressive, so hopefully that trend continues. But the tornado warning continues for 24 minutes, so get into your safe spots in Rolling Fork if you haven't already. And yeah, the thing I'm most concerned about right now is our storm in Benton, Carroll, Gibson, and Henry counties in Tennessee. Very strong storm. Coming into Mansfield, Paris, and Springville next. There's us a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Phillips County, Arkansas, Coahoma County, Mississippi, Quitman, and Tate counties in Mississippi. This is for Clarksdale, Jonestown, West Helena. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail possible over the next 23 minutes or so. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Bolivar, Sunflower, and Washington counties in Mississippi. This one's going to be for 1-inch in diameter hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Oh. So one thing that might happen, I think we're about to experience a power outage here. That was scary. I don't know if you guys heard that, but this place makes some loud noises whenever we lose power. But anyways, one thing that might happen is we might lose our cameras. We've got about 30 minutes of battery backup on our camera computer. But I don't... Actually, you know what? Never mind. We won't lose them. I forgot. We added something to where we won't lose it. So we should be good. But like, did you guys...
A new tornado
did you guys
warning
hear the
has been
fans
issued.
just then? Did you guys hear that? Was that bad? Because that you will hear that if we lose power. Just keep that in mind. All right. We just got a new tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation. This is for our storm that's impacting McKenzie right now. So this is going to continue now for the next 51 minutes for Benton, Carroll, Henry, Weakley counties in Tennessee. The rotation there's actually a couple areas of rotation in this storm. One of them obviously is this big mess over here coming into Paris. This is going to be a strong burst of wind that comes into Big Sandy. But even right here near McKenzie and back down towards Christmasville, there's a couple areas that we're concerned about. So just everybody in the polygon needs to take shelter, regardless of whether there's a velocity signature near you or not. So y'all didn't hear anything? Okay, good. It's very loud in here. The battery backups are loud, and then the generator didn't kick on for that little flicker, but if it does, that's kind of loud too, but I think we're good. Yeah. No. Yeah, it does seem like I'm talking about Clarksville quite a bit on this channel. You guys are not crazy. Clarksville is a place that I talk about a lot. Rolling Fork comes up a lot. I don't want to sit here and list them all off, but there's some places that definitely are focused more than others.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning was just issued. This one's going to be for Phillips County, Arkansas, Coahoma County, Mississippi, Panola and Quitman counties in Mississippi as well. We got some rotation down here between Elaine and Clarksdale, and moving up towards Tunica. Take shelter in Tunica, Mississippi. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we have a lot more damage reports from the scanners. It sounds like there are a lot of trees downed across Gibson County, Tennessee. So it's maybe not like all of these are not from a tornado. There would be a lot of straight line damage there will be a lot of straight line wind damage reports as well from this. But there is also a house that is damaged near the town of Gibson. There was a person that was trapped and they were rescued. They are also having trouble getting to all the houses due to some flooded highways. So I will keep you updated as I get new reports.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So yeah, things are getting quite intense out there. Got straight line damaging wind reports coming in, new tornado warnings coming out.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, we just got a tornado warning upgraded. That's going to be for the hail size. So the reason that tornado warning was upgraded there for Henry and Weakley counties in Tennessee is because we now expect that it's going to also have 1.5 inch in diameter hail associated with it. This is still radar indicated rotation. New severe geez, y'all, like this is crazy. New severe thunderstorm warning now. We've got 10 severe thunderstorm warnings and 7 tornado warnings currently. This new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for Christian and Trigg counties in Kentucky. Expect 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail over the next 47 minutes or so. This is going to impact Cadiz, Lafayette, Oak Grove, and Hopkinsville. Another new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Caldwell Parish, Grant Parish, and Jackson parishes in Louisiana. Same thing, 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe less than 1 inch hail coming into Columbia, Clarks, and Ola. Checking in on the Rolling Fork storm. Rotation is south of Rolling Fork. It's moving up towards the Delta National Forest. Tornado warning continues for 16 minutes in Rolling Fork, so let's just stay in our safe spots. Corey Gherkin's out there in Rolling Fork, by the way. So that's what's going on there. Let's keep checking in on some of these other warnings here. Tornado warning continues for Gibson and Carroll counties in Tennessee for the next minute, but McKenzie and Paris and Big Sandy, you guys are under a tornado warning for quite some time. That other polygon's just about to be allowed to expire. Yeah, the next 45 minutes, you're still under a tornado warning in Paris and McKenzie, and especially Mansfield and Big Sandy in Tennessee. You guys are the ones that are out in front of that rotation. Hey, Diane, thanks for being a member. Holy smokes, y'all. Water's still rising out here. This is, by the way, for those of you who are familiar with this, this is the intersection at Walmart near Pikeville, Kentucky. This is probably one of the highest the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River has ever been. And we've been watching it rise here slowly but surely. Well, actually, it's been rising very quickly. The good news is the rain stopped a while ago. Yeah, Paris, Tennessee. That's where the rotation is now that we've been watching. It's been really hard to follow on radar, but the general consensus is that this area of rotation right here is what we need to be watching as it goes over Woodland, Acres, Sunnyside, and Elkhorn, Nobles, and Moons over the next little bit. So that would be the part of the storm that I'm most concerned about. But once again, we have no reports of anything being on the ground. And this is such a populated area that we would. So, I'm not trying to I still want you to take shelter, but I'm hoping that I'm hoping for the best here. Yeah, we've got something like 7 tornado warnings right now. I told you all it was going to be intense, and I don't think we've even hit the peak of what this is going to be. It's not Cadiz, it's Cadiz. Cadiz. I like Cadiz better. That's what you guys should start calling it, Cadiz. Starting that campaign. They just issued a new flash flood warning for a pretty big area here. About 500,000 people under this flash flood warning for Huntington, Ashland, Hurricane, Charleston, Chesapeake, a lot of West Virginia here along the I-64 corridor. So this one's probably going to eventually become a considerable flash flood warning, as the rain's going to train over this area for quite some time tonight before things start moving off to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's another new tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This one's for Jackson County, Jackson, daggone it. This one's for Jackson, Tennessee. It's for Gibson County, Hardeman County, and Haywood counties in Tennessee. This is likely a precautionary warning for potential QLCS spin-ups, as I don't see any major areas of rotation, but still, radar indicated tornado warning for Jackson. Please take shelter if you haven't already. We've got some cameras out here. I'm going to send these in. Okay. And then Madison County. So take shelter in Jackson County. I'm sorry, I keep saying county. In Jackson, Tennessee. Also, this will impact Bemis, Beach Bluff, Crucifer, Mount Gilead, and Lavinia. Yes, Bowling Green, you are expected to see more rain tonight for sure. This is what it looks like in Bowling Green right now. Significant flooding going on, about 46 inches of rain. Yeah, certainly some more rain on the way. Yeah, Jackson, the town of Jackson, Tennessee. I wanted to say Jackson County, Tennessee, so bad. Yeah, this is going to continue into the night. The tornado warnings are going to continue. I think that even the tornado threat is going to continue to increase for some time, at least between now and the early morning hours of tomorrow. So if you know anybody that needs coverage, if you know anybody that lives in Middle Tennessee, South Central Kentucky, Western Mississippi especially, send them this link, put it out there on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, share this, help us get this information out there. 100% for free, commercial free as well, all throughout the rest of the night. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 18 minutes, and we're probably gonna keep going for who knows how long, but we'll be here for a while. Joe says here in Clarksville, and it's very warm. It feels like what happened about a year ago, and so much flooding already. Praying for all. Joe, yeah, Clarksville is in the path of a pretty concerning line of storms. Honestly, most of our tornado warnings has come from the part of the line that will go towards Clarksville, but there's no way of knowing for sure what's going to happen up there. So just stay with me, and I'll let you know. I'll be here when the storms get to Clarksville, when they get to Bowling Green, Nashville, Murfreesboro. I'll be here through it all. And here's West Virginia Weather Watcher once again with incredibly impressive weather watching setup. Thanks for the update. It's still just as cool as it was the other day. almost more screens than me. Have there been any confirmed tornadoes or debris on radar? No, we've had one report that seems like a tornado damage report. Radar's been really inconsistent today. We've had a lot of storms in radar holes, but what we are starting to notice now is rotation is increasing on several of these storms. And Andy, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, to talk about a couple of those. The one that was previously tornado warned near Cary, Mississippi, is exiting the warning. We don't have an extension of that yet. However, I think it looks the best it has in the last 10, 15 minutes here as it's near Holly Bluff. So areas near Louise, Mississippi.
A new tornado warning
west of
has been
Yazoo
issued.
City and to the north of that city. Should be ready for maybe an extension of the warning. This comes with the fact that as it progresses north of Jackson, gets up towards I-55 on the current track it's taking, it will encounter better conditions, especially thermodynamically, over time. So I would not be surprised if the supercell continues on to get warned again, and it actually steadily increases in its potency. So I am in line with that warning. That's why I started calling it out there. So right on the same wavelength as the National Weather Service, I do think that conditions improve ahead of it. So I hope that it doesn't do that, but I could see it doing that for sure. The other decent storm, especially on infrared radar, is in I guess somewhat northeastern Louisiana near Winsboro. Does not have a warning on it yet, but there is some rotation once again in a radar hole very far away here. So right near to the south of Winsboro, Louisiana. It'll pass southeast of you guys near Chase and Gilbert, and head into Franklin Parish and then Madison Parish. That one also is going to enter. That one's going to stay in slightly worse conditions over time. That right around Jackson, Mississippi, does not have the best profile in terms of temperature as you go up above your head there. There's a little bit of a warm nose that's acting like a cap a few kilometers above the surface, so a mile and a half or so. So hopefully that one doesn't do much, just because we know the conditions in place aren't as favorable. However, the one that is now has a continued tornado warning, I could see that one becoming more of a concern as it enters those better conditions near I-55.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing us down here to Mississippi and Louisiana just in time for that new tornado warning, which just came out for Humphreys and Sharkey and Yazoo counties in Mississippi for the next 48 minutes. We need you to take shelter in places like Louise, Carter, Eden, and Silver City. Yes. Bowling Green, yeah, you guys are going to get some storms tonight for sure, and we'll be here for that. Yeah, the rotating part of the storm right now is near Holly Bluff. It's moving up towards George, Loch Lomond, Potosi, Anchorage, and then eventually towards Silver City. We still have a tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, Henry, and Weakley counties in Tennessee. Rotation on this one still quite concerning, but there's still no reports coming in. But I would say that we'll see a new tornado warning here for Dover, Big Rock, and Indian Mound before too long. So this is getting close to Clarksville. Here, this rotating storm is going to come up in this direction towards Clarksville. Our next warning with this sequence here is probably going to include Dover and the county just to the west of Clarksville. Currently have 6 tornado warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of our more recent severe thunderstorm warnings is going to be for Dover, by the way. This is Stewart County, Tennessee. Get ready for 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, I've still got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bolivar and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. That's going to expire, though, in about 1 minute. And we still have a tornado warning for Jackson in Carroll, Gibson, and Hardeman counties and Haywood County in Tennessee for the next 31 minutes. Take shelter now. Jay. Yeah, man, for sure. Oh, they just canceled the tornado warning for Jackson, so there is no longer a tornado warning for Jackson in Tennessee. Tornado warning continues for the next 45 minutes, however, for Humphrey, Sharkey, and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. Lee says, is this the caboose, Ryan? Please tell me no more storms. Us truck drivers are tired of this winter. Unfortunately, no. I think we've got another widespread, impactful winter storm coming up right after this one. It's going to be the main topic of tomorrow's video, more than likely. Some of the places that are getting tornado warnings today will be getting maybe decent snow next week. Courtney says, so does a tornado watch mean that the conditions are favorable or there's a confirmed tornado? Or is that a tornado warning? I feel like I've seen it both ways and I don't know what's accurate. So the warning, a tornado warning is the higher level one. The tornado warning means that there's either a tornado about to happen or there is a tornado ongoing. Tornado watch is the more precautionary. The ingredients are in place for tornadoes, but sometimes you'll get a tornado watch before there's even a thunderstorm. The sun could be shining if there's a tornado watch. It's just indicating that the ingredients are there. And then the warning that's when you want to take shelters if you're under a tornado warning. Like you are right now in Benton County, Carroll County, and Henry County, and Weakley County in Tennessee. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Humphreys and Stewart counties in Tennessee. So those severe warnings are getting awfully close to Clarksville. Roger, thank you. David, thank you for that. Yeah, this has been a really, really crazy winter. I mean, even if the only thing that had happened this winter was the Gulf Coast blizzard, it would be a memorable winter, right? But we've had so many, memorable storms already, and I don't think that we've even had our biggest one on the snow side yet. I think there's going to be a big nor'easter or something like that is just icing on the cake for this winter. But yeah, this is like reminiscent of some of the winters from the 90s. Let's check in on a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect back here for Caldwell, Grant, Jackson, and LaSalle parishes in Louisiana. This is going to go on for the next 41 minutes. It's about to cross over Highway 165 there with 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. Trigg County, Kentucky has got a warning that just expired, so you're no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning in Trigg County, Kentucky there. You are, though, in Christian County near Hopkinsville. Hopkinsville is about to get in on some 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Within the next couple of minutes, it'll be moving into town. It'll hit Hopkinsville, okay, and then it'll hit Clarksville, and then we'll be looking towards Bowling Green. This is all coming towards Nashville eventually, Dixon. Y'all get ready. Oh, here's an update from the Weather Prediction Center. Speaking about southern Ohio, northeast Kentucky, and a lot of West Virginia, locally significant and life-threatening flash flooding will continue into the overnight hours from additional rounds of heavy rainfall. So, yeah, lots more rain on the way. Yeah, you're not under a tornado warning anymore in Jackson, Tennessee. They allowed that one to, they canceled that one. But the storm is coming through right now. It's probably a pretty significant storm with some gusty winds and some small hail. But you guys are good on the tornado side for now.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second, it's Brad.
Hey, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, just going to let you know I'm pretty much right on the state line right now of Alabama and Tennessee, dropping south towards the New Albany, Tupelo area. Just looking at latest meso analysis, it looks like that may be kind of the area that's more conducive of severe weather overnight, other than, further north into Tennessee, which I can't get to. But that's where I'm headed right now. I think over the next couple hours, that's going to be my focus, at least, as those storms continue to move in from the west.
All right, so Brad Arnold's going to be giving us a view of the storms that are going into Tennessee. He's live. We've got him. We've got Corey Gherkin as well, and plenty of other storm chasers are out there that if we need to pull them up, we will. Surprised that we have so many people. Honestly, the Storm Chaser Summit, a lot of people went to the Storm Chaser Summit. They come out to chase today, and they're going to go right back tomorrow. 10 Toes Fam. Thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for becoming a high risker. Ryan, what do you think about Huntsville? Huntsville, you guys are definitely going to get some storms tonight, but it's going to be a while. It is going to be a while before that happens. Let's get an update on our tornado warning down here in Mississippi. Humphrey, Sharkey, and Yazoo counties in Mississippi still under a tornado warning. The rotation is not very tight, but it's still there, and we need you in your safe spots in Silver City. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson counties in Tennessee. This includes Clarksburg, Rock Springs, Wildersville, Holiday, Sugar Tree, Camden, Get ready for 1.5 inch in diameter hail. And 60 mile per hour winds. So ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds over the next 51 minutes. Interstate 40 is going to be a nasty drive between Jackson and Nashville here for the rest of the evening. By the way, I'm being told that we are up to $3,500 raised today for the Y'all Squad. Let me show you real quick what I'm talking about. The y'allsquad.org. If you want to go over there, make a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit 501c3 organization. You can help us help people. We're going to be, as soon as, like very soon, we're going to be in these communities that have been impacted by flash floods today in the Appalachian Mountains to provide relief. We will send truckloads of supplies. We will, find people who lost everything and insurance isn't going to help. We will help them. We will do everything we can to fill the gap between larger government agencies and insurance. Whatever they miss, the Y'all Squad tries to fill that gap, and we try to be really fast about it. So yeah, if you want to help us do that, go to the y'allsquad.org and donate. You don't have to, but it does help. And we've been able to do a lot of cool things and helpful things with the Y'all Squad thanks to you. We have a warehouse here in Pikeville full of supplies that we will be using. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes in Louisiana. Nickel-size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Get ready. So our tornado warning here for Benton and Henry counties in Tennessee is probably going to be allowed to expire soon, as the rotating part of the storm is about to exit the warning polygon. But the storm still looks concerning. It still looks to me like it would warrant another tornado warning, especially if this one did earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning for McKinnon, Cumberland City, Aaron, Dover, and Indian Mound. I don't know if they would issue that all the way out to Clarksville just yet, but this is coming right for you in Clarksville. So get ready. Y'all watch out. At some point tonight, you guys are going to be under a tornado warning probably. Hey, Chris, thank you for that. And Crystal M, thank you for the very generous super chat. Sarah says, I'm in the Memphis area and my mom's in the Tupelo area. Huge shout out for keeping an eye on us all. You're truly a blessing. Sarah, thank you for that. The one and only, I think your biggest problems are going to be from flooding tonight. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have a report of one person that has been injured near Gibson, Tennessee. And throughout Tennessee, there are a lot of trees down. The scanners are pretty much just trees being downed, like on nearly every road, it seems like. So this storm system is a big tree eater, you could almost say. It's knocking trees down everywhere from straight line winds.
All right, thank you, Elijah, filling us in on the storm reports that are coming in. Lots of trees coming down. That's going to continue to be the case, I think, in Clarksburg, Camden here over the next little bit. And we've got our concerns of a possible tornado here between Big Sandy and McKinnon in Tennessee. But even without the tornado threat here, I think this is also going to cause problems just with the straight line damaging winds coming up into Aaron, Dover, Cumberland City here very soon. Yeah, this is, if you want me to zoom out a little bit and show you the broader picture of what's going on right now. This is what we're dealing with. We got one tornado warning down here, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings back in Louisiana. Here's Jackson, Mississippi. Here's Tupelo, Mississippi. Here's Florence and Huntsville, Alabama, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, just for reference. Here is Nashville and Clarksville, so you can see that the storms are really close to Clarksville, getting closer to Nashville. Also, you can see that some of the stronger storms are getting close to Bowling Green, Kentucky as well. Some of the heavier rain right now is happening right here between Lexington and Hopkinsville. I'm in Parsons, Tennessee. Thanks for showing close to us. The local TV is showing the larger areas. No problem, Berlin. Thank you for being here. I think that you're all right over there in Dawson Springs, other than the flooding. I think the flooding is, that's going to be your biggest problem tonight. Yeah, there's going to be severe weather tomorrow. It's not going to be quite as widespread or significant as what we've been seeing today. Honestly, it's just going to be mostly in the morning as what's left over from tonight's squall line, you know. By the way, I've been talking a lot about my hometown here because, I mean, we're experiencing a pretty bad flooding situation right now here in Pikeville, and I think we've got some people watching from our local area. Pike Central, the high school, is now open as an emergency shelter. So if anybody knows the local area, Pike Central is not getting flooded. It's over there on top of a mountain, but it is now open as an emergency shelter. By the way, we're talking about flooding. The river flooding that will occur over the next 24 to 48 hours will be historic in Kentucky as well. I think we're going to be looking at probably the worst flood on the North Fork of the Kentucky River, probably since the 80s. So that's something else to think about, to consider. The river flooding is going to be a problem well into the day tomorrow. Let's check in on that most recent severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. This is for Humphreys, Stewart, and Houston counties in Tennessee. This includes Aaron, Stewart, Cumberland City. We're expecting maybe 1.5 inch in diameter hail and maybe some 60 mile per hour winds over the next 25 minutes. Additionally, we've got for the next 25 minutes 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds possible in Dover, Big Rock, and Indian Mound. Oh my goodness. So once again, if any locals are watching from around my hometown here, this is an urgent update from the governor of Coal Run. The forecasted crest of the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy is going to be about 44 feet, which is the highest level we've seen since 1984. Please prepare for a 1984 level flood event. I'm asking all Coal Run residents along the river to evacuate immediately. We will not be able to rescue you if you choose not to leave. The crest will be sometime tomorrow morning. Wow. So the warehouse, the Y'all Squad warehouse might actually be in a little bit of trouble there. Holy smokes. Not the governor of Coal Run. You know what I'm talking about. The mayor. The governor of Coal Run. What's wrong with me today? Shoot. All right. Tornado warnings have all been allowed to expire. We don't have any tornado warnings right now. I don't think that's going to last very long. We'll have new tornado warnings issued at some point here, but right now we've just got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings to track. But I am still concerned about the storm approaching Clarksville. Y'all watch out, okay? Uh, 123 the Dave. Thank you for the very generous super chat, and thank you Candy Bryant for becoming a moderate risker member. How many people do we have watching from East Kentucky right now? Are any of my neighbors watching right now? A lot of people from Clarksville, but yeah, a bunch of people from Pikeville. Howdy, y'all. I think this is probably one of the first times that I've mentioned my own town so much during one of these streams. Oh boy. So I'm glad that we don't have tornado warnings right now. But once again, I think that's not going to last very long. One of our more recent, by the way, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee have the tornado possible tag. So they're all rotating a little bit. For the next 36 minutes, we can expect penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds through Clarksburg and Camden, Tennessee. Let's take a look at some of these reports that have come in. 1-inch hail was just reported not too long ago in Henry County, Tennessee. Close to 1-inch hail there in Gibson County. Lots of wind damage. At least one home was damaged with several people trapped in a closet in Gibson County. That was, and we got another report there from Bradford that we talked about earlier. A large tree fell on a house in Trenton. So lots of hail and wind reports coming out here. A couple wind reports back here in Mississippi as well, 49 and a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Elkton. That's Christian and Todd counties in Kentucky. Shelby Valley High School is also now open as a shelter in Pike County, along with Valley Elementary and Millard Elementary. Jeffrey says, I'm an emergency management coordinator for an emergency management agency south of Atlanta, Georgia. I really enjoy watching the work you do. I would like to provide similar coverage specific to my county. Jeffrey, go for it. Go ahead. I think that's great. The county-specific stuff and localized area stuff, that's going to be the future of weather coverage, I think. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, previously I had my eye on that storm that was approaching the Clarksville, Tennessee area back near Cumberland City. But now my concern is more on the Clarksburg, Tennessee storm to its south and west. That was previously impacting the Jackson area. Now you can see it's taken on quite the structure. And this area of enhanced velocities from the Fort Campbell radar is particularly the stronger inbounds is accelerating north into the hook-like structure that can be seen here. So I think this is an embedded supercell, and I think its inflow is wrapping up quickly here. So we'll see if it continues to do so. If it does, I think it's worth a tornado warning that would include areas like Holiday and possibly the southern part of Camden here in Tennessee and Benton County. So if that does get issued, that's the reason why the storm is embedded and is wrapping up.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so this severe thunderstorm warning here for Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson counties in Tennessee. We've got this concerning area right next to Clarksburg of rotation that might warrant a new tornado warning here soon. Like Andy said, it might include Holiday, maybe all the way over towards Bakerville and Hurricane Mills, maybe even Waverly. So we're concerned about the space between Clarksburg, Tennessee, and Dixon, Tennessee. Stay tuned as some sort of warning will be issued for this soon, and we'll let you know exactly what's going on there. We still have a strong storm approaching Clarksville as well, so y'all don't let your guard down. This one's going to be quite the doozy as it comes through. A couple new severe thunderstorm warnings. This one down here for Ashley County, Arkansas, Bolivar County, Mississippi, and Sunflower County, Mississippi. It's going to bring about 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the next 47 minutes for Eudora, Greenville, and Indianola. We've also got this big severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to last for the next 1 hour and 20 minutes for Cthulhu, Concordia, and Franklin parishes in Louisiana. That's going to bring about nickel-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for the next hour or so as well. Here in my neck of the woods, also Pikeville High School is open as an emergency shelter. Clarksville, Tennessee. We're concerned, obviously, about the the severe weather that's coming into town, but it is also flooding there quite significantly. And this, next round of rain that's going to come through is going to shoot the water levels up even higher. So keep that in mind, okay? This not just the wind and the potential tornadoes that we're worried about. It's the extra inch or two of rain that's going to come in a very short period of time here. This, by the way, this is an image from Clarksville. And same thing for you guys in like Hopkinsville. You guys got a lot of rain earlier. It's coming down right now. Kinsey, who's on the team from Hopkinsville, says there's 4 inches of rain in the gauge. That could get up close to 5 inches before this is all said and done. Virago, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships, and congratulations to all the people who now have free memberships. Use those emojis. I'm getting a report that the old Shell Mart, now State Line Gas and Go at the Virginia-Kentucky state line, is gone down the Leviza River. That's word for word. That's the report. The gas station is gone down the Leviza River. Yeah, let me zoom out for y'all. Show you the whole map again here. I'll turn the reports off just to show you the widespread storm that's going on right now. We got snow up in New York. We've got snow in Boston, up into Maine. We got heavy rain across the Ohio River Valley. And then our big line of storms goes from about Louisville all the way back down into central Louisiana. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So over one of the police scanners, we had the unfortunate news of a fatality from a destroyed trailer by either the possible tornado or straight line winds. Something in that area did kill someone, though. So I will keep you updated as I get new information.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for that, keeping us updated on the unfortunate developments that are coming as a result of these storms. It's important that we continue to update you on what has happened. First of all, because we've got people with families and like friends in that area that are watching as like a proxy to them, and maybe they haven't heard from them for a while. So we're trying to, do the news on top of doing, future.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And also, just to kind of help people understand the severity of the situation and to try to get them to take it seriously. We sometimes you need to tell the bad news that's coming out of some of these communities. We just got a new tornado warning. This one's for Carroll, Holmes, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi. Pretty concerning rotation signature there near Chula. This is, Andy was just talking about this, how it looks like it's ramped up. When he talked about it, it was about right here. Now it's even more concerning looking as it's getting really close to Chula right now. Take shelter in Chula, all up and down Highway 17 towards North Carrollton in Mississippi. This is a dangerous storm. The tornado warning is going to last for the next 42 minutes. We are now over $5,000 raised for the Y'all Squad. Y'all, thank you for going over to the y'allsquad.org and donating to our nonprofit organization. Remember, every dime of that is going to go towards helping people. We will probably be spending tens of thousands of dollars over the next couple of days here in the Appalachian Mountains, helping people who are completely cut off to society as a result of these flash floods, these catastrophic flash floods that are happening right now. So if you want to help us do even more, feel free to go over to the y'allsquad.org. New severe thunderstorm warning up in Tennessee. Here we go. This is yours. Clarksville, Tennessee. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We expect quarter-size hail and potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds to move in over the next 40 minutes. The good news is the rotation that was once a part of this storm is not really there as much anymore. So hopefully we don't have as much of a tornado threat in Clarksville. But what we do have is a straight line damaging wind threat, a hail threat, and a significant flooding threat. So if you live in a flood prone area, even if the water seems like it's starting to go down, it's going to shoot back up really quick when this storm comes through. So get ready for that. Timothy says, is there a caboose to those lines of storms anywhere in sight? So those storms tonight will end from west to east. This is not going to last forever. I'll show you, if I can pull up pivotal weather here. I'll do the nation wide view. And we'll do the 0Z. Give me just a moment, y'all. So here is essentially what the radar looks like right now. We've got this powerful line of storms in West Tennessee going all the way down into Louisiana. That's going to be moving into like Nashville, likely between midnight and 1 a.m. Lexington, Kentucky, probably around 2 a.m. But you can see here that Memphis is going to be completely in the clear. In fact, it might be trying to snow in Memphis by 2 or 3 a.m. Most of Mississippi is going to be in the clear at this point. It's going to be moving through Birmingham around 2 a.m. How about you over there in Knoxville, potentially around 4 or 5 a.m. Atlanta, Georgia, 5 or 6 a.m. Tallahassee, Florida, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then, the winds will still be impressive, but not quite as concerning as they go through South Carolina, Georgia, the rest of the Florida Peninsula. We'll be mostly done talking about this tomorrow morning. Our focus will kind of be on the heavy snow, I think, at that point. So yeah, there's an end in sight with this storm. The only problem is whenever I refer to the lack of a caboose, it's not this storm I'm talking about. It's the fact that there's another storm coming after this that looks like it's going to be another impactful storm. Maybe not as much so on the severe weather side, but just as far as winter weather goes, we're looking at another big winter storm, cross-country winter storm, right after this one's done. All right, the governor of Kentucky is saying this right now. It says the Jenny Wiley State Resort Park in Prestonsburg is open and has rooms available for Kentuckians who have had to evacuate their homes due to flooding. Please use caution while traveling. But no, Kentucky State Parks team is there for those in need. So, the Jenny Wiley State Resort Park in Prestonsburg is open. That's, once again, y'all, that's right next to me here in Pikeville. That's over there near Prestonsburg. If you're in danger due to rising water, please call 911 for evacuation assistance. Shelters are being opened in Pike County for those in need. Unbelievable stuff happening here. All around the weather house, and of course, into Virginia, West Virginia, back into Tennessee. Has been quite the impactful storm. There's your severe thunderstorm warning in Waverly. Still looking at the rotation here with this storm. Might warrant a tornado warning at some point. Right now, though, it's just below the threshold for them to issue that. But yeah, I'd be watching out in Waverly, Bakerville, Hurricane Mills, and these areas. Beto Warrior, thanks for becoming a member. Water's getting high up there along Interstate 64 in northeastern Kentucky. This is from Triplet Creek next to Morehead State University. Look at that. That creek is about to break its banks there. So yeah, get ready in the Morehead State University area. The rain is not done there yet. It's the water's going to continue to rise for quite some time. And here's another video of Johns Creek Elementary School, which is, once again, where I went to elementary school. This school has a lot of classrooms underground, so there's a big basement area there. That's all likely completely flooded right now. Sorry, I'm trying to read through thousands of messages here. We got some information from the Storm Prediction Center. An early heads up of a new tornado watch will likely be issued soon for most of Alabama, a lot of eastern Mississippi. So get ready for that. That one will likely go well into the early morning hours. A lot of people are asking about Clarksville. The storm is approaching Clarksville right now. You've got a severe thunderstorm on the way. It's not, it's not the same. Let me reload this here. It's not got the same level of rotation as what we had earlier. So hopefully we don't have much of a tornado problem. However, what we do have is a pretty strong storm coming in. I think this radar is down. The Huntsville or the Trenton, Southern Kentucky radar there is down. We'll have to use Nashville here, but you can see a very strong storm is getting ready to come into Clarksville. If it was daylight, you guys would see one heck of a shelf cloud, I think, associated with that. So yeah, get ready in Clarksville for damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. It's going to be coming in within the next little bit. We've got 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. Yeah, you'll get the big burst of wind on the west side of town first in Clarksville. Woodlawn, you're getting it now. Dotsonville, Palmyra, Cumberland Heights, and then it'll go through downtown Clarksville and then go towards St. Bethlehem. But this Boeing segment here indicates that we've got very strong winds associated with this. So Clarksville, get ready. Bowling Green, you're next. Then Nashville. Thank you, Sean. Possible tornado threat for Bowling Green. Yeah, there's a somewhat, but there's nothing immediately concerning. Something could pop up here, but right now, your biggest problem in Bowling Green is going to be the flooding and maybe some strong winds coming in. Rotation on our storm that just went past Chula and is now coming up into North Carrollton in Mississippi. This is for Carroll's and Holmes counties in Mississippi. Still looks impressive. It still looks, like a storm we should be taking seriously. So take shelter in Carroll and Holmes counties in Mississippi. Also, get ready for $50 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Waverly, Tennessee. That's coming up soon. I know we got a lot of people watching in Clarksville. Let us know whenever it starts. It should be coming through town right now. And yeah, there is a new tornado watch coming soon for much of Alabama and Mississippi. The storms are probably going to intensify as we go into the night. So some tornadoes could be strong. It's here. It just started. Yep. Strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail. It should be quick. And then you're just going to have several hours of heavy rain, or maybe not several hours, but at least an hour of really solid heavy rain, followed by maybe another hour of moderate rain, which could cause some problems with the flooding over there. Ben Zimmerman, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, thanks for what you and the team do. What should we expect in Somerset, Kentucky? In Somerset, Kentucky, I think we're looking for some strong winds. That we'll probably get a really strong gust of wind tonight around midnight to 1 a.m. It could be severe, but that's probably the extent of it. Nothing to fret about. Could be some additional flooding problems. Dixon, you guys are going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning soon. Right now, the storm that's going to be impacting you is way back here. It will be coming towards you, but right now it's nothing too concerning, I guess. We're watching that one, though. There's a little bit of a rotation signature there. How strong are the winds in Clarksville? Very strong, super gusty. Is it actually hailing? The radar indication is about 1.25 inch hail. Megan, thanks for becoming a slight risker. What can we expect in Dawsonville, Georgia? You guys, probably about 5 a.m. tomorrow. You'll get a gusty shower come through. I don't think there's going to be too much to worry about in Georgia tonight or tomorrow morning, but there will be some strong winds. The squall line's going to hit everybody. Let me zoom out here and show you. This big line right here is going to go all the way across the rest of the eastern United States, and everybody in that box is going to get something. The farther east you go, the less significant it'll be, I guess. Cam Gentry, thanks for becoming a member. Big time shout out to Emery Farms for the very generous super chat. Everybody say shout out to Emery. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. We've been streaming for 6 hours, 17 minutes. This event is nowhere near over, so we will be here with you for, I don't know how long, honestly. I tell you what, if the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River here next to my house starts getting out of its banks in places it's never happened before in my lifetime, I might want to go look at it. That's the only thing I can think of that would end the stream early. I can get there without having to drive through floodwater because I'm right next to it. So. I got an update to our tornado warning down here for Carroll County, Mississippi. They've shaved off the backside a little bit more. You're no longer under a tornado warning in Chula. Continues, though, for North Carrollton, Shady Grove, and Black Hawk for the next 21 minutes. Oh, my goodness. Y'all, if you're not from here, you don't understand what I'm freaking out about, but I don't know. What's the current gauge height for this? Like, what if we're expected to get to 44 feet? What's it at right now? Because if that is currently below 40 feet and it's expected to get to 44, that's going to be really bad. Can you guys see that? Yeah, the river's supposed to get 44 feet. I don't know. I just don't know what it is right now. I've certainly, once again, I've lived here for 31 years. I've never seen it that high. But if it's going to rise another couple feet, man, that's going to be a disaster here. $38.3. Oh man. Yeah, so if that, I don't know if that exact spot is, if we're expected to get to 45 there, but if that's the case, then that's pretty wild. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if somebody can find a before and after, like a normal picture of that, I would love to show it. I need to see if I can find no, it would need to be from that same angle. Like it needs to be from that traffic camera. I'm going to try to maneuver the weather house camera and see if we can see anything. Hey, Julie. Julie, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, everyone stay safe. Thank you, Ryan. I've been watching you for 5 years. You've taught me so much. Julie, thank you so much for your kind words and for being so positive. I really do appreciate you. You did not have to do that, but I really do appreciate you. Everybody, say thank you to Julie. If it wasn't for people like Julie, we might have to run ads, which is something we never really want to do. Y'all, Allie, put the weather house camera on one of the 6. It's hard to see, but I think I can see the water. Right next to Walmart, which is crazy. Yeah, I'm going to have to go look at that. All right, we got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to take you through these. Getting a little distracted here. 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming into Claiborne and Jefferson, Humphreys, and Issaquah counties in Mississippi. This is a big severe thunderstorm warning here. Just a blanket warning, really. Let me stop the tour and go over here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Christian and Todd counties in Kentucky. Bowling Green, it's getting awfully close to you. No warning for you yet. The worst of the storms past Clarksville, but you guys are going to get on, once again, some heavy rain for the next hour or so. So get ready for that. So yeah, those are our newest warnings. Right now it's storming pretty heavily in Trenton, Kentucky. That's moving up towards Elkton and Gordonsville. Get ready. Yeah, so here's I don't know how many of you guys were watching earlier today when we first started looking at this, and you could barely see the water. You could barely see the water in the creek. Just wait until the next car goes by. This is unbelievable. If the water breaks the bank here, you see that? If the water breaks the bank here and floods into the Walmart parking lot, that's going to be like, I never thought, I didn't think that was even possible. Holy smokes. So the water is usually like 30 to 40 feet lower than that, y'all. You usually cannot see a drop of water from this camera angle right here. It's way down in the riverbed, you know. I don't think that there's another angle to where we can see it. I think this is it right here. Yeah, I don't know them, but there are a bunch. Yeah. Gosh, I wish that you know what I need to install on my weather camera here? I need a spotlight. It's up around the wow. That's Penn Station. The water's just about up to Penn Station there. You can see it a little bit better from this angle. You can see some of the debris floating down the water there. This is a historic river rise here in my neck of the woods, y'all. So I'm just trying to gauge exactly how high it is. All right, so let's come back over to the radar real quick, and I want to update you on some of these warnings before we, to talk about the flooding again. So we still have this tornado warning for Carroll County, Mississippi. That's going to continue for the next 10 minutes. They might not expand that one into Winona, but if they do, that would happen within the next 10 minutes or so. So y'all get ready. Y'all watch out. Also, Dixon, Tennessee, you guys are probably going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here soon. But yeah, the tornadic rotations have calmed down a little bit for now. I don't know how much longer that's going to last, but that's what's happening right now. Nashville, it'll be a couple hours before they get to you. Hopefully they don't ramp up in intensity before they get there, you know. All right, here's I'm trying to give you guys some context. So this is the river that we're looking at. Right now, the water, oh my gosh, what happened? Right now the water is like about to be over that bridge. It's about to be up in like these parking lots and stuff. So that, yeah, it's like up right in this area. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, the lower parking lots have been submerged. So that's let me go down the road here and try to show you what we're looking at currently on the Weather House camera. Where is it? Where's Penn Station? Why am I lost? This is my hometown. Oh, okay. Wait. I gotta go farther down the road. Go. Yeah, this is old. I feel like I'm playing GeoGuessr. Oh, daggone it. All right, so yeah, you see that? That's the Penn Station logo. That's the Penn Station building right there. These are the dumpsters, right? And you see way down there, that's the river, okay? Penn Station, dumpsters, way down there, the river. Now, here's what that looks like right now. There's Penn Station. And wait until we get another car going by here. The water is up to those dumpsters. It's hard to see because it's dark, but as soon as another car goes by, you'll see the reflection of the light on the water. Megan, no problem. Thank you for being here. Somebody must have been back there earlier with a flashlight or something because you could see it so much better. You see the debris floating by right there? Here we go. Yeah, that's nuts, y'all. So historic flooding ongoing. Pretty much every high school in Pike County right now is open as a shelter. Lots of people are going to need it. A lot of people live along this river here. Some of our biggest communities are built near the river, not in a place that it normally floods. I mean, it's been decades and decades since these places have had to worry about anything like this. So a very unfortunate situation unfolding here in my hometown. Clarksville, the biggest part of the storm's over for you. It's just going to rain heavily now. If there's sirens going off in Clarksville, I don't know why. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the Weather Prediction Center put out some preliminary kind of peak estimates for how much rain fell in every single state today, so far up until about 9 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour ago. So for Kentucky, they measured up to 5 inches of rain that fell. And for all the flooding, people might be, wondering, how did 5 inches cause that? Well, it's also running off into the rivers from the mountains. So you're kind of getting a large volume of area that is 5 inches and it's all flowing into the same area. So that's why the rivers are also really, really flooding, even from just 5 inches. But Tennessee also recorded 5.5 inches. Virginia recorded 3.01 inches of rain. West Virginia recorded 2.4. Arkansas recorded 4. And California, they included California on this as well, recorded just shy of 5 inches of rain as well today. So that was from the Weather Prediction Center of what they've recorded so far today.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. I appreciate the update. Lots of rain out there. It's crazy to me that something like this, something as significant as this could happen as far as the flood situation goes with, 3 to 5 inches of rain. Like this same sort of setup could happen one day where we have super saturated soils. We've had
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Rain events. And then we end up getting 8 inches of rain or something. Just imagine how significant that would be. It is a possibility, and it's another important reminder to not be scared, but always be prepared for the worst. New tornado watch. They're issuing that new watch now. It's going to be a big watch, so you're going to hear that voice a couple of times. It's going to say a new tornado watch has been issued multiple times.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Here's a look at Hazard, Kentucky.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Just off Main Street. The Hazard is unfortunately going to receive
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Is going to receive some very significant.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Daggone it, y'all. Yeah, and if in just case you didn't know, a new tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I'll show you the graphic on that. I'll show you why we're hearing so many different alerts. It's because my system.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All the different CWAs, they have to, have their own version of the watch, and it picks them all up. But yeah, this is a huge watch. It encompasses 8.3 million people. It's
a new tornado watch has been issued.
This includes Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Pensacola, Gulfport, Baton Rouge, Hattiesburg, Jackson, and Tupelo. Few tornadoes likely. Isolated hail up to ping pong size possible. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts likely.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And, just in case you didn't hear, a new tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, the biggest part of the storm is now past Clarksville. We're now awaiting the storm in Bowling Green. No severe thunderstorm warning for you guys yet, but I would assume one is coming.
Hey, Ryan, just for confirmation, was that a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch?
Honestly, I don't know. I needed some sort of better system to keep me updated, I guess. All right, here's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Dixon. This one includes Dixon, White Bluff, areas south of Clarksville. This is going to bring about 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail over the next 47 minutes or so. This storm is going towards Nashville, okay? It's not quite there yet, but it's going towards Nashville. Nashville and Bowling Green are going to be our next areas that get hit. Randy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we get a new severe thunderstorm warning as well that will maybe go out to include the areas of Franklin, Kentucky, and areas of I-65 south of Bowling Green. You could see that little bow segment there, probably with some small hail in it. A pretty intense segment of the line here, especially in the northern end, that I think will warrant a severe thunderstorm warning, particularly for any damaging winds that it can cause. In fact, this little line even had an attempted spin up right on that southern side of it. It looks like it has a little appendage there back near Guthrie, Kentucky.
A new
There
tornado
was a
watch
little
has been
brief
issued.
attempt at a spin up, so I didn't elect to talk about it unless it persisted for another frame. I don't think it did anything, and a new tornado watch has been issued.
Thank you, Andy. New tornado watch has been issued. I think that might have been the last one, maybe. But yeah, I would assume that we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning as well here for Russellville, maybe Corinth and Auburn in Kentucky, as some strong winds are definitely coming through Elkton right now, and that's going to continue. And then the second area of interest, I guess, out of this line right now is going to be the storm coming into Dixon. Speaking of that, we do have a couple of cameras over here near Centerville that we could pull up.
Hey, Ryan, when you have
also,
a second, let me know.
A significant amount of traffic cameras in Nashville whenever it gets there. And look at that, avalanche warning. Avalanche warning for Utah.
A new tornado watch has been
I
issued.
think that's the first one of those I've seen on stream. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was just giving you a hard time about that tornado watch thing. I just wanted to let you know I am I'm in Corinth, Mississippi right now, pointing my car due west. Quite a bit of lightning with these storms as they're coming in. Did not experience too much strong as far as like strong damaging wind. I'm gonna sit here in the city and see if it's gotten any stronger. The last time it hit us near Walnut, it wasn't too bad. And then I guess we'll just continue to track this all the way back into my hometown, Huntsville, Alabama. Big lightning strike just happened. You'll see it on stream here in just a second.
All right, thank you, Brad. We just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the areas that we were just talking about. Russellville, Franklin, area south of Bowling Green. This is our first considerable severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Logan, Simpson, and Warren counties in Kentucky. Get ready, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe some small hail, too. The National Weather Service has different classifications for severe thunderstorm warnings. You got your base levels, your considerables, and your destructives. So this is we expect this one to be a stronger severe thunderstorm than what you would typically expect with a severe thunderstorm warning. So get ready in Franklin, Corinth, Adairsville, and Blackjack. This is going to hit I-65 south of Bowling Green, and it's going to be a doozy. Randy Castle, thank you for the super chat. Sunshine Marie says, I just bought a house near Pikeville, and I'm excited to find out y'all are my neighbors. Hey, nice. Thank you, Sunshine. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. That storm, actually, right when that severe C was issued, which I nailed that for the winds, it actually did spin up a tornado. There is a debris signature right there from a spin-up tornado just west of Adairsville, Kentucky. So I hope this doesn't last for more than a few frames, but the warning does include tornado possible tag on it. I'm interested to see whether they decide to warn this, but that is a verifiable tornado. This storm is shaped like a seahorse, so the tail of the seahorse is where the tornado is in this case.
All right, thank you, Andy. Right here near Keysburg, Dot, and Chalet, I think that's how you say that, and west of Adairsville. We've got some rotation here, and we do have a little bit of a debris signature as well. This is a strong storm. It's going to cause widespread wind damage all up and down this part of the storm right here, but it could also, have a tornado included here. So if we're in Schley, Adairsville, Oakville, how do you say that one? Shoko, Hilltop, Middleton, all the way over to Franklin in Kentucky. prepare now, or actually get indoors at least, but maybe even take shelter just in case. Y'all watch out. Severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Dixon and White Bluff for the next 40 minutes. And then here's some more information about that avalanche warning. A powerful winter storm has created very dangerous avalanche conditions for all of the mountains of Utah. This is all Utah mountains. Wow. Avalanche warning is in effect through 6 a.m. Sunday. The avalanche danger is currently high and could rise to extreme. What else? What else is going to happen today, y'all? Mark Arnold, thank you for the generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to Mark and Sunshine. And also Dalton says, what do you think about the risks for tornadoes in Cookeville, Tennessee later tonight? It's definitely not zero, but it's also not a high risk. Your biggest thing, the biggest problem that we're going to have in Cookeville is likely going to be the straight line winds. So keep that in mind. Yeah, coming way down into Louisiana. We continue to watch a severe thunderstorm that's going through Humphreys, Issaquah, Jefferson counties in Mississippi. It's going to continue for the next 23 minutes. This is slowly but surely going to work its way into Jackson, Mississippi. It's not quite there yet, but it's also going to get stronger as it goes. Coming over here to the Tupelo radar. Pretty strong portion of the line here in northern Mississippi, but no severe thunderstorm warnings yet. That could probably change as the storms approach Tupelo. These are going to get stronger, so get ready in Tupelo and Corinth over the next little bit. Nashville, I think that this part of the line will almost certainly warrant a severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Nashville at some point within the next hour or two. And then Bowling Green, the strongest part of the storm that's coming into Bowling Green is going to go south of Bowling Green, but downtown Bowling Green is about to get a pretty heaping helping of heavy rain, some hail, and maybe some gusty winds as well. We're at $8,270 raised for the Y'all Squad. Let's make the goal $10,000. Can we do it? $10,000 to help the Y'all Squad go out there and do whatever we can here in our neck of the woods to provide some relief for the flash flooding that's going on right now out here. It doesn't look like, so far, it doesn't look like the Y'all Squad's going to necessarily be needed for the tornado side of this big severe weather event. Hopefully that doesn't change tonight. But we're certainly going to be needed as a result of the flooding. So if you want to go make a tax-deductible donation to the Y'all Squad, go to the y'allsquad.org. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. But yeah, here's our big line of storms coming through Tennessee right now. See lots of hail and wind reports back into Mississippi and western Tennessee. That's going to continue to happen. Michelle, thank you for that. By the way, there are currently no tornado warnings. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. More info on Clarksville, please. Clarksville, the storm for the most part is over in Clarksville. The strong winds and the hail, that's over. What you're going to deal with in Clarksville for the foreseeable future is heavy rain, and that might cause some additional flooding, okay? So just keep that in mind. Downtown Hazard, Kentucky is looking worse than it did in 2022. So in 2022, that's when we had our historic floods in southeast Kentucky. But that was more along the lines of flash flooding in small creeks and streams. This river flooding that's going on here in Hazard is off the charts. It's bad. The city of Hazard is underwater right now, and the water is still rising. Look at that. Businesses submerged. This is nowhere near the final stages. The water is going to continue to rise. Once again, potentially 50 years or more since we've seen flooding like this. Yeah, Clarksville, as far as the severe weather goes, is for the most part good. But I am concerned about the continued flooding risk there. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. Wow, y'all. Sorry, I'm just looking through. Facebook, my local Facebook is just unbelievable right now. Some of the imagery that's coming through from the local communities. And of course, people down here taking photos of the river near Walmart. Slightly modified says, "Hey Ryan, you're doing a great job as always. I got family just east of Montgomery, Alabama, and I was wanting to know how bad it's expected to get over there. I don't think that it'll be terrible. I think that there's a somewhat of a tornado risk late tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. It's going to take a while for the storms to get there. But there's also going to be a straight line damaging wind threat over there. But it's nothing to be too scared about or concerned about. Like, it's definitely going to be we have a chance of seeing some strong storms, but it's nothing that you haven't dealt with before. So don't be scared, be prepared. Yeah, once again, this is hazard. Here's another photo from the Hazard, Kentucky area. This is just going to continue to get worse as the night goes on. The river's going to keep rising. Could be tomorrow afternoon before it's done. Currently, there are no tornado warnings. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings and one considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Logan County, Kentucky. Here's a photo from earlier in McDowell County, West Virginia, where another area that's under a flash flood emergency right now. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Adams County, Mississippi. Let's go take a look at that. This includes Natchez and Roxy, Adams and Franklin counties in Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over the next hour. Get ready for it. Bryant, Alabama has a tornado watch. Does the Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia line look like we're going to get strong storms tonight? Yes. Anybody that's under the tornado watch right now, we do expect that you are going to have strong storms tonight. That includes Huntsville, Gadsden, Birmingham, Montgomery. It includes Pensacola, Gulfport, Baton Rouge, Jackson, Hattiesburg, Tupelo. The farther east you go, though, the less likely it is that it's going to be as much of a problem as it is right now. Okay, so Montgomery, Alabama, I think that you are going to get some strong storms tonight. You got a possibility of a tornado, but it's not anything to, I wouldn't recommend you stay up all night or something like that, right? Make sure you have a way of getting warnings. Don't be scared, be prepared. That, so yeah, like there's nothing too much to be concerned about. There's just a line of storms coming through. Slowly but surely, it's going to cross the entire area. It'll be out of there by 4 a.m. Good news is right now there's no tornado warnings. Our biggest warning right now, or our most prominent warning, I guess you could say, is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Logan, Simpson, and Warren counties in Kentucky. Still expecting quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into Franklin, Kentucky here soon. Get ready for it. I can't tell. I can't tell if the water's up around the dumpsters or if it's. It might be. I can't tell. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, looks like the track of the BOECO, the National Weather Service expected it to just go due east along Franklin and Woodburn here in that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but instead it's taken more of a northern track, so the Boeing shape is actually going closer to Bowling Green. So I imagine there will be a severe thunderstorm warning for winds, possibly hail as well for Bowling Green and Warren County. However, even then, the worst of the conditions might go to the north of the city there. So we'll see where exactly that sets up. But given the track of that, it doesn't quite look like the considerable severe winds are following that warning polygon. So I imagine a new one might be issued for those waiting for the storm in Bowling Green. Does look like it'll be a pretty significant one in terms of wind and possibly hail.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Right here, this is the new problem zone, I guess you could say, with our storm that's coming through south central Kentucky. Bowling Green, you're not under a warning right now, but it's probably going to come really soon, and it'll probably be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible in Bowling Green. 60 to 70 miles per hour, whatever it is, it's going to be capable of bringing down trees and power lines and causing power outages. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see some hail larger than 1 inch in diameter. So y'all get ready in Bowling Green. It's nothing happening right now unless you're on the extreme northwestern side of town with some heavy rain. But this right here is going to be that's going to be the part of the storm that causes the most problems, I guess. Wow, and I'm getting news now that we just broke over $10,000 raised for the Y'all Squad. So thank you guys for helping us reach that goal. We're going to put it to good use. Lots of people are going to, I'm telling you, just wait until you guys see some of the pictures tomorrow. It's going to be all over the news. It's going to be, it's going to be crazy. Some of the stuff that's happening right now as a result of this river flooding over here in West Virginia, and Kentucky. A lot of we really don't even know exactly what's going on. First light tomorrow is going to be really telling about what happened tonight, and there's going to be, obviously millions and maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages that we're going to try our best to make a dent in it for some people. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for helping us by going to the y'allsquad.org. I appreciate it. Speaking of flooding, we just got a flash flood warning for Louisville, Kentucky now. Louisville, Shepherdsville, Elk Creek, there's about 1.1 million people under this flood warning. It includes a lot of Interstate 64. Seek higher ground immediately. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Calhoun, Chickasaw, and Pontotoc counties in Mississippi for the next 51 minutes. Nickel-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are on the way to places like Calhoun City, Houston, and Algoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, something interesting I am looking at here is actually southwest of the Jackson, Mississippi radar. If you look closely near Port Gibson, Mississippi, pretty far southwest there, just in that blob of heavy rain and a sort of a mixed supercell and the QLCS behind it, it's actually a pretty significant area of winds there. That's a rear inflow jet that's forming. All of that cooled down air from all that heavy rain is now pushing down a jet with downward momentum. And as that, if that continues to happen with some of these velocities reaching into the 95 to 100 mile per hour bends, that'll push that line forward pretty significantly there. It may even interact with this sort of supercell structure in front of it, closer to Carpenter. We'll see if that does anything in terms of spinning up any sort of tornado. But the main reason I'm pointing this out is that it's going to propel forward a damaging wind threat, possibly a bow echo, meaning really strong winds at the apex of a bow-like shape in the storm, especially as it gets closer to Jackson, Mississippi, which you guys now have a severe thunderstorm warning, a really broad one that encompasses basically the entire metro. However, there could be a more localized higher wind risk as this sort of structure gets closer to Jackson. I imagine that it will end up creating some more areas of higher damaging winds. And this is good. This is good to reflect on the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. That 45% area of damaging winds is pretty far east. It's like central eastern Mississippi, and it extends into western and central Alabama. So this is a really good look at how the Storm Prediction Center meteorologists forecasted this. As that line consolidates, as it has time to really, grow in all of the heavy rain, we start to see these rear inflow jets show up on our velocity from our radars. And those are the areas we can hone in on, focus on for localized damaging wind threats. And I think that's going to happen more through the night as this line advances into that 45% wind risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. So really good look at the forecast and how that's starting to verify.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, taking us down here to Jackson, Mississippi and surrounding areas where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail moving into Jackson here soon. Also, just really strong winds starting to, show themselves in a more significant way back here on velocity. So this might lead to some more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings eventually for places like Crystal Springs and Hazelhurst. So y'all get ready. This is this part of the line right here as it goes through Jackson into Meridian over towards areas just south of Tuscaloosa in Alabama. This is probably going to be where we get some of our most significant wind damage reports tonight. Get ready for that. Also, Tupelo, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for areas just to your south and west. I would imagine that will get expanded into Tupelo at some point within the next hour or so. So y'all get ready for maybe 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail. One of our newest warnings is for Humphreys and LaFleur counties in Mississippi. This includes Yazoo City. That's going to continue for 30 minutes. Get ready for that. Right now, there's no tornado warnings at all, but there is, some considerable. Actually, there isn't a considerable severe thunderstorm warning anymore. They've this one over here for Logan, Simpson, and Warren counties in Kentucky is now for 60 mile per hour winds. But if you're in downtown Bowling Green, I would definitely be ready for severe weather. You're not under a warning at all right now, but there's certainly a severe storm knocking on your door. So get ready for heavy rain, maybe some hail, and some really strong winds in Bowling Green within the next 20 minutes or so. I'll turn the tour mode back on. And we'll do this. So we've been streaming. We just crossed over 7 hours. 7 hours of live streaming here. We're going to keep going. But guess what? I need something to drink. So I'm going to go get that right now. I'll be right back.
Stay alert and avoid flooded areas. Turn around, don't drown. See those fire icons on the map? They represent currently active wildfires. The bigger icons mean bigger fires. Right now, there are 5 wildfires actively burning across the U.S. Let's check in on the severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Mississippi. This warning is currently in effect for northern Chickasaw County, Calhoun County, and southeastern Pontotoc County. The National Weather Service in Memphis has identified a severe thunderstorm near Calhoun City, moving northeast at approximately 55 miles per hour. This storm is packing wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and has the potential to produce nickel-sized hail. Radar indicates that the storm could cause damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Key areas that could be impacted include Pontotoc, Houston, Trace State Park, Bruce, Calhoun City, and several other communities. Residents in these areas should move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building for your protection. Remember, a tornado watch is also in effect for parts of northeastern and northwestern Mississippi until later this evening. Stay alert and keep tuned in for further updates as this situation develops. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Kentucky, affecting Warren, northern Barron, western Metcalfe, and southeastern Edmonson counties until 10:30 p.m. CST. At 9:45 p.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located over Memphis Junction, moving east at 65 miles per hour. This storm brings the hazard of 60 miles per hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Damage to roofs, siding, and trees is expected. Impacted areas include Bowling Green, Glasgow, Plum Springs, and surrounding locations. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Be cautious of torrential rainfall that may lead to flash flooding. A tornado watch is also in effect until 1 a.m. CST for this region. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for south central Kentucky, including Allen, Butler, Logan, Simpson, and Warren counties, until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Heavy rain from thunderstorms has already caused flash flooding. Avoid flooded roads and be cautious, especially at night. Turn around, don't drown. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for northern Bath County and Fleming County in east central Kentucky until 1:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thunderstorms are causing heavy rain with 1.5 to 3 inches already fallen and more expected. Flash flooding is happening or will begin soon. Be cautious, especially at night, and avoid flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. We just got a report of a flash flood occurring 2 miles east-southeast of Clinton, Kentucky, in Hickman County just 3 minutes ago. Nearly every state highway in and out of Hickman County has water over it, except for Highway 239. This information comes from Emergency Management. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Claiborne County, northern Lincoln County, eastern Jefferson County, and Copiah County in Mississippi until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 9:48 p.m. Central Standard Time, Severe thunderstorms were spotted along a line from near Barlow to near Hamburg, moving east at 60 miles per hour.
Go ahead, Andy.
This storm brings hazards of 60 mile per
I don't know
hour
if I can
wind
talk
gusts
over y'all,
and
but I'm probably
nickel-sized.
too quiet. But Franklin, Kentucky is oh gosh, I'm talking over myself. Forgot to lower the volume. There we go. Franklin, Kentucky is definitely worthy of a tornado warning. This has spun up quite a few times. It's the same spin up that produced a tornado earlier west of Adairville. So I definitely think that we should get a tornado warning as this spin up tornado approaches Franklin. I would be surprised if that's not on the ground right now with that little hook there. Make sure you can look at the HPX radar again, try to refresh it just so you can see this best, because yeah, that is a concerning signature.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. So we've got a concerning signature moving towards Franklin right now that might be a tornado. So y'all watch out in Franklin. If you want, probably not a bad idea to go ahead and try to take shelter just in case. But if that warning comes through, you know why. And then also Bowling Green, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning now, and you guys that's starting right now. So expect 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-size hail over the next little bit. That's going to be moving over towards Smith's Grove, Glasgow, and Cave City here soon. But yeah, right now, Franklin, Kentucky, pretty serious storm that is rotating enough to warrant a potentially a tornado warning here in Franklin. So get ready from Neosho to Franklin over towards Salmons and Black Jack. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin right now, but that is definitely a concerning signature there. Owensboro is just heavy rain right now. All the storms are past Owensboro. They're past Clarksville. They're past, Louisville. The worst of the weather's over in Memphis. You guys are all good. We're most concerned now about areas from Lexington down to Campbellsville, Bowling Green, Franklin, Kentucky, Nashville. You guys are going to get in on some nasty weather here soon. So the rotating part of the storm is coming into Franklin now. So hopefully we don't have anything on the ground. But if we do, you want to go ahead and take shelter. No warning yet. But Franklin and then Blackjack, you guys also are in a pretty concerning area there. This is going to go across Interstate 65 between Pettit Mill and Matlock. Additionally, the storm is now in Bowling Green, Smith's Grove. You guys are going to get in on some of those strong winds here next, and then that's going to go over towards Glasgow. I want to make sure we're also updating you on the storm down here in Jackson, Mississippi, because this has been upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Possible in Jackson over the next 1 hour and 5 minutes. This is Hines, Madison, and Rankin, Mississippi. Those counties. Big time damaging wind threat moving into Jackson, especially areas just to the south of Jackson, Florence, and Richland, Mississippi. Back room. Let's get Corey Gherkin. Let's get Corey Gherkin's stream up. Corey's going to get hit by this storm here in Jackson. Also, look for the Hines County EMA. And then there's a plethora traffic cameras out here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, complex scenario here with the Jackson storm in particular, or the storm that's headed towards Jackson. So what's happening right now is something I talked about at the very start of the stream, actually, which is a supercell is out in front of this line of storms. Now the line's caught up to it and is beginning to push it forward, which is changing its path. I do think the complicated part of this is that it is right in the line of that water tower that is right in front of the radar, so it blocks the lowest levels of the radar scan in that direction from that point outward. So, of course, the rotation's right there. So what we could do is we can go up in height a few tilts, especially on velocity. And if you do that, like tilt 1.4 or tilt 4 or so, if you have that, you'll see a very enhanced area of winds up to 120 miles an hour traveling toward the radar there. So I think that cell has quite a bit of oomph to it as it's being pushed forward by the line. We'll see how that translates down to the lower levels, if it does at all. It has not quite managed to do that yet. However, I think it is trying to do that. I would not be surprised if this does end up becoming tornadic. So y'all watch out as this approaches I-55 from the Byram Richland corridor to the south and west. It'll come towards you guys there. So just in case this does become tornadic, that would be the reason why. I think that the tilt 0.9 or tilt 3 on radar scope is it does look very concerning to me. So I would not be surprised if this becomes a tornado warned storm briefly here. I hope it doesn't last, but just wanted to get, cover all bases here. This is a very early look at this pattern before it even translates downward toward the ground. So just in case, I want to let you guys know that ahead of time. Hopefully it doesn't get warned, but now you know what to do if it does.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, look at this. This big beam right here, the part of the storm that we can't see. It's all because of a water tower right here in front of the radar. And it's the part that we really would like to see near the surface to try to decipher whether or not this is a tornadic problem or not. But hey, this is certainly going to be a big problem for you guys in Terry, Bethesda, Dabney Crossroads, and Sinai. In areas just south of Jackson. This is going to cross Interstate 55 here soon. Storm chaser Corey Gherkin is on that storm, and he's actually going to be right there near the rotating part of it within minutes. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, it's good that we have Corey there, because that warning is actually upgraded to a destructive severe now. So just what I was talking about back when it was near Port Gibson, that rear inflow jet is driving it forward, and sure enough, now we have the warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds for the Jackson metro and surrounding areas. So that was no joke. That's why I mentioned that. It's because that rear inflow jet can cause this part of the storm to bow forward, and it's got a supercell there with it. So a lot of different things can happen here in the next 20 to 30 minutes for the Jackson metro and areas south, especially on the south side, and then the east side afterward as the storm moves through. So we have a destructive severe already, 80-mile-an-hour winds. Some emergency management teams opt to sound the sirens for destructive severes. So if that does happen in this area, that would be the reason why you hear those, as we don't have a tornado warning yet. But of course, we'll let you know the moment that happens if that does change.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, and also Allie back there in the back room. Monitor all of these traffic cameras on Interstate 55. They're probably going to be able to tell the story quite well of this destructive storm as it goes through areas south of Jackson. That's going to be MDOT 378, 719, 75, and 74. Also we've got Corey on this storm. This is a live look at the destructive severe thunderstorm approaching Jackson, Mississippi, especially areas just south of downtown Jackson, Mississippi. This is where some of the strongest winds are going to be, and potentially even a tornado near Terry, Florence, and Richland. So make sure you guys are, getting to your safe spot. Treat this as if it's a tornado warning, right? It's not. There is no tornado warning right now, but a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, essentially is what this is. needs to be treated as if it was a tornado warning. Get to the lowest floor of a sturdy building, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and protect your head from flying debris. This is a powerful storm coming into the Jackson, Mississippi area, as seen through Corey's feed right here. We've also got that Logan Estrich, I think his last name is. He's out there as well if we want to pull him up. And then here's a live look at the Hinds County. The Hinds County EMA, which I'm sure we can pull it back up here soon. But this is Logan, who is in the Jackson, Mississippi area as well. And we've got Corey Gherkin. And we'll get the Hinds County EMA back up there in maybe in slot number 3. But all of these cameras are from the Jackson, Mississippi area. Mostly concerned for Terry, Spring Ridge, Bethesda, Dry Grove, and Dabney Crossroads in the near future. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. There's a slight possibility that we have a spin-up tornado north and west of Nashville about to cross over I-24 here. So that would head towards Ridgetop, Millersville area there. There is a little bit of an appendage there, a brief velocity couplet as well. These sort of tornadoes don't last very long, but just in case that does have some possible lowered correlation coefficient values with it, which may tell us that there could be a spin-up tornado going there, that would be the reason why that's warned. So Ryan will monitor that closely. And we'll see how that progresses as it goes over I-24 and towards I-65 north of Nashville.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing us back up into Tennessee. Nashville, big-time storms on the way. No severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee right now. However, I would just about bet, you guys in Jolton and Greenbrier in Tennessee will consider this a severe thunderstorm as it comes through with some hail and some strong winds. And also, as Andy is pointing out, there might even be a chance of a spin-up tornado happening here as it crosses Interstate 24 north of Nashville. Get ready in Shackle Island, Cottonwood, Walnut Grove, all the way up to Gallatin, Tennessee. Got a lot of people watching in Henderson and Gallatin, I know. This is coming for you. It's at least going to bring about some 55 mile per hour wind gusts and some small hail it could bring about some stronger winds than that though, and maybe even a little tornado threat. So make sure you are prepared. Get ready to take shelter if an elevated warning comes through. Back down to Jackson, we've got our destructive severe thunderstorm getting ready to come through right now near Terry and Florence and Richland. Y'all get ready. Corey Gherkin's going to give us a up close and personal view of this thing as it comes in. And then we've got a lot of other cameras in the vicinity as well. This is on the northeast side of Jackson, so we're looking down towards the more destructive part of the storm from the Hinds County EMA site. And then this is on Interstate 55 right here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I would 100% vouch for a tornado warning now for that area of circulation southwest of Jackson, as definitely intensified on the scan just coming about a minute ago. So really, again, would not be a surprise for a tornado warning coming through. That would track pretty close to Byram, just north of it, and have a sort of an aim towards the south side of Jackson, the city of Jackson. So we need to be ready for that if it does come through. I do think that little area is 100% worth warning, though. It is not in that line of the water tower. So y'all watch out before a tornado warning comes through, especially in Richland, south side.
A
of
new
Jackson,
tornado warning has been issued
in the city there.
All right, and they just issued the tornado warning for it now. This is what Andy's been talking about for a while. We now have the official warning from the National Weather Service for Hinds and Rankin counties in Mississippi. Radar indicated rotation. This does include downtown Jackson. It includes Richland, Florence, Brandon, all the way back towards Pelahatchie, the entire Interstate 20 corridor between Pelahatchie and Jackson. Take shelter now. This is going to be an incredible storm. It's a destructive storm with also a tornado potential inside of that. So the whole thing is going to be capable of producing big time damage across the greater Jackson area. But specifically, there's a pretty tight area of rotation right now near Palestine and Bethesda, moving towards Spring Ridge. That could be just another thing that we have to pay really close attention to, as this could be a tornado here. Get to shelter in Midway, Spring Ridge, and Gary Estates in the Jackson, Mississippi area. If you haven't already, this is an extremely dangerous situation. We've got, traffic cameras in the area. We've got storm chasers in the area, but I can't guarantee you that we're going to see the tornado if it's happening. So just everybody in the polygon needs to take this seriously and take shelter as if it's coming right for you. This is our view right now from storm chaser Corey Gherkin, who is in Richland, Mississippi, right in, like, he's perfectly aligned himself with the velocity couplet. If there's a tornado in there, it's coming right for him where he is. So this is a live look from storm chaser Corey Gherkin. We've got several traffic cameras out there on Interstate 55 and Interstate 20. Most of these are on Interstate 20. We're also monitoring a couple on Interstate 55 as well, where the tornado is closer to. But look at this, the incredible lightning show that's going on right now out here near Jackson. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, another possible spin-up tornado that is not warned is southeast of Bowling Green with a considerable hook now. Again, from the Fort Campbell radar, it is showing me updates. Let me know if you want a screenshot of that if you can't get it to work. But that one is definitely worth warning. It is just northwest of Alvaton, Kentucky, and it's probably going to go away now pretty quickly because these things spin up and go away. But I just wanted to let you know that, yeah, that part of the storm does look like it's producing spin-up tornadoes, much like we're seeing in that area north of Nashville near Millersville, Tennessee as well. So those are the two areas I have my eyes on for a spin-up tornado at the moment. Also, it's possible we get one in northeast Mississippi. If you pull up the GWX, the Columbus radar, there we can see a strong part of the line forming as well. So I have my eyes there as well.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us back up to Kentucky. You guys have got a big storm going on in Bowling Green right now. This right here is the concerning part that might have just produced a tornado. It could continue to do so as it goes near Green Hill, Hardcastle, Motley, and Martinsville. Get ready as far east as into Red Cross and Glasgow. This is going to be able to produce tornadoes as it comes right on up into Glasgow. This is a strong, severe thunderstorm, and it is rotating. And we're seeing all these little appendages, right?
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second, let me know.
Every single one of those little appendages is going to be capable of producing a tornado, including this one, by the way, which Andy talked about earlier. Now it looks even, it continues to look concerning on radar here near Joelton, in just north of Nashville, Tennessee. Get ready in Union Hill and Goodlettsville, potentially for a spin-up tornado. There's no warning associated with any of these outside of the severe thunderstorm warning in Bowling Green. Let's get an update from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know I am on Highway 72, right near the state line of Alabama and Mississippi, watching that storm that is headed near Tupelo. Rotation seems to be ramping up, and it pretty quickly could have a spin-up tornado, so I'm dropping southwest into that one that is headed down to Tupelo.
All right, the good positioning from storm chaser Brad Arnold there. He's watching this storm near Tupelo, and this one looks like it's raring up to try to produce a tornado as well. You see this little S shape right here. This could turn into a storm that tries to produce a tornado as it goes towards Shannon and Smithville in Mississippi. The dangerous situation for y'all out there between Verona and Fulton. Get ready. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag out there in Tupelo and areas just to the east. But I think that, tornado warning might even be possible here at some point if that rotation tightens up, which it seems like there's no reason why it wouldn't. So get ready for that out there just south of Tupelo. Brad Arnold's going to be keeping an eye on that for us. And then here's our tornado warning, our continued tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi. Rotation on it is still a little hard to see, but overall, tornado threat still is with us in Spring Ridge, Mayfair, Richland, and Whitefield over towards Brandon. Additionally, we still have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be for the storm that Brad Arnold is on. Let's tell him about that. Brad, they just issued a tornado warning for your storm. Let me see where he is.
Yeah, I just got the notification on that. When I'm headed down, I'm actually going to have to track a little bit east and then head down south. Probably get it towards Hamilton, between Hamilton and Fulton, Mississippi, somewhere in that area.
All right, so Brad's going to be coming down this way to try to intercept our storm that's going by Tupelo right now. Once again, it's a tornado potentially getting ready to happen here near Shannon, Mississippi. You can see our rotations coming together right here. It's going to be moving towards Pine Grove and Poplar Springs, crossing over Highway 145 here soon. We do have some traffic cameras out there, Allie, near Verona, south of Tupelo. So make sure we're pulling those up. And then I don't know what happened to the one you just had, but I was getting ready to show it, the downpour. So we're trying to keep you updated on all this. Which one is this on, Allie? Can you give me some guidance as to where exactly we're looking at here? So this is one of our severe thunderstorm warnings that's capable of producing a tornado as it crosses an interstate here in Mississippi. Just to give you an idea of how significant the rainfall is. And then also, Corey Gherkin's still out in front of our storm that's heading into Jackson. Still hasn't hit him yet, but he's still in the spot that would potentially receive a tornado if there was going to be one between Richland and Pearl, Mississippi. We also have Logan out there in Jackson, Mississippi, giving us a live view right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a couple of things to note about that northeastern Mississippi tornado warning now. If you look closely, you can actually see that there's a couple of areas in the line, a couple of kinks that have come together. And now on the most recent scan, it looks very strong on the velocity. We do have a couplet there. So I am pretty concerned about the town of Shannon, Mississippi, because I think there's still one more little area of circulation that could come together in that part of the line too. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a debris signature with this as it intensifies rather quickly and has some more local vorticity or spin to ingest into that circulation. So please take that warning seriously in Shannon and Nettleton, Mississippi, as this comes toward you. I think it's got a little more juice here than usually, we say our spin up tornadoes last a couple of minutes and then peter out. I think this one might be a little bit stronger, last a little bit longer by this intense storm here in the line. So I really hope that doesn't happen. But at this point, I kind of expect it to, just looking at the pattern.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Shannon, Mississippi. Very concerning situation here for areas near there, including Pine Grove and Poplar Springs. We could have a tornado forming right now, and this one could be even a big one as it crosses over Highway 45 and eventually goes towards places like Evergreen, Carolina, Cardsville, and New Salem, and Smithville in Mississippi. This is a dangerous storm. take shelter now. This is south of Tupelo. Tupelo, you're not in this tornado warning, but it is, encompassing a lot of areas just to the south of Tupelo. Back down to Jackson, Mississippi warning. Still got, our storm chasers in line to receive this one. But for the most part, I think what we're dealing with here is a big-time damaging wind event, especially between Terry and Florence. Still got a good chance of a tornado trying to come down here between Richland and Pearl. But if just for everybody in the entire polygon should be taking shelter here from Richland all the way over to Pelahatchie. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, or a severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to considerable. Yeah, this whole severe thunderstorm warning here for Attala, Choctaw, Holmes, and Montgomery counties in Mississippi. Mississippi was just upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is going to include French Camp, Ackerman, all the way up to Eupora. So this line down here in Mississippi is really starting to ramp up. Yeah, look at this. The rotation signature just continues to look more and more concerning here near Shannon. And that last frame, that might be a tornado debris signature right there. So we could have a tornado down here just to the west of Shannon. So please take shelter downstream if you haven't already. Pine Grove, Nettleton, Shiloh, and Evergreen. We'll wait one more frame to make sure, but like this definitely does seem like it's a debris signature here. And then if that's the case, then we'll see an upgraded warning come from the National Weather Service as well. But so take shelter in Shannon, and keep in mind that this is the kind of tornado that even in a line situation like this, it could last a while. So this could come all the way up there towards Evergreen and Carolina. Look at that. This is one of the more impressive velocity signatures we've seen all night. Go ahead, Andy.
Exactly, Ryan. Yeah, that velocity signature is actually probably two tornadoes at the same time that are wrapping together into one. So really incredible look at this storm here. As I mentioned, and it is verifying here that little kink to the south is being wrapped up into that main circulation that's stronger. And now as it does that, we might have two tornadoes ongoing right there in that area of spin. I imagine, though, that whole area of spin will combine into one tornado, though, and that's why this is just expected to last a little longer. So we do have a much more definable debris signature to the east of Shannon now as that happened. I do think that damage happened right outside where the town name is on the map, just on the south side and now on the east side ongoing. So really, really interesting storm and dynamics there that we're able to pick out since we're so close to the radar. And it's also interesting to see that verify. You can see just little kinks on the line that keep getting absorbed into that area of circulation, and that's prolonged this enough to produce the tornado there. So I imagine we'll see an upgrade to the warning, but at this point, the damage has been done.
Thank you, Andy. So hopefully we're listening in to the scanners down here near Shannon, Mississippi, and we'll let you know if we hear anything, but hopefully there's not too much damage. But there definitely was a tornado down here. Check this out. Big time winds coming through US 278, Mississippi 145. Allie, can you give me a little bit of guidance as to exactly which storm we're looking at here? This is on Highway 145. 236. Oh, my headset might be dead. We can do Discord. But anyways, this is one of our storms out here in Mississippi, and just look, even without the tornado situation, the significant damaging winds are going to be a big problem here. Yeah, so this is Tupelo. This is a live look at Tupelo right now. Just north of Verona in Tupelo. So south of that is where we have our actual tornado ongoing, or a tornado was just happening near Shannon. So take shelter if you're in Shiloh and Nettleton. Batteries. Oh, well, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, it's about to die.
Yeah, that's probably it. But you can see here the debris signature that we were talking about, just east of Shannon. Tornado likely did damage right in through here. If it continues, it'll go towards Nettleton and Shiloh. Very surprised that we never got a warning upgrade for that one. That one was pretty I mean, it was right there. Corey Gherkin is still out there in the Pearl, Mississippi area, so let's go check back in on that tornado warning. This is going through Jackson right now. Some of the strong winds are going through Jackson. And then the rotating part of the storm is heading up towards Brandon. Yes. So Brandon over to Pelahatchie, you guys need to be taking shelter if you haven't already. Also, here's a look at our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Attala, Choctaw, Holmes, Montgomery counties in Mississippi. That's going to continue for the next 22 minutes. Yeah, get ready in Brandon. And then while our very tight rotation has kind of led up here to the east of Shannon, we do still have a concerning feature on radar that leads me to believe that this storm right here might try to produce another tornado at some point as it goes on towards the east between Smithville, Fulton, and Tremont in Mississippi. So we're going to have a problem with this section of the storm, I think, plumb over into Alabama. So we're going to be watching this one closely. Once again, here's a live look at Tupelo with some of those damaging winds coming through. This is also in that same general area, or this one's actually back there towards Jackson. And then this is Storm Chaser Logan, who is out there near Pearl, Mississippi, trying to stay out in front of the Jackson storm. Corey's doing a good job at that as well. They've both gotten out of the rain. Now they're going to try to stay out in front of the storm. So here's an update on that. Warning, 36 minutes left. Radar indicated rotation, Hines and Rankin, Mississippi. The strong winds are just now getting ready to come into Country Place in Mississippi, Summerwood, the JAN International Airport, Whitfield, and Monterey. Right after that, it'll hit Brandon and then Pelahatchie. Yeah, so that kink in the line up there near Tupelo is going to likely encourage a corridor of higher tornado potential for at least an hour or so, maybe even longer than that, all the way up until this gets close to Alabama. So we're going to be locked in on that storm, I think. Now, this storm down here in Jackson is still a nasty storm. It's still a really impressive storm, but it's not as easy to tell exactly what's going on as far as the tornadic potential here. Which doesn't mean that there is no tornadic potential. It's just the one to the north is a little bit more concerning looking right now. But everybody in Brandon needs to be taking shelter. Hail size maybe up to 1 inch in diameter for Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties in Mississippi associated with our tornado warning up here for Smithville. And there's another considerable severe thunderstorm warning, a big one. This one includes Starkville and Macon, Mississippi. Get ready for the next hour. We're going to be watching 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts come into this area. And Allie, we've got a bunch of traffic cameras in Starkville and West Point just for you to keep an eye on as the storms get closer. We got some strong winds coming in near Lakeland off treetops. This is near Highway 45. Fruit Loops, thank you for that. Yeah, Bowling Green, I'll go check back in on you guys. Bowling Green is no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's been allowed to expire for Bowling Green, but the storm is continuing to cause severe weather to the east. So Smiths Grove, Pondsville, Oil City, Glasgow, you guys are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've also got a decent storm heading towards y'all in Scottsville. Okay, now down here in Nashville, you're under a flash flood warning. But there is no severe thunderstorm warning right now for Nashville, but there is a pretty impressive storm coming into Nashville right now that could bring about some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, some small hail. So get ready. It's going to feel like a severe thunderstorm for a lot of people in Nashville as the storm comes through. This is also coming into Gallatin and Hendersonville right now. But no severe warnings right now in Tennessee at all. Another update from Governor Andy Beshear. I've written to President Donald Trump requesting emergency disaster declaration for Kentucky due to the severe weather and impacts across our state. The declaration would make federal funding available to the affected areas, helping us respond. So yeah, the big deal in Kentucky. The governor's constantly, sending out updates about the situation that's unfolding here in eastern Kentucky. Even though like the tornado and severe weather part of this event is really starting to kick up, I want to make sure that we continue to update you guys on what's going on in Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia, as well as we still have flash flood emergencies in effect. We've got 3 of them. One of them is going to last for another 8 hours. The one in Tazewell, Virginia, also the one in Mercer County, West Virginia. The one in McDowell County, West Virginia, is going to expire in about an hour and 48 minutes, though. Also another update from my neck of the woods. I know we got a lot of people watching here from Pikeville. The river level at Bowles Addition has reached 38 feet. So they're going to go ahead and they're going to close the floodgates. So if you know the bridge near Pikeville High School, that's going to be completely closed off. It's very rare that this happens. They don't usually close the floodgates. I don't know when the last time they done that was. So they're closing the floodgates, which will impact travel some as well. If you're just now tuning in, we've got 2 tornado warnings right now. 2. We've got one for Itawamba County, Mississippi, and we've got one for Rankin County, Mississippi. Both of these are really concerning storms, big-time problem makers, but the one to the north, the one that's coming up towards Tremont and Fulton in Mississippi, has really got my eye. This little kink here is really broad, but it could very easily start tightening up again here as it goes towards Van Buren and Tilden in Mississippi, okay? So here's a look at the storm coming through Jackson right now. Severe thunderstorm going through Jackson, Mississippi, as seen on I-20. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think the most concerning part of that Jackson storm right now is just east of Florence, Mississippi, which is south of the radar. Just a tilt. You can see it at the lowest tilt a little bit starting up there, but just a couple of tilts up and you can really see a tight circulation there east of Florence. So that is right outside of the current tornado warning box. This is exactly what it looked like that prompted that earlier warning that's now been extended all the way out there east of Jackson. So I think we should see another one for this area of spin just south of the warning polygon. If it continues to look like that, I imagine it'll translate downward on the next frame at the lowest level, which it does look like it's trying to do. So I would expect a tornado warning for this. It does look like it's trying to produce right now. So y'all watch out south of this warning at the moment. Should go into the tornado warning polygon that exists now, though.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is what we're talking about right in here near Thomasville. Y'all watch out in Thomasville all the way over to Rock Hill. And I wouldn't be surprised once again to see a new tornado warning associated with that might go out towards Rufus and Polkville. Get ready. Even if we don't see a tornado warning, y'all should get ready for very strong, damaging winds. Maybe some hail. This is going to be a powerful storm that impacts an area from Brandon, Pelahatchie, all the way down to Puckett. So get ready for that. We also have a new considerable thunderstorm warning, I believe. Or another one was upgraded. Or there's at least a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is our most recent one here for Mendenhall and McGee in Mississippi. Get ready over the next hour for nickel-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay. So yeah, Elijah's saying this is we are officially in the top 10 highest flood levels on record for Pikeville. Speaking of floods, we got a new flash flood warning for Lexington, Kentucky. 646,000 people from Lexington to Kirkwood, Nicholasville, Carlisle, Paris, all the bluegrass region of Kentucky is now under a flash flood warning. Seek higher ground immediately. Once again, tornado warning continues for 25 minutes for Rankin County, Mississippi. That includes Brandon and Pelahatchie. Might see a new one just to the south of that for a new area of rotation. Additionally, we've got a tornado warning ongoing up here in Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties in Mississippi. The area of rotation is approaching Interstate 22 between Fulton and Tremont. Y'all get ready. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Starkville. We'll start to see those winds moving in here soon. Remember, 70-mile-per-hour gusts are possible. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So emergency managers have reported trees and power lines down in Shannon, Mississippi, which is the town we were just recently talking about for the tornadic debris signature passing through the town. I went back through and the debris signature passed directly over where the damage report is. So that is most likely tornadic damage that did occur.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. Looks like we've got some tornadic damage on the board here. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes all the way out into Alabama, Hamilton and Vernon. This is Lamar and Marion counties in Alabama. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we likely had our second tornado just to the west of Tilden, Mississippi, and our northeast Mississippi warning there. So probably a much weaker and shorter-lived tornado than that first one. However, it looked a lot more interesting on the previous scan, and that's why I think we had that tornado come through. So this has definitely still got the ability to produce maybe a couple more spin-ups here because that inflow is cranking into where the circulation was. So another brief tornado, I think, occurred there just west of the town, and we'll have to monitor for a future area as well as a new warning probably in about 15 minutes or so that extends into northwestern Marion County in Alabama and southwestern Franklin County in Alabama.
Thank you, Andy. We've got, once again, another little spin up that's probably happened here between Evergreen and Van Buren. I wouldn't be surprised to see that trend continue as it comes into the more populated areas such as Tremont, Clay, and Oakland. We really want you guys to take shelter if you're out there. Interstate 22 is going to be a pretty rough place between Fulton and Tremont here over the next little bit. So a weak tornado or some sort of tornado was likely happening near Tilden, and because we do see that tornado debris signature on radar. Let's go back to Jackson real quick, just to look at what we've got going on here. A lot of the rotation with the actual tornado warned storm is really not there anymore, but we've got powerful winds and the ability for a QLCS tornado to happen anywhere up and down this line over the next 22 minutes. Get ready in West Leesburg and Leesburg, Pelahatchie, Clarksburg, and Crossroads in Mississippi. This is going to be a very dangerous storm for you. All right. Got a video here. Oh wow, this is actually quite interesting. This is in Coal Run City Park. This is near me. Look at this. Is not sped up. This is how fast the water's rising. This is a river flood, y'all. Not a flash flood. Not a debris flow. That's crazy. Historic flooding ongoing or about to occur between Pikeville and Prestonsburg in Pike County, Kentucky. And by the way, we were just talking about how they're closing the floodgates for the first time in a long time. This is the video of that happening. Pikeville Fire Department closing the floodgates near Pikeville High School. Our very own storm chaser Dalton Stevens is the one who has recorded this video. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian. Also from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, I'm watching the Starkville area here in Mississippi. I think that this part of the storm has just recently surged forward and maybe in the last two scans and is maybe looking to do the same thing with spin-up tornado potential as it approaches the town and Mississippi State University there. So y'all be on lookout there in Starkville and around there and at the university, just in case there's a few spin-up tornadoes with this part of the line. I wouldn't doubt it with that sort of presentation on radar. It's very quickly come together. So we'll see if that consolidates and also produces some of those debris signatures that we've seen further north. Just know I'm watching for you guys. Let them know in Mississippi State University.
All right, thank you. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Get ready in Starkville, Mississippi State University, Crawfordville, Brookville. Allie, we've got traffic cameras over here in Starkville we should be looking at. Just have them ready for us, and then we'll show you guys this storm as it comes in. So get ready in Starkville. Even without the tornado threat, I want to emphasize that this is going to be a powerful storm that is capable of producing widespread wind damage all across Clay, Noxubee, and Lowndes counties in Mississippi with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So get indoors, take shelter. It's going to be a nasty one. Also, huge shout-out to Delaney C. for the generous super chat. That's it says, thanks for all you and the All Squad do. Thank you, Delaney. The city of Pikeville has closed the floodgates at Bowles Park. The road will be closed until further notice. So let's go up and down the warnings here. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for McGee. All right, severe thunderstorm warning for McGee and Mendenhall in Mississippi. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Forest, Newton, and Philadelphia. This is for Leake, Neshoba, Newton, and Scott counties in Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be affecting this area over the next hour and 20 minutes or so. Then up next, we've got Starkville, Columbus, and Macon with a severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but look at this. This right here is a concerning signature on reflectivity. It could be a sign of a tornado trying to happen right here near Bradley, Longview, and Green Acres. You see that? We could have a tornado ongoing right now or about to happen near Longview along Highway 12. Y'all take shelter if you haven't already. You've got a tornado possible severe thunderstorm. Hopefully if there is a tornado, it doesn't last very long, but it would be coming over towards Longview and Timber Cove as well. Take shelter. And let's continue right up the line here. We still have a tornado warning, by the way, for Smithville in Mississippi, but the vast majority of the rotation is still going to be up here between Tilden and Tremont. All right, it's crossing Interstate 22 right now. It's going to continue to go up to the north and east. We might see a new tornado warning issued for Vina and Scottsville, Alabama here soon if the rotation continues. Now, the next part of the line here is below severe limits, but it's about to hit Florence, Alabama. Get ready for some heavy rain and some gusty winds. Let's go on up towards Nashville. Nashville, you guys are getting hit right now by a sub-severe thunderstorm, but still a strong storm that's probably producing some hail and some winds from Gallatin down to Franklin. No severe thunderstorm warning right now, though. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, however, for Barron, Edmondson, Metcalfe, and Warren counties in Kentucky. That's going to be allowed to expire here. Just now it was allowed to expire, but still, same thing as what's going on in Nashville. A strong storm is coming into Fountain Run, Glasgow.
A new
and
tornado warning has been issued.
Even though we might not have a severe thunderstorm warning, it's still going to be an impactful storm. New tornado warning for Hackleburg, and that's Marion County, Alabama. So that's going to be associated with our rotation that we've been talking about near Tremont, Mississippi. That's going to come over towards Hackleburg in Alabama here soon. Y'all take shelter. Here is our new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for Florence. I think we just talked about how Florence didn't have a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, now you do. So get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail between now and 44 minutes from now. Allie, if you keep having trouble with it, you might have to clear all and then restart again. Is it expected to flood in Asheville, North Carolina tonight? I don't think the flooding risk there is quite as high as it is to your north and west. But certainly some heavy rain and some strong winds will be possible early in the morning tomorrow. So yeah, 3 tornado warnings. Two of them are essentially for the same storm. So just keep that in mind.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you got a second.
There's Brad. Let's talk to him. Go ahead, Brad. Come on, Brad.
Ryan, we're going to intercept this possible tornado in a town that some folks that are watching your show may know. It's a little town called Hackleburg that was leveled by an EF5 tornado about 15 years ago or so.
All right, so Brad's on that storm in Mississippi that we've been watching. So we're going to keep up with him if we can get his camera up in our system. Denise, thanks for the 5 gifted. Storm's coming into Starkville, Mississippi right now.
A new tornado warning
just
has been
a
issued.
Tornado warning for that. So that does include Starkville and Mississippi State University. You are now under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. If you're in Starkville or Artesia, that's going to be Lowndes and Oktibbeha County, Mississippi. It's going to go on for the next 26 minutes.
That's Oktibbeha, Ryan.
What is it?
Oktibbeha.
Oktibbeha. Okay, Oktibbeha County, Mississippi. So get ready in Starkville, Heritage Colony, Artesia, Billups, and Bent Oak. And once again, we've got some traffic cameras out here. I know we're having we're having a time, but Just let me know if we can pull those up and when they get up. Progress on our flood walls being built here in Pikeville. They're making considerable progress out here. They literally got to put them together. But stopping the water from getting into a very populated area down there in the Bowles edition of Pikeville, Kentucky. Spencer Perry, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, sure, Webster. Timmy Turner, thank you. Yeah, so these storms are getting awfully close to getting into, Alabama. The northern part of the line is already in there. Florence, Alabama, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We've got the tornado warning for Hackleburg. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning also in effect for Hamilton and Vernon. And then the storm that is producing a tornado warning right now in Starkville will also eventually head over towards portions of Alabama as well. Here's a storm coming into is this Starkville? Okay, yeah, this is Starkville right now. Is a live look at Mississippi Department of Transportation camera in Starkville as our considerable severe thunderstorm with a potential tornado is coming through right now. So conditions are going to continue to deteriorate in the Mississippi State University area, Country Club subdivision, over towards Sessoms and Artesia.
Hey, Ryan, I think we may have a tornado trying to form that is just to my west, that is actually north of the main circulation, north of the main warning, just south of Red Bay.
All right, so that was Brad Arnold, who is storm chasing. We've got him out there somewhere, but he's noticing an uptick in potential rotation near Red Bay. So Brad's going to keep an eye on that for us. He's looking at this one over here. This is right now. There's not a whole lot to write home about on velocity, but you can see what he's talking about right in here. We're watching out for you in Red Bay. Y'all watch out in Halltown, Burnout, Piney Bend, and Dempsey. That might be our next tornado warning. We have to watch every single little kink in this line. You've got one right here. You've got one right here. You know, we've had multiple down through this tornado warning, but here's another one that might have to be watched. And then down in Starkville, which is where things are really getting wild right now. This is a live view from Starkville once again as our considerable severe thunderstorm comes through, and our tornado warned storm is. This is it right here. We've also got a view of it from a little bit farther to the east and a little bit farther to the west. So this is what's happening right now in Starkville as the tornado warned storm comes through. This is what you can look for in Columbus, Mississippi within the next 45 minutes or so. Sloth, thank you. Oh, wow. This is also in Starkville right now. as our considerable severe thunderstorm blows through the area. No sirens in Starkville. I've seen that comment a couple of times, so I'm inclined to believe it. But yeah, you are under a tornado warning in Starkville and Artesia, all of Lowndes and Oktibbeha County in Mississippi. Yeah, so basically what you're seeing here, the strong winds that are coming through Starkville right now is pretty much what you can expect in the next little bit in places like Hackleburg, Alabama, for example. Maybe even down here a little bit farther to the south near Crawford and Brooksville and Columbus, Mississippi, and Caledonia. This line of storms is going to produce, conditions like this over a widespread area. This is what a considerable
new tornado warning has been issued.
Thunderstorm looks like. Here's a new tornado warning. Now, this one includes Red Bay, Russellville, and Phil Campbell. This is the storm that Brad Arnold was talking about. This is the one near Red Bay, that other area of rotation that he was pointing out to us right in here near Vina. So now we've got a new tornado warning that's going to last for the next 33 minutes for Colbert. Colbert or Colbert County in Alabama, Franklin and Lawrence counties in Alabama. This includes Russellville and Phil Campbell. Take shelter now if you're in any of those areas. All right, this camera is just a little bit north and east of Starkville, which is where some of the strongest winds are going through right now. These kinds of conditions are also similar to what you'll expect in these Alabama counties as the storm comes through.
Ryan, all the power in Hodges, Alabama, just went through it. All of it just went out right when I was going through a major power flash back there. So that's likely driven by wind. It's not a tornado, but we had that little power out.
All right, that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. So all this is moving towards Huntsville, Alabama. It's a good hour and a half, 2 hours maybe before it gets there, though. By the way, we got Brad Arnold's feedback. He is near Vina, Alabama, so he's really close to the rotation near Red Bay that we're concerned about for that tornado warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just keeping an eye everywhere else too. From the Nashville radar, Mount Herman, Kentucky does have a little bit of an embedded supercell shape there. No warning, no severe warning or anything there. I think conditions may just be barely unstable enough for this to do something. So I want to just give y'all a watch out there in Mount Herman, Beaumont, and Marrowbone, north of Tompkinsville in Kentucky, just for a little bit of a concerning part of the line, just in case something does drop there. Just be ready for the storm to come through. The rest of all the places in Tennessee have remained subsevere and non-tornadic simply because of the orientation of the line. We see that line is like draped from northeast back to south and west. That means that all the surface winds that are coming out of like the southeast here are just going to smack right into that, perpendicular to the line. And when they do that, they don't really efficiently spin up into these spin up tornadoes that we're looking for. That's why in a circumstance like this, I really look for the parts of the line that are more oriented north-south. And that one near Kentucky, Mount Hermon, Kentucky, that I just pointed out, that's where we see that kink, and it would be more like north and south, so those winds could get ingested really quickly. So that's why we haven't seen anything in Nashville except heavy rain, some thunder. But we do see that in Mount Hermon, Kentucky.
A
and
new
also
tornado
in these
warning
tornado
has been
warnings,
issued.
down in northwest Alabama now. And one other thing to point out about those ones in northwest Alabama is that there is, on the correlation coefficient product, a bunch of beam filling right now. So we can't actually confirm, because it goes right through where those circulations are. We can't actually confirm if there's a debris signature or not, because there's a bunch of clutter that the radar's scanning through, a bunch of heavy rain, maybe even some small hail up there in the cloud. And that's preventing us from getting a look using that product if there is something in the air there that could be spun up by a tornado. So unfortunately, we're just going to have to abide by these warnings, and anything that a chaser like Brad Arnold can show us if he is in the exact right place at the right time for a spin up tornado. So just a little bit of science, and also a little bit of a look up north still for our friends, just to let you know what's going on.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update, for having us look up there a little bit farther north, because we've been so drawn to the south, which is where we just got a new tornado warning, by the way, for Kemper, Lauderdale, Leake, and Neshoba counties in Mississippi. Radar indicated rotation here. Make sure you guys are taking shelter in Walnut Grove, Decatur, Union, over towards Philadelphia, Mississippi, and Damascus. This is going to be, once again, another big storm that's capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds in a widespread fashion all across all of these counties, but specifically in Kemper, Lauderdale, Leake, and Neshoba, we have an increased chance for a tornado trying to happen here. So everybody take shelter. It's a long one. It'll be an hour. It'll be 58 minutes, but better safe than sorry. Let's go back up to our tornado warning over here that's approaching Phil Campbell. And this right here is a pretty concerning looking signature here on reflectivity. That is where Brad Arnold is. We're trying to get his feedback. But make sure we are taking shelter in Atwood, Glasgow Corner, Grave Hill, and over there towards Spruce Pine. Once again, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is on that near Hodges right now. And then, so that's pretty much what's going on there. Our tornado warning does continue for the next 12 minutes for Lowndes County and for areas near Starkville, Mississippi. But it'll be moving past Artesia here soon. We'll see if they issue a new warning for Columbus once we get closer to that. Yeah, lots of familiar town names tonight. Phil Campbell, Hackleburg, Philadelphia. These are all towns that were, hit by significant tornadoes during the 2011 outbreak. No, there's just, I see every time I look at chat, somebody's mentioning it. Obviously not the same kind of thing going on right now, but so lots of warnings all up and down Mississippi and Alabama. The floodgates are officially up. Super huge shout out to Extreme Storm Chaser Dalton Stevens, who's out there giving us a firsthand view of the process of the. Honestly, this is a big deal. Like, this doesn't happen all the time in Pikeville, but our road is completely blocked off now. We've got our floodgates in place protecting the Bulls Edition. Getting some special weather statements out there as far south as into southern Louisiana. Some of those storms might get stronger. What's your total rain on your Tempest? Where is my Tempest? Oh man, how do I see? Oh, it's three inches, 3.13 inches is what we got yesterday. It's 12:05, so it's reset to 0 now. But just a little over 3 inches of rain is what we got here, and it's led to a flood of historic proportions. But it's got a lot to do with the fact that we had 3 inches of rain about a week ago. We had an inch of rain before that. We had 7 inches of snow a couple days ago that melted really fast. So the ground's just super saturated. Let's get an update on all these tornado warnings. Radar indicated rotation moving towards Russellville and Phil Campbell. And then, we've got our continued warning for Kemper, Lauderdale, and Leake counties for the next 54 minutes. And then our Starkville and Artesia tornado warning in Mississippi should be allowed to expire pretty soon. Ryan Hughes, thank you. Oh, it is, isn't it? Here's an update on the flooding situation out here in Pikeville, Kentucky. We've been checking in on this camera periodically. It does look like the water is up near Penn Station, which is, I don't know what happens next. At some point, the road's going to be completely blocked off. I don't know what happens then. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I just learned about this. I got pinged in a couple of posts regarding it, but in Bonneville, Kentucky, there was 2 more flood-related fatalities reported. So we are currently at a death toll of 3 for the Kentucky floods today.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, lots of fatalities today. A lot of them are coming from flooding. We always talk about how usually if we've got a big tornado threat, if we've got a big hurricane threat, even if it's a big time straight line damaging wind threat, a lot of people pay attention, a lot of people care, a lot of people, get involved with that coverage, but it's hard a lot of times to get people to take the same kind of precautions when it comes to flooding, which is ends up being the show stealer a lot of times in events like this. So that's why we try to talk about it so much and take it so seriously. Yo. Here's another view of the water out here. Just unbelievable. Yeah, at some point it's going to start spilling over and hopefully it doesn't rise much more than that. I don't know how much more we've got to go. One thing that's going to happen is, I'll tell you what's going to happen. So right now it's dry, right? So right now, right here where most of our really bad flooding has happened today, it's not raining at all, thankfully. But this big blob of rain right here is going to come through, and it's going to add probably another inch of rain to our totals. So what we really want is for the water levels to go down as much as possible before this gets here. So I know a lot of the smaller creeks and streams are going down, but these big rivers like the Leviza Fork and the Big Sandy River just continue to rise. Oh, did they update this? Oh man, that's not good at all. So yeah, we're at 43 feet right now. 47. Gosh, that's going to be unbelievable. So yeah, once again, I don't know how many people we have watching from Eastern Kentucky, my neighbors out here, but anybody who lives anywhere near that daggone Leviza Fork, between Pikeville and Prestonsburg, if you live close enough, especially to see the water, this might be the big one. This might be a really huge problem. If we get anywhere close to 47 feet, that's gonna infiltrate a lot of businesses and places that haven't had to deal with that in a long time. It'll be a really costly flood here in Eastern Kentucky. Yeah, it'll be even worse by the time it gets down towards, Prestonsburg in that area. All right. Yeah, that would put us, if it got up to 47, that would put us at the top 5 floods of all time in Pikeville, Kentucky. Nick, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, I'm in Cincinnati and the road is completely flooded just before Lockland split. Yeah, you guys are having to deal with a lot of the heavy rain right now. Most of the heaviest rain is occurring right now and right along a corridor from Louisville up through Lexington up past Cincinnati. Lots of flooding is happening up there as well. Yeah, so another thing, just to kind of talk about the flooding situation a little bit more, what we've got going on behind the main line here. So this line of storms is, it's a strong line of storms, right? And we're going to have a lot of heavy rain associated with that. But what the heck? The big blob behind the main line, this is what we call stratiform rain. And a lot of times that, it can be heavy, but sometimes it looks a little heavier than what it is on the radar. But if you flip on lightning strikes and you look at lightning, there's actually a lot of lightning, out here between Louisville and Memphis. So there's probably a pretty good indication that this is actually producing a heavy rainfall, and that might lead to locally heavier amounts, especially in Hopkinsville up towards Bowling Green and Clarksville, which are places that really don't need it. And hopefully that doesn't continue, because that is going to come right up into Eastern Kentucky if it does.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Just south of Russellville right now, coming into the city about 2 miles. Got nothing right now, but it's really a lightning show, though. I have not seen any kind of lowering or funnel clouds or tornadoes yet.
So you just heard from Brad Arnold there. He's not seeing anything, but we do have a tornado warning for Russellville, Phil Campbell, over towards Moulton. Take shelter if you haven't already. Here's some damage coming in from, what is that, Guntown, Mississippi. Matt says this is a good reminder to check your sump pumps if you have one. Just checked mine and it was 3/4 of the way full. I think the float was acting up. Yeah, check them. That, for sure, that is actually a good idea. Here's a look at the water in Moorhead. This is Triplet Creek near downtown Moorhead at approximately midnight. The water continues to rise. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, one more area of spin-up concern, not currently warned and a little bit far away from radars to diagnose it here, is near just south of Florence, Alabama, here near Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia in Colbert County. So that does not have a tornado warning on it currently, but it's probably producing some pretty intense gusts and a little bit of that mesovortex action right there in the county. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some brief spin up tornado there. So areas southeast Florence and out ahead to the east of the cities there should be on alert for that storm moving through. It's probably going to cause some power outages as well.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Get ready in Florence and areas near Florence, including Muscle Shoals, Layton, Town Creek, Bailey Springs. We're going to have some 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail coming through here, but also small chance, an increasing chance of a potential tornado trying to briefly come together. So keep that in mind as you make your preparations here. Multiple tornado warnings are active in Mississippi, Alabama, as a dangerous, day of severe weather continues. We've been streaming now for 9 hours. Just about it. It's currently 12:18 Eastern, 5:18 Z. Still have multiple flash flood emergencies in effect, by the way. Hudson, wind. I guess that's my best guess. Ryan, the power is out in Burnside, Kentucky. Yeah, lots of power outages in Kentucky, I believe. Actually, I wouldn't say lots, but especially over here on the eastern side. We've got some people without power in Breathitt County, Knott County. 2,000 people here in my home county without power. Holy smokes. Check out downtown hazard. Water continues to rise in Triangle Park. Lots of businesses submerged. Kentucky, the North Fork of the Kentucky River, once again, is going to also be another river that reaches a historical crest tonight, or actually tomorrow. Brad Arnold's driving through a significant storm near Haleyville, Alabama. Janie Bateson, thank you for the very generous 75 super chat. Love all your team. I love all that your team does to help us be prepared and not scared. That's the goal. Thank you for the support, seriously. And everybody say thank you to Janie for the very generous super chat. Kay, thank you. And Michael, thank you. Says, can we use the Yalameter on floods? Yeah, I mean, there's no rule against it. Some of us got no choice right now. Yeah. Yeah, so we're getting reports that several high water rescues are underway still out here in Kentucky. And a lot of that's going to happen. So earlier today, it was mostly due to flash flooding, and now the river flooding is likely going to start inundating neighborhoods and leading to rescues and stuff. All right, here's another video from Dalton, who's out there in Pikeville, giving us a look at the flood walls being installed. No small task there. The whole city's emergency response team is on it, it looks like. Hey, Tony, thank you for that. I'm in far western Kentucky with floods. Central Kentucky's getting hammered. Eastern Kentucky record floods. I'm 61. I've never seen the entire state flooding from one system. It's a good point. Usually it is confined to one part or the other. But, hey, another hats off to the Weather Prediction Center and the National Weather Service. Hey, Ryan,
multiple power flashes just to my east right now.
The entire state of Kentucky was highlighted, several days in advance as being one of the hardest hit areas here. Brad Arnold is saying that he's seeing power flashes. So we've got his feed pulled up, but we're not getting a signal right now. As soon as we get that back, we'll pull him up full. But he is on this storm near Russellville. So we've got strong winds coming through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also just got a new tornado warning for areas to the east of Florence. Okay, so this includes Lexington, Rogersville, Elkmont, Athens, and Ardmore. So take shelter now if you're in Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence, or Limestone counties in Alabama.
Blizzard, and more power flashes around me.
All right, power flashes ongoing around Brad Arnold, who is near Russellville, Alabama, which is under a tornado warning. Casey, thank you for that. Taylor says, I'm from Nashville. Every time there's severe weather, I automatically turn your channel on. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that it seems like Nashville dodged a bit of a bullet by not getting hit by some of the stronger storms tonight. Another big flash flood warning just came out for portions of Kentucky from Beaver Dam all the way over to Campbellsville. 123,000 people are included in this one. Move to higher ground immediately if you're in Morgantown, Bonnieville, Horse Cave, Smiths Grove, or Leachfield. What radar are you using, Ryan? This is Yaldar. It's a work in progress. But yeah, it's a software I built here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think one of our next areas of interest after that successful east of Florence call out earlier is actually going to be this southern part of the line, just east of the radar. So we can see it in high resolution here. It is caught up and is now orienting itself more north and south, whereas previously this part of the line was definitely more at a 45-degree tilt. And as it does that, you can see these little tiny vortices showing up with those higher velocity values just north of Vernon, Alabama, and south of Beaverton. There's a couple of them in there. So I think we'll be watching this part of the line quite closely, as it does look already potent with the damaging wind threat. But I do see some efficient spinning up of some QLCS tornadoes here. So I imagine if that keeps happening, we'll see a blanket warning probably for this area out ahead of it into Fayette County, Alabama, and southeastern Marion County in Alabama for areas like Winfield and Fayette itself in Alabama.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for pulling our attention down here to Fayette County, which is a place that just got put under a new severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail, and yeah, that's also going to include Pickens County. We are looking for the potential for maybe some tornadic, attributes to this line as it comes through as well. These storms are racing towards Huntsville and Birmingham. Y'all are next in line. Not quite there yet. It'll be a couple hours before they get to Birmingham. A little bit less than that for Huntsville, but just know we've got our eyes on you. We'll be here whenever they get there. And yeah. Cole, thank you for that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, one more area of concern is actually from the Hammond radar in Louisiana. There is a pretty tight mesocyclone on this pretty small supercell near Mount Herman, Louisiana, and headed up towards Warnerton on the state line there east of I-55. And that's in northwestern Washington Parish. So a little bit, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado going on with that storm, but it does seem to have some
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I've been watching it for a while, and this is definitely the best it's looked so far. So as it approaches Tylertown, Mississippi, and areas just south, we'll have to watch that one to see if it ends up worth being warned, if that wasn't the warning for it right now.
Thank you, Andy. So yeah, we're watching this very closely now, all the way down here in Louisiana, coming up towards Tylertown. Get ready for a potential upgrade to this severe thunderstorm warning, as we've seen rotations just like that be warned for tornadoes today, and then we also got another new tornado warning for Franklin, Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan counties in Alabama there. And that's going to go on for the next 46 minutes. All right, so take shelter in Hillsboro, Trinity, Decatur, and Mooresville. Once again, this big cluster of tornado warnings is coming up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So y'all get ready. Just got a new tornado warning, and there you go. That's the one that Andy was just talking about. So Andy is once again giving us a really early heads up with his insight here into these storms before the warnings are even issued. So now, if Andy's early heads up wasn't enough for you, here we go. This is also the National Weather Service is going to start sounding the sirens now. Take shelter if you are in Dillon, Lair, Kirkland, Lexi, Tylertown, Knoxo, Dexter, any of these places in Washington Parish, Louisiana, Pike County, Mississippi, and Walthall County, Mississippi. You're under a tornado warning. Fisherman's Corner. Thank you for the very generous 20 gifted super chats or 20 gifted memberships and the super chat. He says, love your work. Please tell me about Northeast Atlanta and North Athens tomorrow midday. I'm on the road from Tallulah to Georgia State Park. So the storms are going to come through early in the morning, and then after that, it's going to get a little bit cooler. But for the most part, you're going to be fine over there. It's not anything crazy going on. It'll be some gusty winds before noon, and then you'll be good. So thank you so much for the incredibly generous support. Tylertown, Mississippi. Take shelter now. We also continue to have a tornado warning for Kemper, Lauderdale, Neshoba, and Newton counties in Mississippi. And then, of course, up here into Alabama as well, we've got a tornado warning for Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Limestone counties. I've got people asking questions about the my local area here. I'm going to go over that again right here in a moment. But first, we have several tornado warnings, and Andy's got an update for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, two areas. One that I called out before, I definitely think is going to receive a new tornado warning here, due east of the Columbus, Mississippi radar for Winfield, Alabama, and areas right along that highway there. So east of Gwinn, I think that we'll see a tornado warning there. That part of the line has come together, just as I mentioned. So northern Fayette County in Alabama, I'm watching. Y'all watch out before that warning is issued if it continues to look like that. And then, of course, I want to shout out these two pretty major population centers here in northern Alabama, both Decatur and Athens. You guys are both under those tornado warnings. The one that's going towards Decatur especially has my eye. However, there's already several damage reports in and around Florence and Killen in northwest Alabama here, where that previous circulation went through and is now going to track pretty close to Athens. There's also another one just north of the state line near Loretto, Tennessee. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a warning for that as well into Giles County and southern Lawrence County in Tennessee, just because these southern two are warned and seem rather potent and or producing damage, whether it's straight line winds or if it is indeed a tornadic circulation. So just two more areas to watch along this part of the line here.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Several areas of rotation and of concern from Loretto, Tennessee, down past Lexington and Town Creek, Alabama. This is all moving towards Athens, Rogersville, Elkmont, and Decatur in Alabama. Y'all take shelter now. You are under a tornado warning for the next 43 minutes. It's a dangerous situation. We also, we're still getting updates and upgraded warnings for our storms down here along the line. We've got a tornado warning now for Washington, Louisiana, Pike County, Mississippi, and Walthall, Mississippi. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus and Macon in Mississippi. And then we've got one of our newer severe thunderstorm warnings as well for portions of Alabama over here in Fayette and Pickens counties in Alabama. Multiple tornado warnings are ongoing right now as a dangerous storm is sweeping east. We've got life-threatening flash flooding also happening in Kentucky. Look at this. Look at all these flood warnings and flood emergencies up here. The flooding is continuing, and I've got just so many people asking me about Coal Run and about Pike County, Kentucky. I want to briefly talk about that real quick. This is what is going on right now behind Walmart in Pikeville. It looks like the water is up around the if I'm seeing that correctly, that's up there right next to the old Staples building and over there near the Penn Station. If it gets up much more than this, we're talking about this getting into Walmart. We're talking about this getting up and around the Pikeville Commons apartments. We're talking about this infiltrating neighborhoods over there next to Texas Roadhouse and maybe even Texas Roadhouse. This is going to be an incredibly costly flood if that happens. I don't have my eyes on it directly, but it looks to me like it's getting awfully close to that happening. And then downstream, Coal Run, if the forecast is correct and the river rises another 5 feet, that could definitely be something that we have to deal with, where all of your major neighborhoods down there in Coal Run, from near Big Lots back towards the Coal Run Park and all the way down through there, could receive water. It's been, once again, 50 years or so before this has happened, so I can't tell you exactly where it's going to come in, but I would evacuate immediately. If I lived in Coal Run, I would get to higher ground. I would get out of there because once again, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The water's still rising right now, and there's more rain coming. That's something that I want to mention really quick before we go back to the tornado coverage here. The Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River is going to continue to rise, and we've got more rain coming. So right now it's not raining, but this big area of rain is going to bring about another inch to inch and a half as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow, and that could just add insult to injury. So once again, I would evacuate if I lived anywhere along the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River, anywhere between Pikeville and Prestonsburg. That includes Betsy Lane, Dwell. That would include, places like Banner and Allen as well. So as long as you're somewhere in a general floodplain near that river, if somebody said, back in the flood of 57, the water got near here or whatever, you're in a bad spot. So, yeah, that's what's going on with the flooding here. It's an unfortunate situation in Kentucky with some historic floods. We're continuing to get new reports in as far as rainfall goes back here in western Kentucky. Lots of 3 to 5 inch totals. We've got lots of hail reports coming in as well near Nashville, and 1 inch hail. Lots of wind reports that Andy was just talking about near Florence. Trees down near Florence. A tree was knocked down at a residence near Mimosa Cove. This is coming over towards Center Star, by the way. A tree was knocked down on a house in Florence, and then we had trees down on County Road 457. So the strong winds right in through here are going to continue to go up in the direction of Huntsville, Alabama. So y'all get ready for that. Daniela, thank you for that. Just wondering about Central Kentucky. How much longer is this rain going to last? Several more hours. If you're anywhere from Lexington to Elizabethtown, you've got several more hours of rain to go before it stops. But the good news is that it is moving east now. So after about 3 or 4 hours, as we get into the early morning hours tomorrow, it will let up slowly but surely. No way. Oh my gosh. So this is once again extreme storm chaser Dalton Stevens here giving us a view of, once again, something I never thought was possible. The Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River is in US 23. This, if you're not familiar with this area, you don't understand how crazy this is, but what does that mean? Is the water in Pikeville High School? Is the water like that? Does that go all the way down there to page 3? Or am I not thinking about this right? Dalton, give us a view of page 3 if you can. Because that I just can't imagine that it's not up there. Yeah, absolutely. Go get out of here. Yeah, so our person running our cameras has got to go. Things are getting serious here in Eastern Kentucky. So we're probably not going to be able to move the cameras around much for the rest of the stream. Pikeville High School was a shelter, and they've evacuated it now. Wow. All right. Coming back to the tornado warnings. Tylertown, still under a tornado warning, still got a decent amount of rotation on this storm. Take shelter if you're in Cardo or Noxo in Mississippi. Also, big time wall of wind getting ready to come into Elkmont and Athens in Alabama. Could come along with a tornado risk as well. We've got a tornado warning for Lawrence and Limestone counties for the next 19 minutes. Ryan Hall, are you safe? Yeah, we're good here at the Weather House. But so many of our family members and friends around here are not. So that's why everybody's gone, and yeah, just a really, really bad time out here in Eastern Kentucky tonight. How much longer will you be live, Ryan? So we've been going for 9 hours and 7 minutes. We technically can't go any longer than 12 hours. So definitely no longer than that. But like it really just depends on how these warnings evolve and you know how serious things are. If we get a moment where things calm down, we might end it a little early. But for now, I'm locked in. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. That's going to be for Giles and Lawrence counties in Tennessee. That includes Pulaski. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I'm watching How Are We Looking. In Chattanooga, it'll be a while before the storms get to you, but there's a pretty strong area of storms getting ready to go through Huntsville. That'll probably make it to you guys in a couple hours, maybe 2 hours or maybe even 3 hours. The risks, the threats are going to dwindle a little bit the farther east these storms go, but I think that you could still have a really decent straight line damaging wind event there in Chattanooga tonight. So get ready for some severe weather, but I don't think it's going to be quite as intense as what we've been dealing with farther west. The greatest severe risk over the next few hours is going to be from Huntsville all the way back down towards northeast Louisiana. So a lot of central and western Alabama and extreme southeastern Mississippi. How much more rain for southern West Virginia? I think that you guys are going to get in on probably like just same thing as us here in eastern Kentucky, another inch and a half or so.
Judge Executive, I'm coming to you from Coal Run. This is going to be a real quick update. I'm not sure if anybody's even joining at this point, but if you see this, you can share it. We do have 3 swiftwater rescue teams coming in from Frankfort. They are en route. As you can see behind me, we have the Belfry Fire Department and the Pike County Technical Rescue doing some.
No problem. Our buff. Lonnie says, just got a call. My friend lost everything in Pikeville, Kentucky, lost his shop, race cars, and his home. Asking for prayers for TJ and family. Lonnie, I'm sorry to hear about that. Lots of people are losing everything right now, right here in my hometown.
Hey, Ren, it's Brad. When you have a second, let me know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know we were having a little bit of an internet issue, so getting the stream out, but the stream is back on. I'm going to intercept the storm again, back out in front of the line. I'm going to intercept around Decatur, and then track it all the way into the city of Huntsville.
All right, so that's an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Sorry, I'm reading a lot of different things that are coming in now. Any tornado threats for central Kentucky? Yeah, there's somewhat, especially in south central Kentucky. The last little bit of that's heading out, though. Once this line of storms makes it over to Somerset, that it's going to be out of the tornado watch, and I think the tornado threat for the most part in Kentucky will be mostly over. But I don't want to let your guard down too much. It's still going to be a strong storm that's coming through southeastern Kentucky tonight. But right now, the biggest storms or the biggest threat's going to be in Alabama and Mississippi. You can very clearly see where the strongest parts of the line are here. Update on our tornado warning in Lauderdale and Lawrence counties in Alabama. No major updates. It's going to be allowed to expire in 11 minutes. And then 26 minutes for Decatur. So if you're in Decatur, Alabama, please take shelter. You are under a tornado warning. Wow. So Allie, our video editor and the person who is just running cameras here, just left the weather house and has an update for us. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is for anybody that's from Eastern Kentucky, you know, yeah, your mind's gonna be blown by this. This is what it looks like right now in the Walmart parking lot in Pikeville, Kentucky. The Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River has officially breached the parking lot. A couple more feet, this will be in Walmart. It's just about to be over our bridge here in Cassidy Boulevard. This is just, I'm speechless, to be honest. Wow. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, I did not think that was possible. And neither did, you know, the people who have invested tens of millions of dollars in putting all that stuff over there. So yeah, once again, for all of my friends and local people who are asking about the situation in Pikeville, the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River from Pikeville to Prestonsburg is a place that I would definitely evacuate. If I had a home there, I would leave it. Pulaski in Tennessee, you guys are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got our tornado warning. The one for Lawrence, the one for Athens and Elkmont is going to be allowed to expire in about 7 minutes. But the one for Decatur is still going to continue for the next 22 minutes. Additionally, 7 minutes left on our tornado warning in Lauderdale County, Mississippi. And those are our only 3 tornado warnings at the moment. No updates further than that as of right now. Oh yeah, there is one more tornado warning. It's got 21 minutes left on it. The one that we've been talking about near Tylertown, the rotation has let down a little bit. So we don't want to let our guards down, but Knoxo and Dexter, you guys need to stay in your safe spots, but it doesn't look like this is ramping up, which is good news. Yeah, Murfreesboro, you guys are good. It's just going to be some heavy rain that comes through. Other than Pulaski in Tennessee, other than Giles County, there's no severe weather in Tennessee right now. Just some heavy rain. Same thing for Kentucky. All of the severe weather is in Mississippi in Alabama. And by the way, the tornado warning in Louisiana was just allowed to expire. So we only have the 3 tornado warnings left right now. And this one's also going to be allowed to expire here soon. You might as well go ahead and consider this one expired, the one that's approaching Elkmont and Athens, leaving us with 1 tornado warning for Decatur in Alabama. That's Morgan, Limestone, and Lawrence County. Yeah, I've seen some stuff from Hazard. See what else I can find. This is about 2 hours ago from Hazard, Kentucky. This is the KFC in Hazard, Kentucky. Most of downtown Hazard is underwater, though. From what I can tell. Is Coleman, Alabama safe? So we're under a tornado watch. We've got a couple tornado warnings in Alabama. The one really there's one, and it's for Decatur, Alabama. I'm going to go through all of the rest of the warnings right here in a moment. And getting reports now that the water is creeping up around Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, once it gets there's a certain point here where very quickly it's just going to race across all these parking lots and just fill that entire basin. So there's a lot of people that live over there in the Pikeville Commons apartments and several different neighborhoods back here that need to be aware. I don't know. There might be people asleep right now that went to sleep at normal time, 9 p.m., thinking, okay, of course the river's not gonna break the banks over here near us. You know what I'm saying? But here we are, because I would have. If my job wasn't to watch the weather, I never in a million years would have thought that something like this would happen. The tornado warning in Lauderdale County, Mississippi is going to expire in 1 minute. Also, the tornado warning in Lawrence County, Alabama is going to expire in 1 minute, leaving us with, once again, 1 tornado warning currently in Decatur, Alabama. Kim Clark says, how's Fayetteville, Tennessee looking? You guys are going to get the same storm that's producing the severe thunderstorm warning right now for Pulaski and Giles County in Tennessee. It's probably going to come towards you. There's a couple of little notches of potential rotation that's trying to show up in this line. Nothing's really ramping up or becoming very significant, so hopefully that continues. But you're going to get a strong storm here within the next 45 minutes to an hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they just issued a new tornado warning for, oh my gosh, that does include Huntsville. Downtown Huntsville. And this is just another, this is a big precautionary, warning for a very powerful storm that has multiple different potential rotating spots in it. So, the warning for Elkmont and Athens is going to be allowed to expire here soon. But now we've got a new one that goes all the way out to Hazel Green, Meridianville, Huntland, and Fayetteville. This does include Fayetteville. There is not any one area that looks especially concerning here as far as a tornado goes. It's just these little zones of rotation could turn into something as they go towards Huntsville. So we're precautionarily warning them and giving you guys a heads up thanks to the National Weather Service. So yeah, new tornado warning for Jackson, Limestone, and Madison and Lawrence counties in Alabama. Pete says lightning and thunder is adding to the winds in Madison, Alabama. I'm waiting for the big rain headed this way from Decatur. Yeah, Madison, it'll be there pretty soon. You are under that tornado warning, by the way, so you should take shelter if you haven't already. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we might have to end the stream early here. I'm almost certain the Y'all Squad warehouse is taking on water right now. We've got employees that are getting rushed out of their homes. We might have to let them stay here at the weather house. Yeah, we might have to call it early tonight, y'all. I am going to try to stick around here for as long as possible, just in case one of these tornado warnings goes a little nuts. But so far, there's nothing crazy. There is a couple areas of rotation. As long as everybody takes shelter, we should be good. US 23 South in Pikeville is now underwater. Multiple businesses underwater as well.
Hey Ryan, I'm getting reports from my local affiliate that we've got a funnel cloud reported near Elkmont, Alabama, headed towards Ardmore, Alabama, Tennessee area, right on the state line right there. Just a heads up. I'm just about in the city of Huntsville right now.
All right, so that's Brad Arnold giving us an update on this. There's some rotation there, and we've got a potential report of a funnel cloud here near Elkton. So if you're near Ardmore in Elkton, that's just another reason to take shelter. You are under a tornado warning all the way over to Fayetteville. So take shelter if you haven't already. all the way out there to Huntland as well. Meridianville, Hazel Green, Huntsville. You guys are all included in that. It's a big blanket warning. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. Big one. Gah. Basically from Birmingham to, Tullahoma. And a huge severe thunderstorm warning was just issued that includes Huntsville for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Have the weather radios been brought to the new warehouse? I don't know. Yeah, so we're gonna. Everybody's asking, when are we gonna end the stream? I'm saying we're gonna end it early, not as we're gonna end it right at this moment, just probably before the 12-hour mark. We're currently at 9 hours and 31 minutes. We are gonna stick with this one until it passes Huntsville for sure, y'all. Okay. So we're going to watch this storm go by Huntsville here, and then we'll determine what we're doing after that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here comes a new tornado warning. Wait. Was there a new tornado warning? Well, let's go through all of them here. The Washington Parish, Louisiana, and Walt Hall, Mississippi, got 23 minutes left on this one. Take shelter in Angie. And then outside of that, our next most recent one is all the way up here for Jackson, Limestone, and Madison counties in Alabama. We want you to take shelter out there near Huntsville, Alabama. Also, Lawrence County and Limestone County, Alabama. The original warning for Elkmont and Athens, that one's been allowed to expire. 7 minutes left on our Decatur, Alabama tornado warning. So yeah, we're going to stick with you here at least until the storm gets by Huntsville. There's no there's no really interesting areas on the velocity to kind of hone in on. There's just a large line of storms here that has a lot of little places where it could be rotating enough to produce a tornado. That's the situation that we're dealing with right now. Here's a look at US 23 South, which is now underwater. Also, I'm getting reports that power is out in all of Decatur now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, an area I have my eye on in terms of it surging forward a bit in this line is actually down south near Union and may pass pretty close to Tuscaloosa and Alabama over the next 30 to 45 minutes here. I think that this area is coming together, even though it isn't quite tornadic yet. I could see it continuing to surge forward and maybe having some spin-up tornadoes associated with it, and or just a general threat of that happening. So if this does continue to happen, I'll let you know if it's worth a warning, or maybe they'll get the warning out before I can do that. But that's just an advanced looking at that region. So be ready for that in the Tuscaloosa, especially south on the south side of the city in the next 45 minutes or so.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're looking at this big storm that's coming into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Jasper and Tuscaloosa for the next 50 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming through, but there's a couple places where it's trying to curl up or where it's trying to surge forward, and we might see some rotation and some tornadic activity as it approaches Tuscaloosa over towards Brookwood. We have to watch for this even as far east as into Birmingham. We'll also watch for similar things down here between York and Utah. The storms go all the way back to New Orleans. We've got a special weather statement for New Orleans now for winds up to 50 miles per hour. Decent, storm all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So it just went through Baton Rouge. It's going to go through New Orleans within the next couple of hours. Also, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, get ready for a pretty strong storm within the next hour or so. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. For Choctaw, Washington, and Wayne counties in Mississippi. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa County and Walker counties in Alabama is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, from the Huntsville high top radar in northeast Alabama, I wouldn't be surprised if the area near Petersburg, to the north of Fayetteville in Tennessee, in Lincoln County here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Trying to spin up a tornado. So if we get a warning for that in those areas north of Fayetteville, that would be the reason why.
Thank you, Andy. Up here between Jerusalem and Delina, we've got to watch this really closely. This might end up producing a tornado warning for places like Lynchburg, Belleville, maybe even Shelbyville in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Of rotation coming together here, and this looks exactly like a couple other things that have tried to produce tornadoes earlier today. So that's something that we've got to keep in mind. We've also got new tornado warnings coming out. Here's one for areas just south and west of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Lamar and Marion County, Mississippi, you're under a tornado warning now. This includes places like Spring Cottage, Baxterville, Pine Grove, and Pine Ridge, and Purvis. Take shelter now if you haven't already. And then, that's the newest one that we've gotten right there. And then Huntsville, Alabama, you guys are still under a tornado warning. We want you to stay in your safe spots. But the storm is getting ready to hit town right now. If it's not, if the tornado doesn't end up being a threat, then we're definitely going to be dealing with at least 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially quarter-size hail in Huntsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got another new tornado warning. This one's going to be for York and Livingston. That's Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama. Radar indicated rotation. We want you to take shelter in Bologee, Forkland, Livingston, and York, as we've got a strong storm capable of producing a tornado coming through the area over the next 45 minutes. We've got 6 active tornado warnings. Here's a unfortunate image of water rescue going on in Hazard, Kentucky right now. Water is almost completely over some of the trailers here. Oh, and we just lost power at the weather house. How's the audio? Can you guys hear the fans and the generators and stuff? Or are we good? All right, we're good. I'm glad you guys can't hear it because it's very loud to me. Yeah, we currently have 6 tornado warnings. Let's go through all of them here, just in case. We should not lose internet. We shouldn't lose power or anything. We got so many redundant backups, but just in case the unthinkable happens and we do lose connection, I want to make sure we've got everything out there. The tornado warning in Lauderdale County, Mississippi, has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning for Decatur County, or Decatur, Alabama, that's Morgan, Limestone, and Lawrence counties in Alabama, has been allowed to expire. We've got the tornado warning in Lawrence and Limestone County that includes Elkmont and Athens. That's been allowed to expire. And then we've got this tornado warning back here for Walthall, Mississippi, that's technically allowed to expire. It's been replaced really by this new warning for Lamar and Marion counties in Mississippi. Looks like we did lose our weather house camera, though. And then, yeah, our 27 more minutes on our tornado warning for Jackson, Limestone, Madison, and Franklin counties in Tennessee. Still not seeing any very apparent areas of rotation near Huntsville. There's a little area near Oakland that we might need to watch. But the way that we should handle this is everybody in Huntsville should take shelter whether or not we have a big velocity couple or not, because we are under a tornado warning. You'll start to, well, honestly, the winds and the rain starting right now in Huntsville, but it's going to pick up a little bit over the next 10 minutes. Same thing for you guys up there in Fayetteville. And we just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Hale and Marengo counties in Mississippi. Get ready for 70-mile-per-hour winds in Linden.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Additionally, a new tornado warning was just issued for Green, Hale, and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama. A decent amount of rotation has showed up here near Union. That's another Andy, storm that Andy called out forever ago, giving us an early heads up. Now we've got the rotation warranting a warning from the National Weather Service. Moundville, take shelter now. Guys, give me just a second. I got to go check on something real quick. Just to make sure that we're going to be good when the power, if it stays off for a while. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm back. 7 tornado warnings currently. 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go through all of them one by one, shall we? One of the newest tornado warnings is up here for Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore counties in Tennessee. That includes Lynchburg, take shelter in Belleville, and Mulberry. Additionally, we've got a tornado warning for Fayetteville and Huntsville. By the way, once again, it's storming there in Huntsville now. It's going to be pretty quick. It'll be over within the next 15 minutes or so. But you are under a tornado warning, so stay in your safe spot. Severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman, Alabama. Got a lot of people in Coleman concerned. You guys are just going to get hit by some strong winds in the next little bit. And then we've got our tornado warnings a little bit farther to the south. Just south of Tuscaloosa, we've got a tornado warning for Moundville. By the way, the town of Tuscaloosa is about to take a direct hit from a pretty significant severe thunderstorm, potentially bringing about 70-mile-per-hour winds, okay? So get ready for that in Tuscaloosa. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds also coming into Demopolis. We've got a tornado warning for Livingston and York. This is for Sumter County, Alabama. That's going to go on for the next 30 minutes or so. And then we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning for Waynesboro and Chatham. And then we are continuing to watch a tornado warning for Lamar and Marion counties in Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for Washington, Louisiana, Livingston, and St. Tammany, as well as the storms go all the way down to New Orleans, essentially. Oh. And we just lost power. Oh. And we just lost power. Oh, that wasn't loud at all. New severe thunderstorm warning. For Birmingham. Birmingham, Alabama now is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're expecting maybe up to 70 mile per hour winds here soon. Get ready in Birmingham, Alabama. Sorry, I was just replaying the audio there so I could see what it sounded like. Yeah, that's Blount and Jefferson counties in Alabama. Really strong winds with that one. I think that we're probably going to get a lot of down tree reports from areas like Dora down towards the Mulberry Fork Wildlife Management area. Kellerman, you guys will get it before Birmingham, but yeah, considerable severe thunderstorm working its way in right now. Yeah, it'll make it to Knoxville, but it's probably not going to be. It's not going to be quite as robust as it is right now once it gets to Knoxville. Yeah, storm's still going through Huntsville right now. It'll be over soon. Chattanooga, you guys are next in line. Cookeville, you guys are. I know we got a lot of people watching from Cookeville, Tennessee. You guys are getting in on some of the heavy rain right now, but no severe weather over there at the moment. Coming back over to Pikeville, looking at the historic flood that's going on right now. If I can remember what to do here to make that work. It's official. Once again, the waters are making their way slowly but surely across the Walmart parking lot here. Remember, as the water makes it completely across, all of the businesses over here are going to be completely inundated. This is the commercial center for the entire county. Just unbelievable what's happening right now in my neck of the woods. And I know we got tornado warnings in Alabama, in Tennessee, and places, but you guys wouldn't believe the amount of messages I'm getting from our local people here in Eastern Kentucky wanting me to check in on this. This is about all that I can do here. I can't leave. Well, we can't leave the weather house right now. We are stuck on this island, I guess you can call it. Now, But this is our view of the water coming up around Walmart. Dalton Stevens is out there. I'm trying to think, where is this? Yeah, that's in Coal Run. So I'm going to be shocked if we go out there tomorrow and the Y'all Squad warehouse didn't take on water. Storms moving by Huntsville right now. Strong winds. It's almost over. We looks like that severe thunderstorm warning for Huntsville and New Hope and areas over towards Winchester is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds likely. A lot of people watching in Chattanooga. That's what's headed towards you. The part of the storm that was concerning as far as a tornado goes is going over Huntsville right now. So within the next 5 minutes, you guys things should start letting up. Same thing for you guys in Fayetteville. Let's go check in on some of these other warnings. We've still got a tornado warning in effect for Moundville in Alabama. That's going to be going on for the next 28 minutes. And for the next 27 minutes, we've still got a tornado warning for Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Yeah, sirens are going off in Fayetteville. You're under a tornado warning. National Weather Service, Birmingham is a full house. Here's a snapshot of the ops area as of 12:25 a.m. We're deep into severe weather operations and will continue to provide our best services to the citizens of Central Alabama. So, full team of meteorologists out there watching every single radar frame as they come in at the National Weather Service. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we have some rotation here that is north of Bogalusa in the northeast tip of the boot here of Louisiana. So there is some rotation there that isn't warned. And I think there may be a light debris signature as well that's just passed over the highway south of the town of Varnado. and Angie there. So that may have been a brief tornado that's occurred there. There's also a bunch of other tiny spots of spin, just tiny little vortices all the way down the line to the south and west that I've been watching just in case one of them props up something. But I do think that this one near Varnado had the chance to produce a brief tornado, hopefully brief. It is not warned, so that's why I bring it up just in case. And if we do see a warning out in front of it due to that signature there, that would be the reason why.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. So no tornado warning for this particular storm, but we're watching some areas of rotation between Bogalusa and Varnado. That could potentially continue to cause problems as it goes over towards Lumberton and Poplarville. So that's one of our severe thunderstorm warnings there. Also, next 24 minutes, we continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning for Waynesboro and Butler. Y'all get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then way up here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Way down here, I should say, we've got a new tornado warning for what Andy just talked about. So this is for Pearl River County, Mississippi, and Washington Parish in Louisiana. So Andy was spot on once again, calling out this area of rotation. The National Weather Service agrees. We've got a tornado warning now for Fords Creek, Orvisburg, and Hillsdale. That's Washington Parish, Louisiana, and Pearl River County, Mississippi. This is going to impact Interstate 59 towards Lumberton. Highway 43 first, though, right after it crosses the border between Louisiana and Mississippi. So, yeah, you guys got an early heads up there between Varnado and Fords Creek. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spots. Let's go back up to our Alabama warning here for Tuscaloosa County in Alabama. This includes Moundville. It's going to go on for the next 23 minutes. Also, for the next 23 minutes, we're going to watch this warning continue over here towards Forkland and Demopolis in Alabama. Up in Tennessee, for the next 7 minutes, we've still got a tornado warning in effect for Lynchburg. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Purvis, areas just south and east of Hattiesburg. That's Forest and Lamar counties in Alabama. Zooming in here. The last frame there kind of looks a little bit like a little bit of a debris signature near our velocity couplet that Andy pointed out not too long ago. So there very well could be a tornado in progress, or there could have just been a tornado just south of the town or just near the town of Varnado, Louisiana. So pretty serious situation here, getting ready to cross Highway 1071. Then Fords Creek in Orvisburg. You guys are next in line. Please take shelter if you haven't already. A lot of people are asking about their towns. If I'm not talking about your town right now, that's probably a good thing. I don't have time to hit every single town, but I'm trying my best to talk about every new warning as it comes out, including this new warning, which just came out for Shelbyville and Manchester in Tennessee. Lots of people watch the channel here in Manchester. You guys are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 35 minutes. We're going to be talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm as it comes in. It's already past Shelbyville, really. The strongest part of the storm anyways. It's going to be moving into Manchester next. Still have a tornado warning for Lynchburg. The strongest winds are getting ready to come through right now. Stay in your safe spots at least for the next couple of minutes, or I would say 20 minutes or so. We still got a tornado warning for Huntsville and Fayetteville. That's going to expire in 5 minutes, or they might expand it. They might continue it, as there is still a couple areas of interest here on velocity that might carry us into Winchester and High Top. But for the most part, though, that warning is going to be allowed to expire in 5 minutes. Birmingham, still under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. We're starting to see a couple more kinks in the line as the line
approaches. A new
approaches
tornado
Birmingham.
warning has been issued.
So we might see, we might see a tornado warning or two for the Birmingham area as well. Right now, though, just 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's the main thing that we're looking out for. So they did decide to go ahead and issue a new warning for our Huntsville storm. Now, that new warning doesn't include Huntsville, but it does include Jackson, Madison counties in Alabama, and it includes Franklin County, Tennessee, and Lincoln County, Tennessee. Take shelter now if you're in High Top. If you're in Sherwood, Cowan, Simony, and Stevenson there in Alabama and Tennessee. We've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm watching this area of increased velocities just east of Tuscaloosa. I believe that is another instance of our rear inflow jet picking up right in this area that could concentrate a bow echo of damaging winds forward in this part of the storm, or also result in that orientation of the line part of it where it becomes more north-south directly and thus can more efficiently spin up tornadoes here as it travels along I-20. So eventually this would get close to the southern suburbs of Birmingham along I-65, 459, and 20 there. If this continues to push this part of the storm forward, I think that will be an area of concern that we'll have to watch for not only damaging winds or an upgraded severe thunderstorm warning, but also the potential for spin-up tornadoes. So watching this area in particular as the rear inflow jet here picks up.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update there. We're concerned about the areas just east of Tuscaloosa, Brookwood, Lakeview. Get ready. You've got a strong storm capable of producing damaging winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds coming towards you, and also it's just capable of producing tornadoes as well. Here's another update from Coal Run in Pikeville. Look at this. Walgreens, underwater food stores, Save-A-Lot underwater. And the water is still rising here all across portions of Pike County along the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go fly over to it. This is for Hale County, Alabama. For Greensboro and New Bern. We've got rotation over here near Forkland and Demopolis. This is going to move up towards Lock 5, Casemore, Cedarville, Whistlet, Rosemary, and Greensboro over the next 32 minutes. Take shelter now if you haven't already. Any updates on Pikeville Live? Everything that I've got, I'm relaying it. Water continues to rise. This is a live look at the Walmart parking lot as the water continues to rise. It's almost up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Building. So yeah, no way in or out now through Cassidy Boulevard. Another new tornado warning. This one's for Lincoln, Franklin, and more counties in Tennessee. Winchester, you're included in this. Estill Springs, Belvidere, and Sewanee. I think I'm saying that right. So yeah, this big cluster of tornado warnings here is eventually going to be moving towards Chattanooga. So y'all get ready. Hopefully the things will calm down a little bit before it gets there, but that whole mess of storms is heading right for you in Chattanooga. Cookeville, it's raining heavily right now, but there's no immediate concern for any sort of severe weather. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for DeKalb, Jackson, Coleman, and Madison counties in Alabama. This is going to go on for the next 1 hour. Get ready for quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to include Scottsboro, Guntersville, Fort Payne, New Hope, and Albertville. Weather intensity score is currently just about as high as it's been all day, as we have just numerous considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, lots of flash flood warnings still in effect, and of course tornado warnings going out as well. We're getting reports of trees down around Washington Parish, Louisiana. Yeah, so that most recent considerable severe thunderstorm warning encompasses 653,000 people from Albertville all the way over to Fort Payne. Oh no. It's a stream sneeze. That never ends well. New flash flood warning in Kentucky here. This is for Glasgow over to Dunville, Jamestown, Albany, and Tompkinsville. Yeah, Fayetteville should be in the clear now. Haven't you heard from Brad in a while? I haven't. We'll get an update from him right here in a moment. Oh, boy. We've been going now for 10 hours and 14 minutes here. It's currently 1:49 a.m. local, 6:49 Z, 12:49 central. We currently have some tornado warnings out there and some severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to do the thing where I go through all of them one by one again right here in a moment, but I'm just waiting a few moments to see if there's going to be a new one to report on before I do that. And I'm also just ingesting a bunch of information locally here. It is absolute chaos right now in eastern Kentucky. I've said it already, but like I'm speechless. It's unbelievable what's happening out here. All right, so let's go through them. All 8 tornado warnings and 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. High top, Alabama, over towards Sherwood, Tennessee. You guys are under a tornado warning for the next 39 minutes. Please take shelter. We've got about 9 minutes left on this one here in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. Down here in Pearl River, Mississippi, we got 9 minutes left on this tornado warning that is approaching Lumberton in the I-59 corridor north of Poplarville. Significant severe thunderstorm and potential tornadoes coming towards you in Winchester. Get ready also in New Bern and Greensboro as you are under a tornado warning in Hale County, Alabama for the next 23 minutes. We've got a couple minutes left on this tornado warning for Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama, but that's going to be allowed to expire here soon, I believe. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Coleman, DeKalb, Jackson, and Madison counties in Alabama. And we actually just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Gadsden. That's at Etowah, St. Clair, and Shelby County, Alabama. By the way, we continue to have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Birmingham. Jeez, why can't I click on it? Oh my gosh. So that's going to go on for the next 52 minutes. And yeah, so Birmingham, it's coming into town right now. Get ready for 70-mile-per-hour wind. That's going to cause a lot of problems. All right, what's going on out here? Let's see if I can pan around a little bit. I can't really see much over that way, huh? Yeah, not able to see much else. I'm just going to keep it on the Walmart parking lot over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
One second, y'all. Let me get this situated, and we'll check out that new tornado warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm not sure if that new warning was issued for either of these locations, but the areas I'm watching right now are actually near Blount'sville and Cleveland in Alabama. to the north and east of Warrior, which is north of Birmingham. So those areas east of I-65 may have some concentrated areas where spin-up tornadoes could happen for a tornado warning, and those would extend out to the east. So Sneed, down south of Albertville, and Cleveland areas east all the way to the west side of Gadsden in Alabama. I would be watching out there for the chance of a tornado warning, which is a preventative warning for any spin-up tornadoes that happen in the line. The other area I'm watching is approaching Madisonville, or right on Madisonville now that the radar just updated, in Louisiana from the Hammond radar, just on the northern side of Lake Pontchartrain. Goodness gracious. So just a few areas of spin that are not currently warned, I think that deserve a little bit of attention here, just to make sure that people are aware, if they do know someone there or are watching, that these tornadoes can happen quite quickly, and then we may not see warnings for them at all, because by the time we're done talking about them and the National Weather Service draws them up, they're already gone.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us down here to plumb near New Orleans, where we have a special weather statement. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour moving into New Orleans over the next, couple minutes. We've also got areas of spin up here, especially between Madisonville, Pearl River, Mandeville. Get ready along the I-12 corridor there for maybe definitely some severe weather, and also maybe a quick tornado or two. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for St. Tammany Parish up here for the next 4 minutes. I would say that they're going to reissue a new one that goes even farther off to the east, because that's going to expire in 4 minutes. And then as far as tornado warnings go, our most recent one there is going to be for Perry County, Alabama. And it's for the area of rotation that's currently near New Bern. Okay, so that's going to come through New Bern. Hopefully everybody in New Bern, Alabama is in their safe spots. And then after that, it could go right up towards Marion, Alabama, okay? Take shelter if you haven't already. Here's that other area of interest that Andy was talking about north of Birmingham, near Blountsville. That right there could be a problem, especially as it goes up towards Sneed and Douglas. We've still got ourselves a tornado warning for areas north and east of Huntsville. By the way, Huntsville, Alabama, it's over for you. You are no longer under a tornado warning. You've just got some heavy rain now for the rest of the night on the way. By the way, a lot of people have been asking about Pikeville High School. So this was set up as an emergency shelter not long ago. It has since been evacuated, and it does look like water. I can't tell if water's in the school, but it's certainly over the car lot there at Walter Chevrolet. It looks like it might be getting into Walter Chevrolet. And the water is completely around Pikeville High School. So just a couple more feet of water rise, and that's going to cause significant damage to Pikeville High School, which that school's been there since like 50 something. I don't know if it's ever been flooded. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I think that even from a height of 4,000 feet here, we have a pretty potent spin-up tornado with our current warning here in New Bern, Alabama, so to the east of Demopolis here from the Birmingham radar. You can see a couplet there pretty readily, and it's possible we may get a debris signature from that. That one definitely looks like a more considerate spin-up tornado here if we can see it 4,000 feet above the surface where the radar's scanning it. So I do think that one, that was our new warning that extended into Perry County. That one's definitely worth, taking shelter for, calling people in Marion, Alabama. Marion, Alabama, letting them know that this is a part of the line that's rather dangerous heading toward them. If they did get the tornado warning, they could use another stimulus to take action, especially late at night.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. We've been talking about New Bern here. So New Bern, Coleman, hopefully everybody out there is in their safe spots. This looks like it's the real deal here as it approaches Zimmerman and Marion. We've got a tornado warning. Please take shelter now. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check it out. This is going to be for Coffee. What is that? Coffee. Okay, so one of the new ones is for Coffee County, Tennessee, and then the other one's going to be down here in southern Mississippi for George, Greene, and Perry and Stone counties in Mississippi. All right, Dalton's got a new video from the situation here in Pikeville.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Breathtaking imagery of the most one of the most trafficked intersections in all of eastern Kentucky, completely shut down as water is overtaking the Cassidy Boulevard Bridge. He says trying to keep people off Cassidy Boulevard Bridge, but had to move because the water was surrounding the fire truck. Unbelievable. So we've got a severe weather outbreak with significant damaging winds and tornadoes moving across portions of the deep south, and also just historic flooding going on right below me here at the weather house. Lots of stuff going on. Tornado warning continues for the next 28 minutes in Hightop and Stevenson. This is for Jackson County, Alabama, Franklin County, Tennessee. That's going to go on for the next 28 minutes. Same thing for you guys in Franklin County, Tennessee. These storms are closing in on Chattanooga, so y'all get ready. Speaking of Franklin County, here's a live look at what that looks like right now as it comes into Winchester. Very strong storm. New tornado watch. I don't know if you guys heard. If you didn't hear it that first time, you'll hear it again. Trust me.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued. What are we talking about? A couple tornadoes possible tonight through 9 a.m.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you have a second, let me know.
Through 9 a.m., we're going to see tornadoes potentially, a couple tornadoes possible. This is
a new tornado watch has been issued
than the other ones that we've seen tonight. But from Chattanooga down past Dalton, into Atlanta even, LaGrange, Macon, Warner Robins, Americus, and Columbus, all in Georgia. 6.7 million people under the gun for potential tornadoes tonight in Georgia. And we're going to get back with Brad right here in a second, but Kinsey is directing my attention to this over on shopryanhall.com. I don't know how she's done this, but she's worked some magic, and we have a brilliant shirt over there. Thank you, Kinsey. That's awesome. I want one. Send me one. A new tornado watch has been issued. Just in case you guys didn't know. A new tornado watch has been issued. Now, let's get back with Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know that line, man, that really packs a punch. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground or something like that, the wind damage is going to be pretty extensive with that as it comes through Alabama and works its way through Georgia. So I would probably treat a lot of those thunderstorm warnings as tornado warnings, just because of the extreme wind speed. But I was going to let you know. So where I'm at right now, there is no eastward route. I cannot get east if I wanted to, unless I wanted to fly. So unfortunately, I'm at a dead end right here, unless I want to cross over this mountain with a plane. So I am probably going to go ahead and end my stream, and I'm about 15 minutes away from my house, and I'm going to go pass out for the next 48 hours. So if you need anything, let me know, but I'm going to cut my stream here in probably about 5 minutes.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you, Brad, for following the storms today, and a huge shout out to Brad. Everybody say thank you to Brad, and go follow him on Twitter and YouTube. The tornado sniffer is out there sniffing tornadoes all the time if you want to follow him. We love Brad. Marion, Alabama. You're next in line to get in on some of these 70-mile-per-hour winds and potential tornadoes. We're concerned about this specific spot here as there is a couple areas of rotation coming through. Get to shelter if you haven't already. The law says I need a tornado towel. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I relayed this area about 10 minutes ago or so, back near Blount'sville, Alabama. Now it's just east of Sneed, Alabama, and is going to travel towards Gadsden, probably to the north now, and south of Albertville. So this is northeast of Birmingham from that radar, and also from the Huntsville high top radar. Gives a pretty good look at that area of spin. It even has a definite look at an updraft in there with a little bit of a weak echo hole right in the center of it, a little bit of a donut hole there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that warning for parts of northern Etowah County in Alabama and around
A
the
new
Albertville
tornado
area.
warning
So if
has
you
been
live
issued.
in Boaz, Mountain Borough, again, this has remained a consistent area of spin for the last 10 minutes, so I think it's worth a warning.
And so does the National Weather Service. They just went ahead and issued a tornado warning for DeKalb and Marshall counties.
A new tornado watch has been
early
issued.
Heads up on that. So Albertville, Boaz, take shelter. If you haven't already, Douglas, Sardis City, Crossville, Geraldine, and Lakeview. You guys are all in the path here of a significant storm capable of producing a tornado. We got a really interesting area of rotation near Sneed, moving up towards Boaz right now. By the way, back room, I know you guys are, if somebody can drag over the Boaz Marshall DeKalb Electric Co-op camera, that is going to be right in the path of the potential tornado there. I'll copy it and put it in the Discord. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So that's what's going on over here in Albertville. We're going to be sticking with this for you guys, as that does look like a pretty significant signature there. By the way, we got us a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning from Gadsden all the way down to Alabaster. So get ready. Treat this as a tornado warning. You might as well. It's going to be a very widespread damaging storm from Alabaster all the way up past Birmingham to Gadsden. By the way, Birmingham, it's coming in right now. The strong winds are moving into downtown, especially just south of town between Vestavia Hills and Bessemer. Or Vestavia Hills, sorry. And here's that camera. Thanks to Radar Omega, that's perfectly in line with the rotating part of that storm that's coming up towards Alabaster. Nighttime tornado threats heightened as storms are moving 55 to 60 miles per hour. It makes it even more dangerous out there. So if you end up under any of these warnings, treat it very seriously and take shelter immediately. Thank you, Micro Edition. It's the mic, probably, just in case. New severe thunderstorm warning out now for a lot of Mississippi and Alabama. It's this big warning right here for Jackson, all the way back there towards Leakesville. Marion, we've been talking about Marion, Alabama a lot. Your storm is knocking on your door. The strong winds and the potential tornado is going to be coming through Marion here soon. Everybody needs to be in their safe spots right now. Should the Rome, Calhoun, Dalton, Georgia area stay awake to watch the weather? Also, how long will you be streaming? I'm probably going to go. So we've been going for 10 hours and 40 minutes. We can't go any longer than 12 hours. So sometime within an hour, probably we'll have to end the stream here. An hour or so. I've also got I've got a lot of stuff going on. Our community around me is slowly being washed away. So I've got a lot of stuff I've got to check on, and I probably won't go to sleep tonight. $18 minutes left on this tornado warning for High Top. The rotating part of the storm there is past you now. I'd stay in my safe spot if I'm in Stevenson, though. Similar story up here for Winchester and Cowan in Tennessee. The rotating part of that storm's past you, but in Sewanee, Midway, and Clifftops, I would stay in my safe spot in Franklin County, Tennessee. Yeah, the Hall House and the Weather House, we're in the clear up here. They're not really concerned about us. It's everybody around us. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade,
a new
and
tornado
Floyd
warning
counties.
Has been issued.
And we just got a new tornado warning in Tennessee for McMinnville. This is another area where I know we've got a lot of people that tune in right here. McMinnville, just so the rotation's near Morrison right now. It's moving towards McMinnville and Spencer. This is Van Buren, Warren, and White counties in Tennessee. We've got a lot of people watching in Crossville, so this specific part of the storm is coming up towards you later as well. So get ready in McMinnville and Spencer, Shady Rest, Cedar Grove. It's going to be a dangerous storm that has the potential to produce a tornado over the next 32 minutes. Take shelter. New video from Extreme Storm Chaser Dalton Stevens out here in Pikeville, keeping us updated on the flooding that's going on out there. What the heck? Obviously, we never want to see people driving through floodwaters, but I guess if you're going to do it, that's the truck to do it in. It's probably one of the Ken's towing trucks. Remember, y'all, turn around, don't drown. Never drive through flooded roadways. It should be fine.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning was just issued. Man, this is the tornado warning spam that we thought we were going to have today. But once again, everything's just a little bit later than what we originally thought was going to happen. But here we are. Another tornado warning for DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall counties in Alabama. Radar indicated. But yeah, look, there's a decent area of rotation right there near Langston, moving up towards Dutton, Sylvania, Hennegar, Eider, Valley Head. This will be moving over towards the I-59 corridor here soon. Take shelter if you're in DeKalb, Jackson, or Marshall counties in Alabama. This is also bringing about potentially some 1-inch in diameter hail. So there's your tornado warning in Van Buren County and White County, Tennessee. That's continuing for McMinnville. Let me check on the velocity there for you. It's still a pretty broad area of rotation. Nothing crazy, but I wouldn't risk it. I'd go ahead and get my safe spot in Spencer and McMinnville. Additionally, here's our warning that's going to last for the next 10 minutes or so in Jackson and Franklin counties in Tennessee, and then that'll be allowed to expire. Marion County, Perry County, Alabama, and the Marion storm. It continues to look quite impressive on radar. So, hopefully everybody in the town of Marion was in their safe spots. The storm's already hitting there. And now it's going to be moving into Bradford, Perryville, Osborne, and Cleveland Mills, okay? Considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 13 minutes for Marengo County, Alabama. And then the big part of the storm's going through Birmingham, Alabama right now. Strong winds, potentially up to 70 miles per hour. Small hail in Blount and Jefferson counties right now. And also our tornado warning here for the Albertville and Boaz area is it's getting ready to slam this camera. So we're going to watch it move in right now. This is a live look at the tornado warned storm moving into Boaz, Alabama right now. Jeez. That's an intense storm. Holy smokes. So this is a live look right now at the tornado warned storm coming into the Albertville / Boaz area in Alabama. Very significant winds coming in. Also, super giant shout out to Grim Reaper 41 for the unbelievably generous $500 super chat. Everybody say thank you to Grim Reaper. That's huge. If it wasn't for people like Grim Reaper, we wouldn't be able to sit here for 12 hours straight with no commercials and have storm chasers and keep power when the power goes out with generators. All the stuff that goes into making a production happen. The reason why TV stations have to have commercials is because we have to pay for it, and thankfully because of you guys, we don't have to rely on that too much. So everybody say thank you to Grim Reaper. You didn't have to do that, but it's obviously very, very, very appreciated. If you're just now tuning in, and this is a tornado warned storm moving towards Collinsville, Alabama now. We just had a little power flicker again here, so we might hear that loud buzzing here in a moment. Yeah, it's a little loud. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm actually checking out the Jackson, Kentucky radar to the west of you and looking at obs in the area. On the Virginia side of the border, they're very much in a cold sector. Uh, it's very cool over there. Rain, cool air, maybe even looks like some cold air damming if I didn't know any better. I don't think it's quite that, but on your side in Pikeville, you're actually quite in that warm sector there, as is Jackson, Kentucky, Prestonsburg, all these areas. And there are some areas of this line of storms west of you that A, have a severe warning, and B, are oriented north-south and are quite vorticious. So I don't know if any of these are going to quite spin up a tornado or anything like that, but that line does look at least potent headed towards you, and it's got the ingredients in place out in front, including where you're at, to continue to be, I bet, severe criteria as it moves in through eastern Kentucky.
All right, thank you for the heads up. Meteorologist Andy Hill bringing the attention back up to my neck of the woods. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Breathitt, Lee, Leslie, and Magoffin counties in Kentucky for the next 25 minutes, as some 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hails getting ready to come through places like Jackson. This is a big part of the line here that's getting ready to crash through eastern Kentucky. Might try to, knock the power out here at the Weather House, but we'll be good. The thing that I'm most concerned about, and everybody else in eastern Kentucky, if you've been dealing with flooding today, hopefully we get through the line and we don't have any tornadoes. Obviously that would be terrible, but we're going to keep you updated on that. But the heavy rain that's going to come through afterwards. So once again, this is going to drop another inch of rain, if not more, all across eastern Kentucky, and it could shoot up those creeks and streams really high very quickly. So just be prepared for that. Anybody that's awake with me right now out here, make sure you are prepared for the big burst of rain that we're about to get. So, and on top of that, it's going to start off with maybe some damaging winds and some potential tornadic activity. So get ready for that in West Liberty, Corbin, Oneida, and then eventually Hazard, Paintsville, Prestonsburg, and of course Pikeville. Yeah, we still got so lots of people are asking about Scottsboro. Scottsboro, the worst of the storms are past you now. There is a tornado warning just to the south and east of Scottsburg, but that's mostly for Hanagara, Sylvania, Valley Head, and Rainsville. There's some rotation here near Langston, but for the most part in Scottsboro, the worst of the storms are over for you tonight. Same thing can be said for Birmingham. Birmingham, the worst of the storms are over for you. And now we are continuing to be concerned about our storms that are coming together to the south of Birmingham, moving off to the south and east towards Maplesville. We got a tornado warning for Perry County, Alabama, but we might see a new one here soon for places like Maplesville, as this looks pretty suspicious, to say the least. And then also, we've got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Calhoun, Cherokee, and Talladega counties in Alabama. 70-mile-per-hour winds, and potentially some small hail coming in over the next 1 hour for places like Anniston. Here's an update on the bridge, the Cassidy Boulevard Bridge. We are inches away, it seems, from the water touching the bottom of the bridge, which, once again, I don't think has ever happened since the bridge was built. And the water is coming around the bridge onto the highway. And it's also just about into Walmart here. Daggone. Here's a live look at the parking lot as the water continues to rise. Just an unbelievable, probably once in a lifetime.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
At a flood here along the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River. I wish it was daylight so you could see exactly what I'm talking about here. The amount of water out there is nuts. All right, let's check out a new
tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warnings that are coming out right now. New one for Jackson County, Alabama. That includes Bridgeport. Radar indicated rotation. Get ready over the next 34 minutes in Bridgeport and places like Haynes Crossing and Bryant for a potential tornado. Also, new tornado warning for DeKalb County in Alabama as well. This is for the same area of rotation that we were looking at that just went through Albertville and Boaz, Alabama. Now it's moving towards Collinsville and Fort Payne, and we've got that tornado warning continuing to be in effect. So get ready in Collinsville. That's where the next little kink in the line, the next little bit of rotation's headed towards right now. Additionally, we got ourselves a new regular severe thunderstorm warning way down yonder in Orleans Parish, St. Tammany, Hancock, Louisiana, and then Harrison County in Mississippi. Make sure you guys are ready for potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail over the next 49 minutes. Still got a tornado warning for Van Buren, Warren, and White counties in Tennessee. The rotation here is a little bit more broad, but still concerning as it approaches Cedar Grove and Spencer. We want you guys in your safe spots, okay? The tornado warning for hail in Tuscaloosa County has been allowed to expire. Still reading up on some of the news around here. How are we doing in a high top? I believe the worst of the storm is past you. Yeah, the tornado warning for high top expires in 1 minute, so you guys are good. High top, just some moderate to heavy rain for the rest of the night tonight. Same thing for you guys in McMinnville. I got some people talking about that. The rotating part of the storm is past you now. It's moving more towards Spencer and Cedar Grove. But specifically in McMinnville, we're good. It's just going to be raining for the rest of the night. Checking back in on the severe thunderstorm warning for Breathitt, Lee, Magoffin, and Owsley counties in Kentucky. Still there. Still a strong storm bowing out here, moving into Jackson. This is going to go through West Liberty here soon as well. Next in lines, Paintsville and Prestonsburg. And we'll be able to watch this one come in through the Weather House camera as it approaches from the west. New severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. Let's go check it out. This one includes Pikeville, Tennessee. It also includes Spring City. So that's Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray, and what is that? Sequatchie counties in Tennessee for the next 45 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued for areas just to the west of Montgomery. So now we expect 70-mile-per-hour winds to extend past Selma here within the next little bit. Orville, it'll be hitting there soon. And then we're going to see it come into Whitehall, Billingsley, Taugaville, and then probably all the way over to Montgomery. We will see some strong, damaging winds tonight. Tornado watch goes way past Montgomery into Atlanta, Macon, Georgia, even maybe by 9 a.m. Looks like Pikeville's up to 46.6 feet and still slowly but surely rising. So it looks like it could come up another foot at least. I don't know how well it's anticipating this upcoming burst of rain. But that will either prolong the amount of time that the water's up or even add to the height a little bit. The tornado warning in Franklin County, Tennessee has been allowed to expire, and so has Jackson County, Alabama. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire as well. What should we expect in Chattanooga? You guys are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. Probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes, we could be talking about some 60-mile-per-hour winds in Chattanooga. Right now, you're starting to see some moderate to heavy rain. The strongest part of the storm, though, is still about 30 minutes or more away. James P., thank you for that. We've been streaming now for exactly 11 hours. How many of you have been here the entire 11 hours? Lots of you. Thank you for sticking with me. I appreciate y'all. No, yeah, I can't see pretty much all I can see is right here. But it does look like it's I mean it's still coming up. Yeah, he's mostly right. Tree damage coming in west of Boaz near Whitesville, Alabama. I would say that we've got a lot of tree damage. We watched that storm come in together, and you guys saw that. That was definitely damaging winds that was going through there. Is West Virginia expected to get hit just as hard? I mean, this line that's getting ready to come through is going to drop a decent amount of rain all across West Virginia. It's not going to be anything like what we saw earlier today. It's going to be much quicker, but it is still going to be. It's going to add insult to injury, that's for sure. Diamond Z, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's a big deal. Really appreciate it. $22 minutes left on this tornado warning for Jackson County, Alabama, but I would say that they're going to allow that one to cancel earlier than that. Additionally, we've got 7 minutes left on our tornado warning for Van Buren County in Tennessee. Stay in your safe spots in Pine Grove and Spencer. We'll see if they issue a new one for places like Mooneyham, Lonewood, and Herbert Domain. Additionally, we've got a tornado warning continuing for DeKalb County, Alabama for the next 30 minutes or so. And yeah, mostly like we've got a lot of really strong winds coming in to eastern Alabama. 70 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible here between Anniston and like Alabaster in the next 20 minutes or so. There's another severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to be down here for Butler, Clark, and Monroe counties in Alabama. That includes Monroeville, Greenville, and Evergreen. Get ready for 60 mile per hour winds and small hail. About 189 flash flood reports today and about 60 thunderstorm wind damage reports. Travis says, a tree fell on my house in Fayette, Alabama. I don't think insurance will cover it. This is my first house and I'm scared. Travis, I'm so sorry that happened. Just keep us updated on that. And yeah, you've got the link there. You can post the link, I believe. Tommy Boy, thank you. More sites from around Pikeville here, as water from the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River is currently in US 23. Chris M says, just heard some thunder snow here in northwest Connecticut. Wow. Snow. By the way, y'all, some of these same places that are getting tornadoes today, me and you are going to be right back here in a couple weeks, or not in a couple weeks, in a week or a day or two. I don't even know. I'll let you know tomorrow, but we'll be back here together talking about snow. That's right. You heard me right. Snow is coming.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And speaking of snow, lots of snow reports from around Connecticut. 3 inches of snow. Looks like a good 3 to 5 inches of snow out here between Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. More snow is on the way. It's going to be a significant snowstorm for y'all. Let's check out that new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties in Tennessee. This is an extension of the warning that was impacting Spencer, and now it goes all the way out past Fall Creek, and it goes towards Mooneyham, Lonewood, and Village at Indian Rock Lake. Storm's coming into Chattanooga right now. You can see it pretty clearly there on the Chattanooga, Tennessee camera there at UT. We're expecting 60 mile per hour wind gusts and some very small hail. Car's Gone Wrong says, good morning, Ryan. I went to sleep yesterday evening with your stream playing on the speaker. Morning. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings out there. Actually, 4. Because the tornado warning for Perry, Alabama has been allowed to expire.
A new tornado
We
warning
did just
has been
now
issued.
get a new tornado warning, though, just to the south of Chattanooga. This is for Chickamauga and Lafayette. That's Dade and Walker counties in Georgia. Dade and Walker counties in Georgia, you're now under a tornado warning. Please take shelter. We've got some rotation down here near Valley Head, getting ready to cross
A new
Interstate
tornado
59.
warning has been issued.
That's going to make it right up there to potentially places like Amos Hill, Masseyville, and Cedar Grove in Georgia, and then go up towards Lafayette. A new tornado warning also just issued for DeKalb County, Alabama. So, yeah, this area right here around Chattanooga is pretty active, but it looks like most of the tornado activity is to the south of Chattanooga. Yeah, the lightning in Chattanooga is picking up. Here's a camera at UT Chattanooga. This is a Cyclone Port Radar Omega camera. Yeah, just some more updates here on the Pikeville side of things. If anybody's still with me here, the water's still rising. We've got the Kentucky State Police out in several neighborhoods between Coal Run and Betsy Lane, out waking people up and encouraging them to leave their homes as the water continues to rise and inundate more and more neighborhoods across eastern Kentucky. And specifically, we're the number one area that's really getting hit hard here is the Leviza Fork of the Big Sandy River between Pikeville, Kentucky, and Prestonsburg, Kentucky. This is water levels that we haven't seen in like 50 years or something. So a lot of infrastructure has been built here where nobody thought the water would get to again, because we've got all these cut-through projects and water and reorientation projects that we've done. I don't think we can see the gas station. If I pan over, you can see it a little bit, but I'm pretty sure the water is in there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, considerable enough circulation here southeast of the Birmingham radar, east of Jemison, Alabama. I don't see hardly any towns there unless you're Yaldar's got these unincorporated areas definitely in this spot here. I'm not sure. I can't see what county that is either. The lines are all over the place, but that is a place of enhanced spin right there in that area. So east of Jemison, Alabama, watching that area just in case it does get warned. I could see a warning as of this latest scan. So that's what I've got my eye on now in terms of areas of interest that haven't yet received a tornado warning.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Hidden Valley, Sahoya, Quincy, Gold Branch, Unity, all these places, including Marble Valley, might be needing to take this one a little bit more seriously, as there's some rotation in there. And like Brad Arnold said earlier, I think it's a good idea to any of these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, especially that come out tonight, you might as well just go ahead and treat them as a tornado warning. Take shelter, as what Andy just discussed could happen with any of these storms tonight. And you might not even get a full-on tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Mobile, Alabama, you guys are under a tornado watch. The storms are still well off to your west, but they'll get there before too long. I expect to see some strong storms in the Mobile, Alabama area tonight. Once again, a tornado watch is in effect, but I don't think the tornado aspect of the storm is going to be your biggest problem. But that doesn't mean that we won't have a tornado warning or something like that. So make sure you've got a plan. To figure out what you're going to do just in case that does come through. Montgomery, Alabama, got a lot of people asking about that as well, about that area as well. You guys are pretty much going to be getting in on a severe thunderstorm within the next hour, I think. This is going to be one that's capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, so get ready in Montgomery. Big-time storms coming. Atlanta, it'll be 2 or 3 hours before the storms even get over there. Storm's still, the strongest part of the storm is still yet to go through Chattanooga, so we got a lot of lightning, a lot of rain still happening in Chattanooga, but you'll get a big gust of wind here pretty soon before it's all said and done. And then we are still looking at a tornado warning over here coming towards Village at Indian Rock Lake in Tennessee. That's going to be allowed to expire in the next 12 minutes or so. So hopefully that will be out of our hair and we won't see a new warning issued for like Crossville and Crab Orchard. But if we do, make sure you have a warning or you have a plan in place as to what you're going to do whenever that warning does come through. Opal, thank you very much. Thank you. Never doubt it's important work. I've never found the weather particularly interesting until I found your channel. Big love to the Haul Y'all team and the Weather Wife and all the truckers out there. Thank you, Opal. It's very nice, and I'm glad that you found some value here from our channel. Here's another vantage point. So this is the Walmart parking lot from the Weather House's point of view, and then here it is from Walmart. Unbelievable. Historic flood ongoing now in Pikeville, Kentucky. We're witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime type of flood here where I'm from, where I'm broadcasting from right now. I've got friends and family from all around, reaching out, and that's why I keep checking in on the Pikeville, Kentucky area so much. We've got water surrounding Pikeville High School. now. And yeah, everybody that's asking, there is one more big shot of rain coming. I don't think that it's going to be enough to cause a significant increase in the water levels, but it's definitely not going to help. So the rain's going to start here in Pikeville in about, 30 minutes to 45 minutes. And it's going to continue for a while. We're going to have all this stratiform rain to go through. It's still raining, for example, in Glasgow. So all that's got to come through before it's over. So that's what we're going to be dealing with here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Warning. So this is for the exact area that Andy was talking about earlier, east of Jemison. Rotation is picking up here between Hidden Valley and Gold Branch. Now we've got a tornado warning for you in Unity, Hanover, all the way over to Goodwater and Mount Olive. Please take shelter if you haven't already, okay? Tornado warnings are going to continue throughout the night. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Let me show you something else here. Future radar, how about it? This is what the radar sort of looks like right now, 3 a.m. Eastern. We got strong storms from, eastern Tennessee, eastern Kentucky, all the way down into Alabama and towards New Orleans. What's it going to look like at 6 a.m. Eastern? About 3 hours from now, storms will be making it into Atlanta at this point. And then the storms will be making it into potentially Tallahassee, Florida, for example, by 9 a.m. Even at this point, I think we're going to have a couple tornado warnings possible down here in southeast Georgia and in the panhandle of Florida. We'll have lots of strong gusty winds moving through the Piedmont area into the greater Carolinas, and then we might even have strong storms making it all the way to the East Coast near Delaware, Delmarva, down towards Virginia Beach. And then we're going to continue to have heavy snow up here in upstate New York, Maine, and Vermont. By Monday morning, we'll have well over a foot in a lot of these places. So, yeah, the tornado warnings are not going to stop tonight. They probably won't stop until about noon tomorrow, to be honest. But the height of the severe weather event, for the most part, is coming to an end. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to be a rough night for our folks down here in Alabama, especially right here where Andy was talking about earlier. This is definitely tightening up north of Gold Branch and near Unity. This might be a tornado ongoing right now. So, little stuff like this is going to happen all night tonight. Make sure you have a way of getting warnings. Make sure you have a way of getting the information. NOAA Weather Radio is always something that I recommend. If you don't have one of those, enable your phone alerts. If you don't have one of those, then have a friend call you that works the night shift somewhere and can monitor the weather for you. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Ashland, Lineville, and Edwardsville in Alabama. We are officially 11 hours and 30 minutes into our coverage here. Just as the storms are about to enter the Montgomery area, which, by the way, everybody in Montgomery should be paying attention. I think those storms will be quite problematic for y'all. So, yeah, we are going to have to end this stream here soon. Once again, we can't go over 12 hours. But what's going to happen is we're going to redirect you to YALLBOT. And YALLBOT's going to continue to relay warnings as they come out if you want to receive your warning information that way. 24/7, YALLBOT does that, actually. I've got a lot of stuff that I've got to figure out here, so I'm going to be up for the rest of the night. I don't know when tomorrow's video will be up, if we even are going to be able to do a video tomorrow, but yeah, just know that it probably won't be very early. But yeah, I'm excited for it. We've got a lot to talk about as far as the upcoming weather pattern goes. All right. I think that's it. I think I'm going to go take care of some stuff. Take care, y'all. Thank you for being with me. And I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye.